Let's go ahead and watch some EMEA. First thing I see on EMEA, what do I see? I see Demacian Raptors tweet. Was 2 points off day 3, but I worked on my mental. Oh, hold on. Worked on my mental and wasn't tilted this tournament. Had so much fun. Thanks for the opportunity to play at TFT Esports EMEA. And thanks, Elia V31, Kevin Parker, TFT, and more for VOD reviews. Hopefully we can continue learning again in the future. 07. Wow, so positive. You wouldn't be able to tell from these tweets that Demacian Raptors and Instigator in chat starting just starting up a bunch of shit all the time. Spamming his emotes, leading the chats in chant. Enchanting against the streamer. This Raptor guy. All right, so we want to watch some EMEA because I didn't get to watch it over the weekend, and I was specifically doing a bunch of Hearthstone stuff, so I didn't get a chance to. And I think EMEA, no joke, is at the same level as NA is right now. In terms of like their top players, pound for pound, I think is like right now at the same level as NA. Now, that's not that I'm saying on average, right? I'm saying our very best players. I still think Setsuko and a couple of these other players are on a different tier, but I do think EMEA is really starting to come up. I think they're really starting to come up. China's playing on the bad patch though, so we have to give bad patch to the region that magically has the most world slot for no reason. I mean, you can trash talk China all you want, but they are still going to make final lobby, and they're still going to probably threaten to win the championship. China's weakest roster still sent multiple players to final lobby.
Again, it's one of the most stacked lobbies that we've had in GSC history. There are 4 final lobby appearances in this lobby, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Even the players who are not
what up, Brian?
Experience in
How are you doing? How's the stream? Stream's good. Stream is good. I'm First of all, I'm really excited to see what EMEA is gonna do when we get into the game. If they have all the cams and stuff like that. You know, one thing that's kind of cool is that they require cams for the finals. Like, where's all this in North America? Huh? No cams, no personality, no life. Everyone's just kind of hiding their cams. So what's the delay? Like 2 minutes of yapping. So it's like fun to like watch EMEA, and then we get the B patch tomorrow, and we can explore the patch. We can explore the patch. It's exciting.
Reliant on hitting those huge, like the 6-2, the Sona 2s, the Alawi 2s, those front, those legendary.
What up, kittens?
In your composition to really have a chance to compete for those higher placements.
And starting off, we already have skipped the portals. We're already down to the stage 1 set.
I find it so funny that they announced B-Patch and the entire players are yapping about Brazilian Cup. I mean, I understand their plight for it. The downside of patching anything right now is disrupting the current cadence cycles of every other region that's playing very soon. It's not just Brazil. There's other regions that are competing this weekend. There's other regions competing. I can even pull it up. Let me see. Look at all the regions that are competing starting February 17th, right? So the patch comes out tomorrow, and then there's a bunch of tournaments happening the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, right? So everybody's kind of on this this timer. I didn't realize it was the same window. My bad. So patching is going to be problematic for a lot of people, but I mean, it is what it is, right? I personally don't believe that we should be holding the rest of the player base hostage because one region's having their tournament in 3 days. And I think that what I hope happens is the Brazilian organizers do the right thing. I'm not saying that Brazil doesn't matter. I'm saying I hope the organizers do the right thing and make them play on 14.2 instead of making them play on the B patch. They have no time to practice and prepare. Heartthrobs immediately hits. Hold on a second. This guy just gets Heartsteel Cassante in his shop right afterwards. What? He didn't have 3 hearts. Oh, he did actually. Never mind. He had a set. Never mind. I'm just kidding. So this guy's a beast. This guy's just a beast. He has the Heartsteel, and he has Heartsteel Cassante, and he has Tom Kench too, so we could level and then play for tempo. This guy just has it all. Still everything, and you push. Does it even matter if
But there's the thing here, the fact that
Does it even matter if you slam any items here?
Interesting thing here as well in terms of like maintaining HP. Maybe realize that it looks around the lobby. And actually has
I mean, Sunfire is the best slam that you could possibly make here. I think some people would probably greed and say, I'm going to make Steadfast Heart and go for a belt and Even Shroud. But Sunfire is definitely the best tempo he can get. He wants to try to kill units.
But I think the higher chances of finding things like a Yone, for example, in the shop off of the level to 4 is going to be very impactful. It's almost the case where you get so many...
How's the audio balance, by the way? It's all right? I like hearing a little bit of the casters just to get some of their reactions. What a high roll? I know. This is the EMEA GOAT. Did you guys know that Double 61 not only is EMEA's best player ever historically, at least so far? I mean, that might change in a few years, who knows? This guy also hit Challenger in solo queue for League of Legends as well, like last week. What? Who has time for that? First of all, the mental endurance to play TFT at the highest level, and then also the mental endurance to climb EU West solo queue. My God. I just want to say hi and good night from EMEA subs today. One of my 2 subs on Twitch. Thank you, Mort. Oh, is it Emort? Capitan Emort. No, it's Mort. Thank you so much, man. I'm very honored. Honestly, I stopped playing TFT this patch since it feels like the same I've been on the... It's the same as last... Oh, as the last patch. Got it. I've been on the rank grind. Don't worry. I think set 10's almost over. So if you're like, hey, I still enjoy the game, but maybe I don't really want to play, but I still want to stay like connected to the community, and it's like it's the game I love, but like maybe I'm not like into playing right now. That's totally fine. This guy's not selling to make gold, by the way. He's holding. Oh, look at his augment. Do it for the fans. Into Kale. Does that even really make sense? Do it for the fans into Kale. I actually don't even know. Let me look it up real quick. Because you can go for like, do it for the fans.
With 3 kills already, it's just that much more easy to hit kill 3, and that's one of the strongest.
Like you just have like Gnar be like a kind of a super tank as well,
of that caliber.
Just like healing him consistently. I'm looking up the stats, the statistics. Give me a sec. Oh, it's actually really good.
The free to roll down can be really insane.
It's actually really good. Average is a 3.3. What the heck? I had no idea. Is that like even as far as to say her best augment at gold? It is. Oh. I thought like something like Scrappy Inventions would be better or whatever. It's actually her just straight up best gold augment.
I'm getting more dogged again.
Huh.
I really love your commentary on the game. I made it to Emerald 1 off your help, but it really tanked back down to Emerald 3, and honestly it has been tough. Going to take a break until set 11. Thanks for all that you give to this community.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Opportunity. Welcome back for 2 months. Congratulations on Emerald 1. That's amazing. And Diamond next set. You got this. Okay, so we got 2 people playing Heartsteel right now. We got Seraphine reroll. Oh, he's got... Okay, this is probably a headliner. Seraphine 2. Because I'd be surprised if he has 4 natural Seraphines. That'd be kind of crazy. Do it for the fans. Kale, Scrappy Inventions, Heartsteel. So we have 3 Heartsteel players. Senna 2. So maybe a Senna reroll. And then Yasuo. Okay. Is it Metalhead's better? I'm looking specifically at just Kale 3 data, just straight up filtering for Kale 3, and I'm looking at gold augments, and when you sort at 2-1, it's better. And I think Metalheads is probably something that doesn't get online until much later. Metalheads is a 3.76. Like, I think the reason why Do It For The Fans makes sense is because you can get Gnar and tempo early with super fans, and then preserve a lot of HP. The win rate of this augment is not very high, but the average placement of it is so good. 646 sample size, which is not actually irrelevant. It's not as big as some of these other ones like Magic Wand, but it's high enough to make me think that it's probably not 3.3 its true average, but it's probably like 3.5 if it's like super popular to get able to get it. I don't know. My guess is that you're finally able to get some legitimate frontline because you just keep healing. You itemize Nico? Yeah, I can see that. Because you want to keep healing your Nico over and over.
Mostly looking to be a tempo option. We'll see what he's going to be playing later on. ideally,
Yeah, you're not wrong. Mord is a lot better than Nico. It's just an interesting. I guess I just never. I thought it would be good for the comp. I didn't think it'd be like the best augment on 2-1 according to the data, but I think that stats are like 10 to 15% fake because it's like lower sample size. People are probably picking it when their spots are like kind of godlike for it. Popularity size is a little bit too low. Its average probably is a little bit higher. The lower win rate makes more sense to me. So if you're picking it, you're probably not going to win as often as you're getting some of these really insane augments for KO.
It actually is kind of impressive, like just like how hard this unit hits as a headline.
Like a lot of the stuff that just gives her straight up damage, but it's pretty good. Okay, 4 hard steal for double 61 still, but he has a Philios 2, 20 gold 4 streak, and now he 5 streaks. He's get penta skills, penta skill, penta kill. I call that penta skill. Penta skill is when you go to level 8 at 4-2, roll once and hit Viego headliner. That's penta skill. Wow, we lost here. That's kind of unfortunate. Oh, he actually is not going for Yasuo reroll. XDD. Thank you, Q. You don't have to laugh that hard, okay? Every now and then I make kind of funny remarks, but you don't have to. You're making it too obvious. Paid actor. I once got 2 superfan emblems into that superfan augment. Well, 5 superfan in general does really well in the data, but that's usually because you just have, like, how did you get the superfan emblems? Usually off the tome. Usually that means you're just really far ahead. But 5 superfan data in general is always very good, implying if you ever can get into a spot with the superfan emblem, it is ridiculous. Rageblade Morello. 5 Seraphines. Is he gonna go for Seraphine reroll from here, or is he gonna go for like Twisted Fate? Twisted Fate Disco. This guy is the number 1 point scorer for day 2, right? Or day 1. Mamene. Do you go Rageblade on Nico? Or not Nico, Seraphine?
Would you say, Wida, that his mastery of other Riot titles has anything to do with
scrappy inventions? He's not spreading his components.
That's why I was bringing it up. He's someone that, you know, uses his time in.
Oh, he wants to lose. He's on a 3 loss. So he's not. Oh man, he's. We're playing lose streak, scrapping inventions, and not using scrapping inventions very much. Interesting. Interesting. No headliner. Blue streak, scrappy inventions.
Really take a you make massive improvements, make massive strides as a player over the past year or so. Had some pretty solid results.
3 patient studies.
The regional finals was tied with Volta to make it to the championship.
It's just pronounced Mamen. Okay, thank you very much. I'm not French. Vampirism. Raise the stakes, baby. No. I don't think it's a raise the stakes spot. He has 3 hard steel. Did have a set pair in shop. Oh, and this Kale is actually quite good for him to start getting tempo on side. The only problem is that he's playing around Urgot pair, and I think that is already really taxing on his economy. To buy this Kale means that he's going to dip further into his reserves. He's at 20 gold. Quite poor. He's quite poor. Another Greek financial crisis, am I right?
Very strong players reside on this region.
If that's actually very politically insensitive, I don't know, but
don't do
I just remember learning about it in school a while ago. It is still an actual big problem. I'm sorry. Didn't raise? Oh yeah, Aegon, did you see replay go over your raise the stakes game?
A similar game plan from Potable in the earlier days, but in this case, no raise the stake just yet. Do you think we might see that, Wida, at some point in the stage 3?
I mean, I think that Volta by far
has 61. Volta's at 41 HP. Ramping rhythm. Patient study, ramping rhythm. Hard steal. So he's going to try to play around Caitlyn? Yes, i.e., you can't really go into Jinx or Senna. It's a free silver augment. Not bad. How come we don't have Band of Thieves, the silver augment? I feel like that augment would be kind of nice to have this set. Probably because it'd be too OP on headliners. If you got silvers and you got the Band of Thieves and you just put TG on your Olaf, same thing as roll the dice.
Game potentially in the making here for Blasted Moon. We talked about Keel being a very strong reroll card. We talked about Riven as well, but Senna, I think, completes that trifecta of reroll.
You saw the end.
Highly overperforming when it comes to the stats.
He only did one game of you, so I guess you saw the end of game 1. As far as I know, I think he switched afterwards.
After the most recent buff to Senna as a unit, right? Another thing that's also worth noting here, very important thing to note.
Shojin, Archangel Shiv, double Shiv. He's doing the thing. He's doing the rapid fire double Shiv.
On something like free too, right?
Whoa! Whoa! He's doing the build. He's doing the build. Shock treatment double Shiv. Okay, wait, now can we get triple Shiv and we can go 4 rapid fires? He's doing the build. Rapid fire augment is not bad. Ramping rhythm and the data is not bad. The thing about it is you usually play it with things like Punk or Senna, and you're not really like playing around like level 8. From what I've read, right? Because again, this augment's not very popular. I don't see it being picked often. I haven't played it myself. So I'd have to... I only know based off what I've read in the stats, read in the data. And it suggests that you usually play it when you're like re-rolling things. And he looks like he's going for level 8. He's playing on Lucian Gate? Yeah, sure. But like, it's exactly what XGI says. Like, how do you actually like make sure that you're hitting Caitlyn? I guess the caveat to that is not many people are going into level 8 trying to go out of their way to play Caitlyn. They'd rather buy Poppy or Zed, even Ezreal, and then they'll like, okay, if I don't hit those, I'll buy Caitlyn. Not a lot of people are like first prio Caitlyn. The awkward thing is that there's no like fallback. There's no 3-cost rapid fire unit that you can fall back to compared to the every other AD line. Every other AD line has, or even the AP lines, right? Like, let's say you're rolling for Executioner Karthus, you could always play like Vex for like in other patches. I'm not sure necessarily about this patch as much, but I think it's probably fine. I haven't actually played too much of the Pentakill line as much. But you could buy like a Vex, right? Or you can buy like MF. You're not ideal, but you at least have things that you could fall back on. Rapid Fire doesn't really have that much. You have to buy really other weird stuff. That Weavers have Lulu.
Has his Heartsteel online up until 4-2, trying to get as many castles as possible. Mamen has hit his 3-star.
So on and so forth.
Is online. Still only 3.
We saw no major balance changes to Zed, so how do we expand pro suddenly contesting in this patch? Because Zed, you can't just evaluate things only through what is being changed. Like, when things get nerfed, that means everything that comp is good against gets buffed. So when Ahri gets nerfed, all the melee carries that she kind of has a really good matchup into are getting buffed. It's like a combination. It's not everything in TFT is so interconnected. This is in comparison to a game like League of Legends, where if you nerf or buff something, it only has interacted with the 10 champions that you have. But in the game, right? Like, obviously it affects like things inside and outside the game as well. But I'm talking about like in TFT, every game, everything's available. Like, you can always access every corner of the game. The moment you load into the TFT game, you can always buy any of these units that are available. And so, because of how interconnected the game is, some things getting buffed and nerfed means other things get inherently buffed and nerfed as well. So Zed repeatedly got buffed indirectly, not because like, you know, they were like, oh, okay, we're gonna try to buff Zed by doing this, but by not getting nerfed and other things getting weaker, relatively speaking. He was very strong for a long time, and then like surely some of you were here when I was literally saying that I'm opening up a new cult, the Church of Zed, and I said this unit is actually OP, and it's only a matter of time before he just terrorizes everything. You guys were here, right? This was like 3 weeks ago. I know at least like 2 of you were here when I said that. He was already OP at the in January, like early January, the beginning of the new year. It was after the holiday patch. It was after the RE Sentinel stuff. I mean, the new patch is like, this Zed unit is kind of OP.
On the Ezreal, we'll see how punishing this will be. For now, of course, still an incredibly strong board that we talked about at the very beginning of the game. What jungler is an absolute beast when it comes to rolling.
Kiwi and Raptor, you were both here.
What he's given.
See, Frodan's still level 6 here, right? And when you're running something like this composition, generally speaking, I feel like you want to be.
I was a founding member for the Zed cult. Okay, at least I got one person vouching for me. Thank you, Spooky.
Can sometimes have a little bit of a different say here.
These people are terrible witnesses.
Find some
I'm never doing. Although I guess like maybe they would be good because they wouldn't rat you out. So if I were doing a heist, maybe I would take these guys along. But
option really is going to be, I think, just the bulk here is the option. He's really looking.
not if I'm trying to make an important discovery on behalf of mankind. Okay, so that guy cashed out. I got an Aegis. That's actually insane. Aegis is so good. Salvage bin. Salvage bin for Seraphine. What do you? Isn't bulk actually kind of good because your front line usually lacks? I don't think you need heavy hitters. Maybe he felt maybe because he's like he doesn't really have Seraphine items. Is he actually going to hold on to Rageblade Seraphine the whole time?
Something like a KDA spat of his own if he finds a rod, but for now just going to itemize Ari, who will be the second damage dealer in this comp after the Seraphine.
Yeah, and here we see
Mordekaiser 3 headliner. Wow. Flouters. Floaters? He has 7 kills. Mord 3. Calvin Klein model, bottom right.
Making use of the stats that we've been providing for them. They're making use.
Probably praying for a remover. I mean, you could always superfan remove. It's just that like maybe he felt like salvage bin was because his item situation was not very good. I looked at it; it seemed okay, but probably want something else besides that Rageblade. I don't think Rageblade is Seraphine's.
Yeah, he's still 2 copies away.
I don't think it's in the upper half of good items on her. Let me check. Maybe I'm wrong. Seraphine.
Once you find your free stats, you just start pushing levels, you just start putting in stuff.
Superfan.
Like the Carpus, like
Okay.
the Viego, like the Yorick when you get there.
You got items. Rageblade. Oh, it's actually okay.
That's pretty good.
Oh.
That's pretty good.
It's Delta neutral, which is better than I thought it was going to be. And apparently Rageblade is as good as Adaptive Helm on Seraphine, which is not like something you're like, you're still trying to go for the other stuff. But
yesterday, I don't want to, cast or curse this, but it is an insane amount of.
Hey, what the heck? I look over and this guy has Lucian too, with 8-bit emblem.
Yeah, it really is. I think we saw so
Wait, what? It's 4-3. What? With 27 gold left. Is that he picked ramping rhythm? He found as many Lucians as Rivens. He found 3 Rivens and 3 Lucians, and then the headliner. Oh, I told you. Yeah. You know what? This guy is just—he's the goat. I don't know what to say. 3 world championships. Yeah, you remember when he did something like that, and then EMEA decided to shitpost me on Twitter. They were like laughing at me, like, "Yeah, we're not so washed, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I guess not." He's still doing it. Still doing it. Still doing it.
Recapping the HP totals, they've gotten so close throughout this stage 4. Around 40 HP for 6 of our players in this.
He's not buying a Poppy headliner, mainly because he has Ezreal too. If he sells the Ezreal to go for Poppy in that spot, he might have too little damage. But like also, I've been told multiple occasions where like if you have Ezreal 1 and you have Poppy 2, that's way better than like no Poppy at all and then like an Ezreal 2. But I think his front line's fine because he has Alawi. He has Alawi 1, right? The Alawi 1, Zed, not Zed 1, Zac 1. Like I'm looking at Wet Jungler's board. Alawi 1, Zac 1.
It's not a surprise. In TFT, usually
It's a little bit on the sus side.
healthy the entire start of the game.
It's also Mosher Poppy, which is the worst one. You want Emo Poppy.
And you're preserving HP in that way, whereas the opposite.
Karthus. Was there a lot of Karthus play this past weekend? I don't feel like there was. Karthus was mainly tagged on to a couple of other comps. Zed.
Kind of as you were talking about, one of the players that
Ari Warriors.
flex times a little bit more here was actually going on towards the Karthus for a bit, but
Gotta get some stuff on your board. Gotta get some stuff on your board. Oh, Kale and Olaf. Oh man. Oh man, Zoro, you gotta be faster than that.
Many items he has to slam here as well. Zed, of course, is one of the most stable stage 4 units overall. He gets so much done all by himself, even if the rest
Volta
of
would have hit Ziggs too there.
Overall, not quite the setup Zoro was looking for.
Yeah, and you can kind of see now one of the bad matchups, quote unquote, for Set, right, is going to be that Ari. That initial charm stun is so huge, and then the fact that when you have nothing to kind of drop the aggro, no edge.
We just saw Volta 6. Yeah, dude, he took ramping rhythm at 3-2, and without any reroll spot whatsoever, just IE slam. All he had was an IE. Took ramping rhythm on 3-2. We cut away at 4-2. This guy is Lucian 2 with an 8-bit emblem.
Are not looking too hard when it comes to a board you're looking at in end of stage 4. He still has an
man.
Rageblade. He has
This is crazy. This is crazy.
20 gold to work with. This is
I don't get it.
It definitely is, right? It's
Double has a lack of damage. He has a real big damage problem. He's playing Aphelios 2 carry.
That sometimes you kind of have a hard time.
Poppy is the team. She's the tank and the best damage dealer on this team at the moment. And an Urgot 2 naked. A naked crab. We do have Contagion, Jewel Lotus, so that does help our damage a little bit. Also, this guy's playing Viego 1. Oh, it's Zed. Oh, long distance out Zed 2. Well, I don't think we have the DPS to take this out. Yep, just Zed just one tap and everything. Oh, the Aphelios stun! Oh, never mind. Aphelios is so clutch. Also, that Poppy did way more damage than I thought she would, right? She like focused on him and then pump like 2 ults. Wow. Okay, never mind. I really sleep on this Poppy unit. Poppy's just broken. It was Contagion plus Jewel Lotus. And then the Aphelios stun was like stop Zed from healing up.
Yeah, and another thing I want to point out here, right, is fact is most
IE red buff. This guy playing binary. Oh, it's Wet Jungler.
Look at his position compared to like the rest of the lobby.
Double red buff.
He got that Radiant Blessing out so quickly and was able to stay ahead of the curve. He had 5 win streak. Wet Jungler also is only taking a singular loss.
A little bit awkward.
Like during this entire stage, right? So these players here that were a little bit ahead of
Man, I can't tell you how much more I enjoy having cams when I'm watching this.
Manifest themselves into this game.
If there's some way for me to implement that into the coach stream, I would. It's just really hard, one thing at a time.
They did not hit Yone 3
red buff Lucian.
And they utilize the strength of units like Viego.
Oh my. What is this?
Continue win streaking and then hit Ribbon 3.
Oh, Ribbon 3.
Well, not so much later in the end. Volta.
That's what I'm doing wrong, dude. I thought I was supposed to roll on 7 for Ribbon 3. This guy goes to 8, hits Lucian 2, and his Ribbon 3 with 35 gold.
Yeah, and another thing that's worth
I mean, he does have patience study, but like, man, next level.
Chose to make the even shot is kind of has more well-run effects.
Imagine if this was GS Lucian instead of the IE. I'm pretty sure one cast kills everything. Wait, one cast still kills everything. Okay. All right.
To make this board stronger, but massive win for Volta here. Just going to be the Grim Reaper all of this stage 5. Anyone that has Volta in their matchmaking pool will start to
Mord 3. Mord 3. So we have Kale. We have Kale Mord. We got 8-bit Lucian.
Right now coming into stage 5.
Pentakill emblem onto the Caitlyn. I like that. I like. His augment setup is filthy. Dude, look at this guy's augments. Scrappy Inventions, Vampirism, Cybernetic Bulk. By the way, only getting two things with bulk value. Worth noting. Or sorry, Scrappy value. People ask all the time, are you supposed to greed the Scrappy or prioritize items onto your carries and stuff like that? And the answer is, like most things in TFT, it depends. That was just one setup where I think he was just prioritizing making sure that he has good damage, because sometimes some components are actually kind of useless, even if you think that you can use them. But he did have like Set with like an extra cloak. So like maybe you could have put the cloak somewhere else to get a little bit of scrappy value and start book value. Kind of a little bit interesting in the setup. A little bit strange.
It is going to be enough to at least win this next fight. Yeah, it's just not going to be the case. Zed is taking
Level 61 transition to Jin.
Mordekaiser are doing so much work. Still healthy.
He's going 9. Right side, Gnar 3. KO 3, Mord 3, Gnar 3. Damn.
Yeah, honestly, we've seen Orcs here double trying to.
Brennan, can you close out the prediction from yesterday?
Like a Jin board, right? So that's something that's gonna be
Wait.
to follow.
Oh, I forgot. Billy made it.
He's still 1 extra life, so he can kind of hold on, go level 9, then start going on again. Playing TFT.
Congratulations to the believers. We really made you wait for that one.
Throughout his entire career, all the way back from set 3.
And Mamen with the salvage bin did find the KDA spot in the end. We'll see what this next carousel brings up. It could be very interesting for Mamen, especially if he finds another spatula he can break up to make.
Seraphine is falling off really hard. He did transition to Rageblade onto Ari and had Shojin. Shojin Morello. Okay, so he did end up getting the proper items. I don't think he has enough DPS to take down everything. KO3, Mord 3, and Gnar 3. There's just a lot of things to take care of. Wait, that Lulu stun! Oh my god, this Lulu stun was so clutch. Because KO just like would have attacked and then wiped the Ari and then... Oh my god, that was so clutch.
Doesn't have to care about any other unit on the board when you don't have something like an Akali,
Zoro went 8th. Long distance pal Zed and Viego. Og in 7th with Pentakill, Caitlyn, Viego. Wow, this is kind of a this lobby is kind of cooking.
In the end, 2 TGs always interesting to pick up in the late game. So get one of your secondary tanks or carries itemized as well.
Double is playing Urgot Jin duo with Poppy. He's playing Country Jin. Whoa, what? Jazz Country Jin. I've never seen that combo.
Double with the Asterix. Where do you think this is going? Is it going on the Jin?
Close the portal. Oh, I should round 1, and this is portal Radiant.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one. I think that Urgot's probably where it is going to land up. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the ideal position for it. I think that if you found something like a Yorick, for example, on your singular role, I think you would have seen a ton more value come through with it. And there is the Yorick, right? I don't know if it's going to be coming in over the likes of that 6. It will, right? That's the big thing. You could get the Fall Marsher online, boosting up that Poppy, boosting up that Urgot as well here.
Some people like the cook in TFT. Yeah, I think some of the cooking is pretty interesting. Yeah, we got Pesico Caitlyn going against Seraphine. Frontline's cracking on the other side.
Against Volta, who is probably the strongest player right now in this game. It is.
I mean, Volta wins the lobby, I believe. It's just more about who's playing for second. Oh, my man stays alive.
Yeah, but this is big for Orc, right? Like the fact that Double has now been eliminated.
Double 61 went 7th. I mean, it didn't look like he actually ended up hitting a lot of the core units that made his that would make the AD board very strong. A little 280 flex, a little 280 flex. Urgot, Jin, Country, Jazz is not honestly 7th might be the best he could have done. Although HP count is so close, 1 round difference is what separates between like potential top 4 and.
Once we get into stage 6, but that doesn't really represent his board strength. He has been bleeding a lot of HP considering he was at 70
Yo, what up, Void?
HP in stage 4.
The lobby's insane, I know. The lobby is ridiculous right now. Oh, well, watch this Lucian cast 1 time, then kill everything. Pew, 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 pew. Oh my god. That is disgusting.
This is such a powerful setup here. I have a
what
hard
up,
time envisioning
Bitsy?
how anyone else will really be able to kind of push through and beat Volta this game.
But Jungler takes a hit, but does stay alive. 10 HP now. My question, I think, with Volta is not necessarily if he will win the game or not. It'll be if there's enough time to actually reach that grand prize cash out.
All right, so another cash out, and we get Aethes gloves. Alawi 2.
of resources to help try and cap out this board, to strengthen this board. For
Wet Youngular.
battles. We're going to stage 6 where
This guy's playing
single
Disco.
loss means that you're
23
pretty much
HP.
knocked out if you're anywhere below.
Wow, oh, he hit
17
inspiring every time, little buddies.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's worth noting.
Man, he's playing 2 Aries, double shift shock treatment, Disco.
It's not the highest capping board in the world, but with the way that his items and arc.
You know, that's if he can get a top 3, I think that's amazing. Hey, it's Ziggs. Not bad. Now he gets a Dazzler in. The Ziggs. 4 Dazzlers are a really big break point for this.
You're looking at free Dazzler, for example, but you do have that Disco Headliner, which tends to be the preferred one.
And the weakness of Disco tends to be.
You guys think that this is better on RE2 or Ziggs 1? Wait, take out the Ziggs. Because I don't need the Ziggs, because I already have 2 static shivs from shock treatment. I mean, at this point, the shock treatment doesn't really do anything. It's just more about the tempo of which Blast at Moon got and was able to get to level 9 with a lot of HP. Blast at Moon might probably gonna get 4. Oh my god. Unless 2 people die here, but I feel like Blast at Moon's like kind of weak. Yeah, so he takes like a crazy loss. And then now he queues up into against like he just loses versus everybody, so he just goes 4. I mean, it's fine. This is what happens a lot with Disco. You just like bleed out to 3rd or 4th. And this board is also really good, but it's not like Lucian 2 at 4-2 with 8-bit emblem good.
In the end, the predictions around Heartsteel have mostly come true. Double had an early Heartsteel, ended up 7th, but every other Heartsteel enjoyer.
I really can't think of a worse 4 cost than TF.
To funnel themselves into that top 4 alongside Blast at Moon.
You think? I mean, Caitlyn was kind of memed on a couple patches ago.
Disco board now at this point in time. Anyone who faces this Riven board is in big trouble, though. The Caitlyn as far away as possible, as we've seen these last few fights.
I mean, I don't even think TF is like that bad. I just don't think he's like. I think he's just the worst, and that's okay. There's always going to be someone who's the worst.
The 6-8-bit online, every player that faces Volta has been eliminated in this stage 6.
Does he get 3rd? Does he get a 3rd? Hey, you got a 3rd. Hey, look, Disco TF got a 3rd. They can't be that bad. Be that bad.
Point of HP and Wet Jungler now finds himself in a 2nd place, and we're talking about
Volta's at level 10
at the start of the game that was quote unquote struggling towards the low end of the standings, then made great use of those cash outs and came back into the game.
Just like in TFT, there's got to be a worst region. There's got to be a worst region. It's nothing personal. There's like one region is going to be ranked last.
But again, just a showcasing of 2 of the more.
Someone's got to go last. Someone's got to go 8th. These are just realities. Someone's got to be the worst 4 cost, and it's Twisted Fate, but that's okay.
What a way to start day 3.
Goes to show their mental resilience when it comes to high pressure situations like a day 3, like this game 1 that really sets the stage for everything else. I don't think anything. Oh my god, he almost killed Viego. Oh, he did. You know what? We'll take that dub. We killed 3-4 units on the board. That's impressive. In this tournament, Riven Regal alongside a new carry, Lucian, absolutely demolishing every board they face. All right, so Volta gets a very filthy Lucian 2 with the 8-bit emblem. The Radiant Blessing gave him a spatula, and so he made an 8-bit emblem and then hit Lucian 2 on 8. Lucian 2 with 8-bit is disgusting. Just the amount of flat 80 that he gets. And then he synergizes pretty easily with Caitlyn. And then, yeah, it's just over. Olaf 3. Did we see any Olaf reroll in NA this weekend? I don't think so. At least I didn't see it on my stream. Oh, Steinar's playing Executioners. Sona 2 Executioners.
Yeah, definitely does. Right? To a certain extent, a lot of the time, the explosion effect is kind of secondary. It's more about the fact that you get an extra copy.
Oh, Olaf's in the back.
Olaf, right? So that is so powerful.
Man, too big to fail. Harm assist, indomitable will. Dazzler, Dazzler Alawi. So like anything the tentacles hit, just get dazzled. That's funny.
This is their first GSC according to everything that we have available.
Frodan just lost with 9 true damage Yasuo carry. How can I cope?
Great to say new names. We Tom mentioned.
I mean, do what everybody does. Blame everyone but yourself. Refuse to take responsibility.
But actually doing well, making it to day 3. We saw the same in GSC 1 with some of the Turkish players like Benri, like Ayemb as well. And Shredden, just really happy for him. I think he's been a standout part of the Polish community overall when it comes to entertaining, when it comes to streaming, when it comes to playing, but now finally having a chance to
Oxforce duels. Yeah, no, the TF in set 8 was actually quite good. What? Spellslingers? The Oxforce Spellslingers? Where you play Twist of Fate? Oh, he hit high score.
I repeat, we have an incident.
We didn't get it from Volta.
Whoa, okay, yeah. He has the Lowy 3. Oh man.
Shades of double 61 at Vegas.
Big time cash out.
3-star legendary. Gobo, of course, being French, says, you know what? I'll match you double. I like Lowy 3 as well. Who doesn't like a whole lot of tentacles?
Like, at this point, I think he should sell everything but the Alawi. I think that's funnier. Whoa. Look at those tentacles. Whoa.
That's got to be a little bit of a semi-tilder. Okay,
oh my god.
Shredden takes 24 instead.
Shredden's got it.
Gobo steer.
You are not beating Alawi 3 Gobo. Big smile on
He just keeps going. I know. I think it's fun. I mean, the high score thing is just like, how often have you guys seen it? I think I've seen it like 3 times this set.
Not right now. First, we're gonna look at the game that we actually spend time looking at.
Riven 3
There's a lot going on.
and Caitlyn 3. Or Caitlyn 2, rather.
That's
That's what won the game. Never mind the Lucian. Caitlyn 3 and Riven. Nerf Riven.
Yeah, I think Volta was.
Wait, this one 5th?
though, because he pretty much.
That's just matchmaking. This person had to have queued into Volta like 4 times on cooldown. This went 5th. Gnar 3, KO 3, Mord 3. Wow. Oh man, that's a tilter. If I was that guy, I would be so tilted. That's not even a top 4. That is incredible.
How we got Nathan's screens there, because we had the ideal, and Volta was the one who came out ahead of that. He kept his loss streak when everyone else was losing theirs, apart from Blast at the top, and that also meant that Volta got first access to the Radiant Bless.
All right, let's go to the next game.
From other things, like stuff like the reasons we're talking about that rerolls are.
Gobo steer.
Does Gobo Star use like a trackball mouse or?
Oh, do they shuffle every round?
I think it's an orange, but I'm an expert on TFT.
These are not the same 8 players that played last game with Wet Jungler and Volta. Do they shuffle every round?
Section of his fun facts.
It looks so
Oh.
weird, right?
It does. It's an optical illusion to trick you, Wida, and unfocus you from this game. That we have.
Does this slow down tournaments?
TFT all of a sudden coming from.
Isn't it Swiss? Yeah, but you could do 2-round Swiss, I guess. I guess I'm just so used to 2 rounds.
We saw on broadcast, joined by players like Tian representing South
Once Volta hit Lucian 2, he became the Reaper. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. What, like the Lucian 2 is just basically one cast destroying everything. Showtime, Champion Duplicator, and Golden Prelude. Tactical pause. Thank God we're not watching this live.
Now it seems like what Tuxedo has kind of been able to show here. It does seem like
Doesn't seem to slow down tournament. Yeah, I mean, well, part of it is that we're fast forwarding. Let's see. It took
we'll be coming right back to the Golden Prelude instead.
Golden Prelude. It took 14 minutes and 30 seconds to get to the next game.
Augment will be gold. Very low
On the
variance.
broadcast,
There are
on the
some
broadcast.
things to play around, especially some specific comps like the Olaf reroll with Too Big to Fail being a much more likely option, and a few other gold augments that open up kind of.
Some people would say that's a little bit long,
They're
but
kind of unforceable paths.
Golden
Different augments, but we'll see what
Prelude.
for us as we roll into that 2-1 augment pickup.
Boring augments time to remake. Did you guys see what Mortdog posted today? How as you go higher in ranks, the more often players are taking the for fun augment. It's actually less popular in low elo than it is in high elo. People are voting for Wandering Trainer more often at higher ranks than they are at lower ranks. Isn't that hilarious? What? This guy has 6 Yasuos at 1-3.
We have 6 Yasuos on this board right
Just
now.
give him the blinged out. Just give him the blinged out. It's fun. I don't doubt that it's fun. It's just that I think all the high elo players have just been exposed. They've been exposed.
Stats as well for a player that was relatively unknown to me, as we mentioned, has not played in a GSC before this one, but it's day 3, and he's, I think, finally able to I think give a bit more
Tomfoolery. We don't have that emote enabled.
Players that are showing up and really
I had 8 players standing on wandering trainer. Yeah. You know what it is too? The longer here's my theory. The longer the set goes, the more people are going to vote for these 4 fun portals, because the novelty of playing the set, I mean, you know, just being very honest with you guys, like set 10's kind of played out. Like I think we've tried re-rolling almost every unit. We've seen all the 3-star legendaries. We've seen like a bunch of different combinations. I think people really want to try some of these fun stuff because that's like the way to get the novelty out of the game while you can, because the set's like almost over. And so I think a lot of people are just like just giving it a try, you know, just like, okay, it's like end of the set, let's just have some fun. Hard Thoughts, Vampirism, and Bigger Shot. You guys know how many times they've buffed this augment? Like it was OP at one point, and then they nerfed it, and then they nerfed it really hard, and then they buffed it like 5 times in a row or something like that. Four times in a row, and it's just funny to me. And people are still not picking it. It's a little sad. Submit to the pit. Submit to the pit.
Unless you get 6 punk and just a lot of different other things happening.
Do it. Yes. Surrender to the Pago. It was bugged. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I mean, I like the sensible thing. What Riot's trying to do is make sure that they don't over buff it, because then it'd be crazy. They're giving small incremental buffs, patch after patch after patch. It's just funny how far off the mark it was, I guess, when the bug fix went through. It's always hard to tell. You just never know. So they're trying to be very like doing the safe, responsible thing. It's just funny that they just keeps going. They just keep buffing it and buffing it and buffing it and buffing it, and nothing happens.
And some more kind of generic things like Harmesis, but overall, as you mentioned, I think a very interesting game coming up with few players potentially.
4 Annies. When do you think this Yasuo 3 guy hits? When I start with 6 Yasuos, that means that I'm gonna hit 8 Yasuos naturally, and then I roll 40 gold for the last Yasuo. But then you know what happens after that? At 3-2, I get offered blinged out, so I should never roll at all. He has submit to the pit, but he's like not trying to like he can at least move this Gnar one over here. Like at least just move this Gnar over one, so you get just a little bit more Pago value. Okay, he did. Like you don't have to move the Kale up one if you don't want to, but just move over one. Isn't it strange taking submit to the pit over Gargantuan when you have an Olaf headliner? I mean, his items were not very good for Olaf besides that, though. He had Tier, Rod, and Belt. So I guess the second item you can make would be a Gauge. Then you're still not slamming this. Okay, but also on that line, too, he's still not slamming anything. You can say Morello and submit to the pit. Totally fine. The job for his team a little bit harder, who started off with 6 also submit to the pit also is like really good early. Yeah, I agree. It's it wins you so much to stage 2 and 3. With the Yasuo 3 here and Vampirism, so could have made Morelko. Yeah, he didn't. It looks like he didn't need to though. He won this fight. Maybe he's just waiting to slam, which is just like good patient play. A lot of people prefer not to slam if they don't have to. What up, Ramblin'? As well, so a lot of options to be held open here. And speaking of open Puckett Riven. That is the Aegon Magic 8 Ball. What should I play? Riven.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Keep up that tempo. And of course, those 2 tiers, one in the Hodge, one
what up, Fjord? Donaldinho, thank you for the prime. And welcome. One of the, I think, most interesting augments in this set. In a couple of weeks, actually, after Worlds, so about 3.5 weeks, Donaldinho, we're gonna do a sub coaching giveaway right after the set launches. I found out I'm going to GDC, by the way. So at the end of March. So this we have regionals in a week and a half, 2 weeks. We got this Friday we got Soju Invitational. The week after we got regionals. The week after we got Worlds. The week after is set 11. The week after that is 7 Land launch and maybe the boot camp. And then the 2 weeks after that is GDC. Is anyone going to GDC? If you are a TFT player and you're going to GDC, let me know, because I have I'll just be there. So
Topman here getting a bell is fine.
Are you co-streaming Soju's? Yeah, I am.
Sion picking up that bow, which could be a
He didn't give me permission, but I'm just gonna do it anyways.
pretty clear direction from him coming through.
What is he gonna do? Like make me not like tell me to stop? What is GDC? It's like a convention for game development. Game development. You do a bunch of like conference stuff, panels, meet and greets, networking.
In any kind of showmanship, and Tian is, I think, one of those players that wants to really make a mark.
Red buff.
South Africa, one of the only
Edge of Night. So he's gonna be playing Zed Ezreal. Zed Real.
He was a beast earlier on.
Easy Zed.
Has not been popping off as much in the past few sets, but is now here to maybe make a mark in this set 10.
Yeah, he's a player that I speak to pretty much every single day as well. Part of like a bigger practice setup.
You know what I think about a little bit also as well? I think Ezreal. So this guy has 8 Yasuos, by the way. I think Riot kind of did this themselves because they made Ezreal too fun to play. Ezreal's already one of the most fun like AD carries they've ever made in League. He's actually one of my favorite AD carries to play. Oh, what the? Wait a second. That's kind of good. Yasuo 3 at 2-6. And they made Ezreal like too much like they did in Summoner's Rift. He's too fun. I'm pretty sure half the people playing Ezreal are just playing because they think he's fun. And they're like they're conveniently using Hearthstone being broken as an excuse to play Ezreal.
Pickable and clickable. Usually Edgelords gives you a bit of a stronger stage 3, but with this early
it's not my fault. Mortdog made me because he's so broken. But in reality, they would play him anyways. And also, they combined it with Heartsteel, so like he's also giving you a bunch of money. So they gave him the triple. They gave him the triple. He's fun.
And the fact you're able to maintain your economy gives you such a higher chance of finding that Kiana.
He gives you money, and they made him OP, like the triple whammy. Is Ezreal fun or Hearthstone? They're both fun. Like people are like gonna keep complaining about Hearthstone, but they also know that it's fun. Who doesn't be very real with me? Who doesn't like the fact that Hearthstone just keeps giving you, like, if you're playing it, you just keep getting rewards, you keep getting juiced every 4 rounds. You're like, oh, what's gonna be in the box next? What's gonna be in the box next? What's in the box? What's in the box? Like, all of you love it. It's you know why I'm making this assumption? Because of Wandering Trainer and the portals that you vote for. You guys complain. I'm talking about the collective. Obviously, there's some individuals who are very consistent, but as a group, it's just hard to take. It's hard to take these TFT players seriously, man. Do you sell to make 40? You don't want to sell KO. She's the edgelord. Yeah, you do.
We have one Beator coming through. We'll see if he wants to slam the Edge of Night. If he wants to slam the
wow, 5 natural Vexes. Wait, he has Vex 3. The moment he finds Vex Headliner,
to really make the best use of those components.
because he has Duplicator. This guy can legitimately hit Vex 3 on 3 too. Oh my god. he just has to go to 6, sell the Jinx, roll once, and hit Vex 3.
You are kind of able to kind of pump those punk rerolls, and if you wanted to, you can see that has not been the case from clicking in so far.
It's fun as fuck when I'm 5-way contestant. I play the best and I send the others bot 4.
Really, the big benefit comes from being level 5, level 6, where you have a much higher chance of finding the real units you want. Vex, Twitch.
Early stream today, buddy. Glad to see it. Good work on the other. Thank you, OJ.
So we probably will be seeing him using
Recon was a fun trait in set 8, and they gave him that, but also the AI is infinitely less likely to hit. Yeah. Oh yeah. Set 8 was when they made 2 Ezreals, right? They made like future Trunks. They made Trunks and future Trunks. That was pretty dope.
Yeah, and both of these players are getting rewarded to a certain extent, taking those losses, right?
Overforged, best friends, and Martyr. That was Wiz? What are you talking about? That was actually kind of cool. It was actually kind of cool.
Stage 3-2, heavy hitters, best friends, Martyr, options for Tardaman.
Man, Future Trunks was like one of the best parts about Dragon Ball. It was honestly like without Future Trunks, I'm pretty sure the show would have jumped the shark.
There's the Executioner headline for our Turkish player already has a very good start for what this board wants to look
Okay,
like.
so he did roll. Wait, he hit Executioner. He hit the Executioner Twitch. This guy's a beast.
It is worth noting that he's still on pan.
He did. It does seem like he rolled a lot though. He's at 40 gold a turn ago. Actually, no. He spent like 16 to level, 20 to level because he's at level 4. Wait, so he hit it in one roll.
And don't be fooled. This is not
One or two rolls.
Tear or triplet tear. This is just,
Incredible.
You have Vexes. They do a lot of good things in stage 3. Just play them on your board. It will be best friends though, at the very least. So executioners have a buddy they can count on when it comes to dealing.
Bro just killed Frieza like that. Yeah. But then he like also he like pushed the narrative very well. He's like, dude, Goku's gonna die of a heart disease, and then they did the future where the androids take over, and then they did the bait and switch. They made you think the androids were the threat, but then the true androids sell, and they were like, oh shit, what do we do now? He just keeps absorbing people getting stronger. And then they realized that Super Saiyans could go Super Saiyan. Anyways, that's Dragon Ball in a nutshell. If I were to do one sentence to summarize the entire anime, it's that Super Saiyans can go Super Saiyan. And that's the show. But what do we do now? Earth's kind of fucked, isn't it? Well, let's just go Super Saiyan again. All right, sounds good. But how? Well, you get really angry and you yell really loudly. Kind of like Setsuko when he doesn't get the right catch out on Heartsteel. Oh, that makes sense to me. Ship it. Change his hair color this time.
The most important stage of this game for Yasuo and for Asinti. It's so important to get as many stacks as possible onto Yasuo, so he's actually a relevant carry in stage 4. And
nice spoilers.
Get stuck on the enemy front line.
Okay, Yasuo 3 with red buff and Edge of Night. That can't be optimal, but I think he's probably going to use his red buff and then Superfan it off. You know, I think I'm just going to say it. I think Superfan might be one of the best traits they've ever made. I'm just gonna put it out there. Agree or disagree? Superfan is one of the best traits they've ever made. It makes it feel like you have so many more options, and it makes the tree feel fluid. It makes items feel like you have a lot more tricks and things you can do. It's actually really cool. I'm gonna miss Superfan, especially when it's like I mess up on my itemization, or like I have like a very rigid itemization situation. Okay, I see some disagrees. Okay, what do we dislike about Superfan? What do we dislike about Superfan?
Right now, he's not necessarily he's not necessarily sacking a lot, and the thing is that something like Urgot 2 during this.
Maybe they should just let you remove your items from your champs for free.
Such a powerful setup. Doesn't have true damage for this, and I don't think he minds too much. Again, he's just going to be killing units. He's going to get a little bit of extra gold coming through.
I like that there's some permanence to decisions. What if you sell a champion? Do you want them to give an undo button?
As a tier open for blue buff as well is up against this Yasuo. We'll see if the Yasuo can do enough.
Yeah, obviously it's a slippery slope argument. That's not what you're saying at all. I'm just saying like I think that it's fine. The one exception is when the one time I wish there was a remove is when you go to itemize in the middle of a fight and then there's a goddamn ghost, like literally a ghost. Like this Cassante dies and his character model is still there, and you go to itemize the Urgot and it turns out you put it onto a dead Cassante. He's not actually even there, but you just put the belt onto the Cassante. Like it doesn't make sense. Like when that happens, I am so upset. For people who don't understand what I'm talking about, like that there's a bug that happens. It's a visual bug. When there's a unit that dies and you're dragging an item onto a champion, there's a chance that you put it onto their dead character model. They're invisible. And you just like, you thought you put the item onto them, but you didn't. That's like a situation where I can understand there's an undo button. That's like the one where I feel like it's, you know.
Hits you a few times in the head and you're out.
As I was talking about and alluding to here, Clickerton has gone for that
Twitch emo with executioners, best friends, heroic presence. So it does look like one person does believe in executioners. I know North America really does not believe in it anymore. Almost every player I've asked about executioners think very lowly of it. Almost none of them like it.
When you get to like that level 8 board and the board is stable, you are not running twin towers you were talking about earlier.
What if everyone starts with one remover? Sounds like a great portal idea. Neat. You get a magnetic remover. And competitive players are gonna vote for it over Crab Rave.
Confirmation that you're in a good spot. Tion, very happy to see the Zed already. The key.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. They actually did something like that, shifting sands. But now Shroud and Zephyr have been like basically kind of difficult to get. You know what? Bring back shifting sands. Not the Pandora's Bench one. The one with magnetic remover.
Or country, right? Because a lot of people are actively skipping the country variant of the Katarina.
As they should.
Really loved. I mean, things like
Support cash averages like a 3.5 in that portal. Or TG. You can just bounce your TG every single time you don't like it. I only got one Crab Rave. I mean, once is all you really need to get the true experience.
No Zed though, so unfortunate with these items having to slam.
Oh.
You have a remover, so it's gonna be a clean transition later
wait,
on, but
he put the second Hodge onto the Yone instead of onto the Katarina.
Because it makes this so much stronger. You have that
Oh, he doesn't have super fan in. He doesn't have super fan in.
So important.
I see. Oh, interesting.
Because that was probably one of the strongest players in the lobby right now. They had to face there, maybe outside Totman.
Vampirism and Harm Assist. Hit him with the healing orbs. Give him the healing orbs. Last augment.
It's time.
Triple heal. Probably not. Not today. And level 8, 40 gold. Roll down. Yone. Yorick. Ziggy. Sometimes you buy MF, but not in this spot. Oh, okay. Whoa, we skipped Poppy? I guess we have no damage. That's true, we have no damage. Zed.
Is this Zach going to be good enough? You still have not found an Ezreal. You still have not found a Zed. Well, just found it now in the shop actually alongside.
Okay, well he's buying this Zach.
The Zed comes online.
Because it kind of feels like he has to. Doesn't he want Zed over Yorick? Actually, no, he's gonna itemize Yorick. Interesting. Oh no, he did go for it over Yorick. Yeah, that was a not so great roll down. Hit like the last of the 4 cost you want, which is Zach.
Still not Jax 3. Still not really, I think, equaling the pace of other reroll.
Didn't 2-star any of the 4 costs.
Like the Vex player who already hit as well.
How about a portal that makes it every round all your items pop off heroes? No, I think players would hate that. It sounds like something that Riot would do to like troll the players. Oh, you guys want item removers? Here you go. It just removes all your items always.
Ezreal has been found. We'll see if it'll be just the open tier onto the Ezreal and then
Volta with purple Ezreal and IE.
Also has the Ezreal in a much more stable spot when it comes to HP.
Wow, he's playing a 2-star Taric.
I'm gonna now try and go fast 9 with just this board. We'll see if it'll be enough. A lot of frontline and Ezreal as a sole damage dealer.
Yeah, but it does help that Zephyr, right? So as long as he's willing.
You know what? I'm tired of the minimalist portals. Give me the wild, wacky, half the portals are so bad. It's because they don't want that to be the defining thing of the sets. Because the defining mechanic of set 9 was the portals, and then they introduced legends, so it was like dual mechanics. But if they make it so it's like every set they have to keep designing like wacky portals, then that's not the main thing, you know? They want like portals to have some impact but not like be too crazy, and then they want some augments to be impactful but not too like in general like not have like crazy swingy portals with the headliners. I'm curious what they're gonna do for set 11. Myths and legends.
Hope and try to stay alive because the HP totals are very different.
Wait,
man, I'm getting more dogged again.
18, Gobo at 39.
Asmith, thank you for the prime. So we got Submit to the Pit, Jax. 1, 2, 3 Hearthstone players, Executioners, Yasuo 3, Kale, and
that top 4 with Tardaman and Volta.
Katarina.
Yeah, and that's a big thing that we gotta keep
3
an eye out
Turkish
for
players.
because
TR on the rise.
Fable here,
Any
Jungler
Turkish
comes in
chatters?
At this very moment, but the thing is here as well, David, he could have potentially had a blue buff on this Ezreal, but opted against that. Do you think that was
Blue
a bit of an
buff
over-
Zed.
like a bit of a mishap on the side of
Oh
the
man, if we could switch the blue with the GS on Ezreal.
Losing that last fight, I assume he waited to slam the items, the final item on either Zed or
Oh, Creed, you're Turkish? Oh, cool. How is the Turkish scene in TFT?
He won that round because of it.
I don't really know much about it. Like I know that there's like good players from there. I'm just more like, what's the scene like?
Yeah, but did the Ezreal come from the carousel, or did I?
No, it was
Toxic? Oh. I mean, I feel like I need to hear multiple sources before I can confirm that, or before I'll start to believe that. Oh my god.
Seemingly good enough though to win this fight against the other Heartsteel player against Volta in this lobby, and we'll see now if the jungler can mount.
I feel like this Zed would be a good ice figure skater. Like if they made it like a Winter Olympics Zed. Is there a skin like that?
5 and 6, especially as he continued to get that rejuice from Heartsteel throughout both of those stages. Chinar though, he's maybe in trouble.
Yeah, it's toxic. Competitive is fine. Ladder isn't good. It's not really toxic above Grandmasters. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, like I want to say, you can say like a little bit too. I don't think
When you're saying toxic, is like people flame each other, and like people are generally like really like rude to each other.
He has so many combat stats that the second of this Jax rolls around.
Are we talking like Setsuko toxic, or are we talking like
No, he's also
let's see who's.
very early and very lucky, very fortunate. Allow you to just add
Or are we talking about like League of Legends toxic? You know, like what's the range here?
We'll see what Asinti has been able to do. Double Sterax and Edge of Night on this. Yasuo has popped off the red buff with the super fan.
Is Yasuo 3 double gauge?
I assume the last PvE round.
Oh my! Hold on a second.
Into stage 5, but Yasuo for now seems to be
League toxic. I see.
That's not
good.
so maybe not the best test of strength. But a win for Asinti and Chinar, the Turkish showdown.
Submit to the pit. Too healthy. And cybernetic bulk. Doesn't seem like it's getting much done here, unfortunately. I found challenger OCE players yap a bunch. LMAO didn't think TFT players talk, not even talk, just yapping. Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who just like are always chatting. Some players that I queue up with, well, this guy's going for Gragas 3. Whoa, hold on, we're going KO 3, Gragas 3, more 3. Hold on a second. What this tart man?
He's just one of the most sought after units in the game.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, kind of just grab your point on Volta. This is 2 games in a row where we kind of seen him.
Kale? I want him to be rewarded. I want him to be rewarded. Wait, don't switch away from the guy that's about to go for Gragas 3.
Oh, this is awkward. No stone plate for the Amumu. Could potentially have, you have already the...
There's a reason why all the EMEA people hate Turkish people on ladder in League. Okay, I'm not even aware of any of that.
From those item components there.
Yeah, the Twitch hasn't been solid, you were kind of alluding to, right? He's going to be able to, he's going to be aiming to go for just the backlines and make full use of those pawns.
Z1? Uh-oh, Z1's on our backline. That is not good. No, Vex, turn around! Oh. Z1 did too much damage, and then Katarina cleaned it all up. I mean, we're still stuck on Jax, too. Yen.
Tian takes a loss here as well.
That guy seems to be streaking
really
now.
To stop the bleeding at this point in time, because in stage 5 these losses get bigger and bigger, and we'll see if his Ezreal with a Shojin will actually be able to do enough. The Jax.
Hey, we finally hit. We finally hit.
50
HP. I mean, that's the thing about submit to the bit. You preserve so much HP. And yes, or regardless of support. Okay, nice. We hit KO 3. 49 HP. Dude, I love that he's playing around Gragas and Garen. 4 Sentinel, 4 Pentakill. He's got the Ta equals Ta. He's got the Sentinel with the Pentakill. What a combo.
much. If the Ezreal hits the kill and kills her off in time before she can skill those.
You play Hyper Roll? I have played it. I've climbed to Hyper Tier 1 season. I think it was the first season it came out.
To do her thing, the anti-heal being so relevant here as well with the Morello onto the kill. The Ezreal misses again, but it's really just down to the kill and the Echo.
What up, Disco? Thank you, man. A transfer account, play with super high ping, and you lose most of the games you play with Turkish because of that. Oh, I mean, I feel that just sounds like it just sounds like the experience in a lot of games across a lot of different types of communities. Like people talk about that with the Russian community in Dota or something like that, or Counter Strike. The NA community are all big yappers. I'm convinced that some people in my games want to actually just cut, like they're applying to be on the co-stream. They just spend more time typing than they do play the game. Like they're like narrating everything.
This lobby there are 5 hero players and 3 4-cost flex players, but they're all playing hard so many different comps that are not being played at all.
Hey, dodge the Zephyr.
Untouched and just not really a viable game plan. It seems like from most of these openers. The Ezreal once again trying to do his best.
They tell me how much gold they rolled before they hit or didn't hit. They ask about like which augment is better between these two.
But it should still be enough. It looks like the Absolution, as you mentioned.
They're like talking about headliner interactions, and it's like, dude, this isn't a conversation. This is a ranked multiplayer game, a battle to the death. Like I don't want to have to deafen, but sometimes these guys leave me no choice. I don't know, but if someone asks a question to an educational YouTuber and then they hit you with the /deafen, what does that say? This Frodan guy's a fraud. He's a fake guy. He pretends to be educational. I can't do it. I just have to sit there and read it. I have to give them plausible deniability. Maybe I'm on mobile and I can't see it. Maybe I'm on mobile and I just can't see the message. But if I do /deafen, they know I read it and I didn't answer. I can't actually deafen after they type a lot, you know? That's too rude. Too rude.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the interesting things, right? Because it kind of just like eliminates like any momentum that you built at the start, especially in such a small field as today. We have the first
spam invite to your Discord. Yeah, I'll just be one of those bots on Twitter.
Like lobby free, it's like in the blink of an eye. So something gotta keep in mind here. This is not necessarily the same level of security as you have.
I'll be one of those like those bot spam accounts on Twitter.
Can this Yasuo jump onto the right unit at the start of this fight? Can he wrap onto the Katarina as quickly as possible?
Z2 in my bio.
Pretty big here, but the QSS is on the Yasuo, so he will be avoiding.
Is there a way to tell people are on mobile? I don't think so.
One hitting pretty much everything along the way. Can he?
But I do know that you can't see chat in mobile.
Katarina damage. I think the answer is going to be no. As CT taken down in 8th, unfortunately, needs to try and regain his mental. Tian as well as we're seeing there. Not happy with this result. Will be.
Well, 2 players just died.
For Tian.
And the Zed players seem to be very strong. Tian went 7th. Every Frodan me no scout, me no pivot, definitely. No, I'm not gonna do that. I have a reputation to uphold. Oh, we hit the Gragas 3. The Gragas 3. You know what? Why didn't he go Garen 3? I'm just realizing, what if this was literally Garen 3 instead of the Gragas 3? Like, look at this setup. Look at this setup. Where's my mouse? My mouse die?
And Volta with a forbidden tech, 2 Jin 1s on his board.
Okay, well, I can't pause. Imagine though.
Not exactly the board you want to assemble, but you are level 9.
Imagine this guy had Garen 3 with these items. It actually would be very good. With best friends and 2 healthy, that would have been so good.
In big trouble. You're facing up against Chinar, who has not hit Urgot 3 just yet. Maybe that buys enough time.
This guy's playing 2 Jins.
The Jins are coming through, but the Jax is still alive.
No way. He had the backup Jin ready to go. So the other Jin gets to shoot 4 violins.
And it looks like it's just Volta will be surviving for at least one more fight.
Dude, these tactics are too 5-head for me, man. He plays 2. For people who don't know, these Jins don't. They don't share the violins. They fight over the space. He literally played 1 Jin, and then this Jin died to the Jax, and then he had another Jin ready to go to summon the 4th violins. He's not attacking yet, and finally he did.
The cast from the Ezreal comes through, and it looks like it's just enough. Volta will be surviving for
oh my god.
Gobo down to 3 HP.
Man, Twin Terror Jin.
Yeah, these hot steel players here really like not having the greatest of times at this moment in time, right? Both with Tiana
Oh
and Seven,
man, I've never seen that before, and I definitely haven't seen it work. Oh man.
Back to the start of the game, Volta was just living life, right? He was just like, okay, I'm gonna go 9, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm full on tempo, and now he is facing a potential.
There's no way that's intentional. All right, hold on a second. I have to. There's one clue that we must go back to.
Not hit Urgot 3 just yet. Maybe that buys enough.
Oh, wait a second. The Kiana ulted and put a GS on this other Jhin. Okay, never mind. It probably wasn't intentional. It probably wasn't intentional. That's crazy. I was like, the one piece of clue that I thought was that we itemized both of the Jhin ones, but that was a Kiana item.
With Tiana in 7th, Volta currently in 6th, and also like Wet Jungler at.
It would have been cool if it was, though, I guess. Yeah.
Volta was just living life, right? He was just like, okay, I'm gonna go 9, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm full on tempo, and now he is facing a potential bot.
Yeah, it looks like he was broke. Looks like he was broke. But it's a funny moment that it worked out that way, anyways. It was like that moment where we saw someone play Twin Terror Lilia, and then they sold everything and played 3 Lilias.
We're coming into stage 6. We need to roll. We need to find one specific
Z2. It's a big deal. A lot of people also say that you shouldn't greed this. Because the thing about this setup for crowd divers is that you want to make sure you can engage kind of quickly because crowd divers are very burst oriented. And so a lot of times you sack KD value. You sack KD value on a couple of these units, but like these units actually are more useful as stunners than actually like trying to deal DPS. So you can put like Yone here in the top right to let him die. Like he doesn't really contribute much. Even Evelyn as well. And then you kind of like make sure to position these things. That's like kind of what you're thinking about with crowd divers. That being said, he only has 5. I got an awkward side. He's looking for Kiana. Oh, he hit it. He hit it.
We'll be able to just move some items around here. Knows that the Evelyn 2 is obviously going to be much worse than Kiana 1. Just move those items over.
Interesting.
And there we go. This should be a strong board because up against Shinar, right? And he has this very powerful Jax as well that can just kind of end up mixing.
Oh, wow. This Jax? Oh, he didn't get to cast again. The Jax was in the perfect position to spin, though. He was about to jump in and wall up everybody.
Most of the damage onto that comp from Shinar. Shinar's still healthy enough to take a hit and still be at a comfortable 9.
He needs that kind of position for unified resistance. You can get it just in the front 2 rows. You don't need it for the back row.
Could not make Heartsteel work as well as he did in
like you can just put in the first 2 rows. Like I'm saying, he's trying to greed value for the KDA hexes. And in my opinion, I think like I'm not saying it's strictly wrong. I'm saying like in a lot of situations, you actually just want these to die first and crowd diver stun because they can make a big difference.
Currently top of the standings, we have the Executioner 2nd place. Jax is the
he's trying to get unified and KDA value.
Recently submit to the pit. Also got the change that makes it a much more viable augmented.
You got a lot of Hodges though.
Kiana here, I think it's gonna be very interesting. The last minute switch for going to KDA hex positioning.
So he is willing to give it up. That's interesting.
That's such a big thing as well because
maybe he's trying to delay these crowd diver deaths.
He's able to almost contest and get out, kill this Katarina, right? So
like this Ezreal getting stunned, for example, could be a difference maker. It doesn't look like it's a difference maker this fight, but it could be. Nice top 4. It's just like the timing of that crowd diver could be like everything. Or jungler went 5th.
Top 4 as well. White jungler who did so well in that game number 1. We saw both Volta and White jungler they 1st and 2nd last game. Now a bot 4, so much more balanced scores for them coming into game 3.
Yeah, and again, I love the fact that Goba here with the heads-up play, right? Says, you know what?
If you can expect to win fight, then not stacking Yone and Eve does more damage to a player. Yeah, that is true. That is true. You could actually be thinking about being more aggressive and dealing more damage to people. It's a little bit rare to consider doing that, but that is an advantage of doing it that way. Are you only simulcasting events? I didn't see a YouTube stream. Yeah, I went over it with my editor. I did a entire like 40-day thing trying to stream on YouTube. A little bit less than that, I think. Like maybe a little under that. Oh, Jax got whomped. I mean, it's okay. Top 4 is good. Now that you can take down this Chaos Mord 3. Not enough burst to get past Mord. But basically, we found that the YouTube stuff isn't really worth it. It's a lot of uptime. It's kind of expensive in the sense that we have to like commission like some artists around it, and also there's a reason to believe that it actually negatively impacts the channel. Apparently, that's like a myth, but there are some YouTube trends that like somewhat indicate that it might actually not be good for your channel to do it all the time. And so it's just one of those things where it's just like, okay, well, if we're not, if it just doesn't seem like worth right now to like do it every day. But for like big events, it's actually fun. So I'll definitely be doing a YouTube stream for like big co-stream events or like anything else that's like really important. But generally speaking, it has not been high value to do YouTube streaming for like daily stuff. It was a good trial though. I think it was. I learned a lot. YouTube is really interesting in general. It's a very different game than YouTube. I think their number one thing that I've learned about YouTube is that just because you're successful on Twitch doesn't mean you really know anything about YouTube, and vice versa. Like you would think you know what makes good content on Twitch, but like that doesn't necessarily translate to good content on YouTube, and vice versa. Different audience, different things, different platform. So it's like learning a completely different subject. Hey, Executioner's got top 2. That's pretty good. I mean, he did hit Vex 3 really fast at the beginning of stage 4. And he did kind of have like a lot of things line up, like, you know, getting an emo emblem, for example, was pretty nice. But Executioners, I think, are underrated now. I think like NA doesn't play it at all, and I think to say that you don't play it at all is might be a little bit overreactive. I know some people think it's like bad, actually, not even like maybe it's okay, but I won't play it. I know some people are just thinking it's just straight up bad. But like second can't be bad, assuming he even loses this fight. I'm assuming he does, because I don't think you have enough DPS to get past Mord 3, and then KO just scales.
Do a much better job of breaking through part of that front line, but the Gragas, the redemption, the AoE healing coming.
Fresh cast again. Dude, this Gragas actually kind of tanky. What? This Gragas is just surviving all the bursts. You know what? Low key, Gragas was like a pretty big member of the team. Oh, Tartman. He stood up. Wait, what? He's like leaning over. Whoa, he like gets up and then he like leans over. You know what my read is on that? He had to go to the bathroom, but like he realized that he probably had to like screenshot something like that.
For the Executioners, but if you have any items on that compass, for example, by the time that third, fourth cast roll,
yeah, I think Executioners are slept on for sure. I don't know. The thing is, like, I feel like right now the hard thing about this current meta is that there are so many different reroll lines to learn, and so it's just like unless you're like Dish Soap, who in like you memorize all the ways you can set all the conditions, everything like that, and like for Dish Soap it's like easy, memorizing that stuff is easy. It's probably just like not worth memorizing like every line. You just think about some lines that you think are good and that makes sense for the different things that you want to play, and then you just like really hone in, because like there are so many lines available in the metagame right now, so many. I think this is actually definitely one of the most diverse metas we've ever had in terms of like what's available and what's possible to play.
So he's got a bunch of 2 costs anyways, gives a ton of HP to all of his units. Alabi didn't have that much backline access for one, so that Kale can ramp up pretty well. But also importantly, as Weeda mentioned,
Emo Twitch is surprisingly okay, by the way, because if you look at Twitch, if you look at what Twitch does, each enemy critically struck by the bottle creates 1 more shard. So you actually kind of want to actually scale him in some ways. Like having him cast more often surprisingly can be kind of good.
So well executed, because it was not what I was expecting. Because Gragas shares
It's like he's like a very miniature Ziggs in that sense. Okay, my mouse is like freaking out. I think it's my USB hub. I found out that my USB hub is not getting enough power, and so it's like causing my mouse to like see my mouse here in the center. It's like kind of like skipping all over the place. I'm moving it right now. It's not moving. Ooh. So yeah, fix that. Alright, let's go into the next game. Harsh to win 5-6-7. You love to see it. Is Riven easy to force? Is there another line I should learn with it? She's simple to learn the game plan. She's hard to execute consistently without taking a bunch of 7s and 8s in the process. 8 people on augment payouts. Scuttle Puddle. Yeah. Stagzor. Thank you. At least giving us hope. It's probably not going to be Scuttle Puddle.
Yeah, this is the point as augment payout will be the choice.
Thank you, Stagzor.
Our players can potentially fight back into contention for the top 8, but it's such a
you can't play Valorant. Not on the second mouse. On the second mouse.
Point of the main part before that cut to top 8.
Yeah, right. I have a very important question for you.
Reroll diversity. Okay, reroll is actually like that. Reroll diversity is actually important for the game, though. Because look at it.
Peter is more of like a tech that type of person because I feel like he was alive before they disbanded.
A lot of these 4 costs, there's like these carries, and if all you're supposed to do is just choose a 4 cost to play around every game, this game would get so boring so fast. The fact that you want to have multiple, you want to have these many viable carries, and I'm not even having all of them. There's not Carthus, for example. You want that across all these different units, and I think that makes the game way more interesting that way. If it's always correct to just like never reroll, then like I don't know. I think the game is worse for it.
Is that like kind of what Heartsteel is to a certain extent, right? Like they're kind of like
people who only want the people who like only want 4 cost type metas, and there's not many of them, but there are people who are out there who's like, reroll. A lot of skill in pressing D.
I'm sorry.
Got set.
I feel like the game is a lot worse if
don't leak the secret game mode coming in
if reroll is not viable. It's important to recognize like the different types of diverse way to win.
See Stegzor and TLT. TLT is heavy in punk already.
Yeah, no, like, he's like listening to some bit of Green Day,
By the way, this person might be playing Riven, so if you're looking for Riven, you might see some Riven here. Stationary support into. Randuin's is acceptable. I think you're looking for Banshees or some of the other really powerful ones.
First augment's coming out here. Already calling his shot.
Yasuo, Olaf, Annie, and Jinx and Vi. Yeah.
Solo taking a look.
And then Katarina, Kayle, Bard, Narset. I mean, there's a lot. Yeah, and you're not even technically talking about like the Jax lines that you can play or some of the other stuff too, right? So there's like a lot of different things that you can play in the metagame, and I think that's what keeps the game fresh. Trying out different things.
He completely left me behind there.
But he's definitely a metalhead, right? It seems like so. So we're good.
We're rolling. Heavy up. He's already got Kayle reroll started, which we've seen multiple
metalheads.
We've got the healing from the augment, so calling a pretty strong shot, given that he had that rage blade off the jump. So
we got metalheads and healing orbs. Oh, this guy's.
I'm wondering if TLT stuck with.
This guy's definitely gonna go for Kayle. Oh, we have learning the spell. Oh, interesting. So Logasong took learning spell. You know, okay, what do you guys want to play when you take learning the spell? What is your like? What are you taking it for? Hit me with it, Chad. What are you taking it for?
Picking up the learning to spell as well seems to indicate to me at least we might be seeing a committal in from the very beginning.
Katarina and Annie, Seraphine. CKN is the person that has my answer. I would try to go Kayle. But it's interesting because I think there's a lot of different answers to this. Senna is also another good one, I think.
Darkest actually picking up the training dummy.
I can see Katarina being good as well.
I wonder if he's going to go something like Disco from that.
Does Seraphine really want that burst? Maybe, especially since she's like her headliner is more about the double cast. So
it does seem like we might have some contest here on the Kale reroll line already.
Aegon's gonna say Riven.
About like 2 healthy yesterday, if I recall correctly, about the fact like you can play in the mid game.
Does learning to spell oh Garen? Yeah, alright, man. Does learning to spell always take the highest AP when combining? Yes. It doesn't stack them, because before there were augments in the past that used to work, and then you would basically, the correct thing to do was to be playing 2 of them and then trying to get stacks that way. So you would go like learning to spell, you'd play like 2 Annies and then have both the Annies stack on top and it'd be way too strong.
Also gonna be going for some of those 2 costs, so we might be in another setup here where maybe we will see it be more reroll heavy overall.
Yeah, it's worth noting, right? The more copies that go out of the
Keen loves Garen reroll. I know. My Garen reroll actually did really well on YouTube. I think the casuals love it. My YouTube video on Garen reroll did pretty well. In general, I think that I think Wiz Wednesday is great for YouTube. They don't care as long as you make the meme funny. The 3 adaptive helms on the Garen was a banger. Now, I think we have to go back to the drawing board and figure out a way to make things like the Gragas 3 work. Surely there's a way Gragas 3 doesn't suck ass.
I have a question though, right, Peter? Because like, what type of mail does a mogul actually get? Right, are we a business mogul? Are we like a music mogul? Are we just like a regular mogul? Like what type of mail do you think you're getting under Rift? Like,
not that there's anything wrong with ass sucking. Learning to spell Gragas. The thing is, I did more damage when Gragas was tanky and put a spark on him because he would live longer and zap people than Gragas did if he had pure AP items. I put Death Cap, Giant Slayer, and I think like some other like Crown Guard or something like that, like one other AP item on him, and he did nothing. And then I put defensive, and then I popped it all off, and I had defensive items like Spark, Stone Plate, or something else like Redemption, and he did more damage because he stayed alive longer and zapped them with Ionic Spark. He actually did no damage at all with the AP items. Adaptive helm in there in the front line. It's so silly. If he doesn't want to full commit into this disco. Stars are. We've seen it used on Vex. Wait a second. Is this guy going for 3-star Nami? He did Stars Are Born double Nami. No. He's doing this for tempo. He's doing this for tempo. There's no way this guy is Nami re-rolling in the middle of the tournament. On day 3. Is a Nami in shop? Yeah, that is true. That is true. Oh my god. He's also not leveling. He's at 6 out of 10. You guys, he's at 6 out of 10. It's crazy how strong he's not leveling to 5. Because you're seeing the CC. They're slightly oh my god. By the Nami. By the Nami! Okay. Perfectly instead of overlapping with each other. So Diga Sparta, I suspect, is going to be winning. Boss Seraphine? Alright. There goes. He's going for Seraphine reroll. But, like, what if, though? What if he just gets natural Nami? Do you just play Nami 3? Or is that minus 9 gold?
Because Nami is such a great item holder for the likes of that Seraphine if you end up going for something like that Spear of Shojin on her. So you
can help change your TF. I think he wants to play, like, Seraphine. But we'll see.
Oh yeah, Salvage Bit we've
seen god, 6 Sennas.
Successful earlier on in this competition. It gives you ultimate flexibility so you can slam whatever items you want that give you the power right now, and you know that at any point you can full.
Does Nami 3 CC for longer? She does more damage for sure. Let me actually look to make sure and double check. I don't think so. No, she just does more damage. She goes from 450 to 675. Sometimes stays the same. As far as I know in the team builder in here. If it's different in game, then I don't know. The thing about these team builders and sites is that sometimes they're not completely up to date.
Oh, that's a Viego.
I see.
Yes.
2 people 5 streaking. Twitch 2 for IMTLT.
I don't know how hard
Tom
the
Kench.
analysis is, but I think you should play it.
About as hard-hitting as one of the Backstreet Boys in a fist fight against Set, probably, right?
It would be weird if she didn't do more damage. Kind of like Ash from Set 9. I don't know if you guys remember, but like Ash from Set 9 literally just 3-starred and nothing happened. The Freljord Vanquisher Ash. She just got 3-starred and that was it.
One did bye, the other that's, you know.
Yeah. Okay, like she did more damage because she had higher stats, but like she didn't like. There's nothing that like inherently changes about her skill. Is what I meant.
Songs, you know, like all the James Bond theme songs.
Wait, you still at level 4?
Imagine them doing Skyfall, by the way. I'm just envisioning this in like the most crazy like early 2000s pop over the top like.
Oh, this is the guy that started off Riven, right? With the Randuins. He started off Riven, sold the Rivens. He's going Cassante reroll? He has 7 Cassantes.
Like in stadium production, just like
dude, EMEA is so woke. What is going on? We see 7 Namis and 7 Cassante. There's no actual way. What if he duplicates?
7 Cassantes.
Duplicates for the Cassante. Wow, Katarina 2.
Just a theory.
Jeez, Solo has Katarina 2.
Yeah.
He's not slamming because he's gonna go for the roll. Okay. He wants to roll and put the item onto the headliner. Also, he griefed him because he got 35 on the Mogul's Mail. Cassante 3 averages a 4.9. Yeah, but more importantly, what's the win rate of Cassante 3? What's the win rate? I bet it's above 0.
The only one who's been able to kind of compete with Darkest towards the lower end has kept hold of that Katarina since the early
Silvers.
Part of the game. So again, presumably at some point we're going to have a world-endingly strong Katarina.
Bulk's pretty decent value, but you might want to go for Harmless. Actually, these are all fine. These are actually like kind of the combat augments that you're thinking about. 1.92%. That guy's about to raise it to 2%. Just think, you could be the one defining the stats. You could let the stats define you. You don't know what to do. You look at the stats and you just let the stats pick your augment for you. Or you could be the one who defines the stats. You put that W on the board with Cassante 3. Plus now late game specialist. You single-handedly move the needle in TFT history.
If TLT can make it out of the early game alive.
I'm just saying.
And with the tempo that he's kind of been accumulating, right, with this streak here going level 6 now, trying to protect it. I think it's him and Stakes are actually going up against each other right now to protect those. I believe no, it's not. It's not. I'm tripping. It's not a big.
Don't be a follower. Don't be a sheep.
We've now got the two kind of aspects going up directly.
Don't you get 3-star Cassante from a high Heartsteel cash out? What do you mean? Oh, when they 3-star units on the board or something like that?
Some really strong late games.
If 3-star the Heartsteel units? That's probably the win rate from it. That's probably the win rate of it. You get 10 Heartsteel and you get Cassante 3. Wait, he's doing it! He's doing it! Oh my god, he got Tiny Titans! He got Tiny Titans and he has 8 Cassantes! And he's raising the stakes! Well, you know what? Nothing like hitting Cassante 3 and raising the stakes because you definitely aren't winning. Then a 3-on-3-3. Not bad. You know what's the best thing about Cassante 3? You can always raise the stakes. Because you're definitely not winning any rounds. It's so compatible, you guys. The strategy is all coming together.
I think this is a lot better, though. I think one of the big problems always
man.
You're diving right into the middle of the opponent's board, and it's always very volatile. I think this center should be a lot more reliable.
Okay, he lost.
Again, our players in this lobby, they need the good finish here to fight back up towards the top 8. I think this is a great board to make it happen.
Yeah,
I've natural Cassante 3 times in one day. Oh my god. I natural Cassante 3 one time and he did nothing. I put like Titan's Hodge on him and I was like so disappointed. I was very disappointed. I think Cassante 3 raises his damage reduction, right, as his main stat line. Let me see. Cassante 3
down back to 70 HP
to 45%, and then he does more physical damage.
Ton of money in the bank at this point.
Wait, his.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Does anybody know the name of Cassante's ability?
He's ticking away towards the tail end. The Kale board coming together with the two healthy, as we noted from before.
It's actually a goated. It's actually a goated name of ability name. Does anybody know?
Trying to get their boards online just a little bit quicker.
You guys all look it up. I gave you too much time. The time's up. His ability name is Block the Haters. Wait, isn't that amazing? You guys all looked it up. You guys took way too long. You took way too long to respond. No one knew it. Block the Haters.
Yeah, if you compare this to the spot
yeah, it's awesome.
Was in the previous game that we saw him on stream, right? So like I'm saying, it's not behind the curve. He's kind of ahead of the curve if you compare him to everyone but his sensei, right? So getting that.
I like that. It's very flavorful.
With the stacks you're talking about,
it's a good lesson to anybody aspiring to jump into content creation. Some people are like, "Oh, TFT."
Win streak again here with a 2-star blitzcrank.
I want to stream. I want to be a TFT streamer, content creator. A lot of you can be, but you gotta be able to block the haters. It's very true.
I mean, there's a lot of Seraphines to throw in the bin, but I mean, you've got
a powerful life lesson for us all.
Units, and of course, you spend
so Endless Hordes is the least played augment apparently, so let's all just take it and change the stats. Yeah, exactly. But you know, Endless Hordes, they had to nerf it because it was too good with Jazz.
And Nomi was saying in that interview that he thinks that players were discounting the twisted
man. Diga Sparta sold all the Namis, and now we have 8 Seraphines. Well, actually, these are Seraphine 2s because this is the little Seraphine.
We're seeing just how much damage Diga Sparta can put out.
This is big sis and little sis. Oh, Stygzor didn't get the cash out. Look. 37, 38. Oh, he yanks the hoodie. Oh man. Oh wait, I'm covering it. You guys have to watch this. This is why we need Cam. Hold on. Okay, look, you see Stygzor in the top left right here. 24, 20, 30, 33, 38. Oh, and then he's like, ugh, just kill me now. Strangling. I can relate to that. I can relate to that.
Just slightly before it, I think on like 39 stacks it dies, which is really unfortunate.
Where you're just like, it's a tilter.
And then kind of interesting the fact that he didn't sell off his bench here. So he's still in 2 minds, it seems like, at least, right? Because you can play the Blitzcrank if you want to in the Seraphine boards.
Okay, so we're playing Stars Are Born, Lose Streak into Twisted Fate. That is not. Oh, sorry, they had the raw. I read Darkest as Diga Sparta. No, he's 89 HP. Never mind, he's good. He's good. I read Darkest as Diga Sparta. Their names look similar to me. This guy raising the stakes. 341. Oh, this is the Cassante player. Oh, he sold the extra Cassantes. Veg.
No, they didn't. There's 2 Cassante 2s on the board. Maybe it's still maybe the dream is dead, guys.
Probably 2.
Stygzor, though, picking up quite the late game.
Airbook, Mogul's Mail.
We've seen how strong that can be, and has
does Poppy use Mogul's Mail pretty well? I mean, she could use the stats. But I don't know how well she actually performs with it. I feel like Death Defiance is actually her best item.
Interesting setup there with the executions being put together with some very nice Ezreal itemization. I think we had Abin Shad pointing out to us before that some of our
she's tanking though. Oh, 33. Dude, this Mogul's Mail is trolling him so hard. He's missed out on so much gold. He's missed out on so much gold. 466.
And then you also have Darkest, right?
Yeah, you can get some pretty powerful stuff at 400.
And Darkest needs to speed this up here. Cannot spend.
I'm gonna go with 2 spats. Wait, they're pivoting away from him? No, it's this guy. This guy. Cash out. Is it the Ornn item anvils? Oh, he can't pick it up. It's bench stuff.
Okay, rolling down pretty quick. Hasn't found the headliner that
Ezreal, big shots, pretty good. Radiant items.
50 gold left. and only 20
Cool
seconds
Valence Spark.
Trying to find
Can reforge that.
the rest of the composition has the red buff.
Oh, he has Lucky Gloves.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
The reroll continues.
Okay, so he just gets one more glove, and then I'm down to reforge this into Radiant TG.
I don't know, but there's no blue buff at least for this Ezreal, right?
You definitely reforged this, right?
On just a natural gains here. You can see he does have the Lucky Gloves as well, but no glove either coming through. So just stuck on these 3 gloves here with only 1 TG in play.
You missed. He reforged the card, so I think Poppy has the item. Blue, thank you for the prime. These shots are not it. He did hit Ezreal, but his front line is looking a little awkward. Oh no, he hit wait. He hit Radiant Equinox or Even Shroud. What the heck?
Happening as Blasted Moon continues with this Kale board we saw earlier on. Starting to fire.
That's crazy.
Darkest.
What? Isn't that exactly the best item he could have hit? Probably not. Probably not. It's probably like Radiant GS or something, and then go for Even Shroud naturally. The stats on Radiant Even Shroud is actually not very good. But like, he doesn't even have armor reduction, so it's actually good right now. The stats on Radiant Even Shroud is not very good.
Have any sort of meaningful impact here. Would like to not have to use the duplicator before they have found a
Radiant blue buff. I mean, yeah. Anything that like kind of makes his solve his damage issues. But he also has a frontline issue a little bit as well. I think he can win these fights though.
Especially when you've got other players like Till who are also on a major loss streak. One of these 2 players.
Oh, it's actually kind of interesting that he has everything clumped here with the Randuins, and then like the Ezreal ult into the Randuins clump, and then like his Ezreal keeps blinking away from it. Nice. So he's strong enough to win this round. He's holding extra Ezreal, griefing the other Ezreal players. Kale. Kale 2, just doing Kale things. Pretty good loss. Everyone has Ezreal. There's like 3 Ezreal players at least.
Yes, and I think that again, they made the right call here by not using that duplicator because it allows them to have a much stronger payout here. Darkest has first priority here on the
Okay, we got Senna 3. What looks like to be an RE board. Cat 3, Ezreal, Kale, Ezreal, Heartsteel, Pentakill? I mean, I don't know what Tenet's actually... Oh, he's going for Metalheads. Oh, he's contested Kale. Okay, that's 2 Kale players. Gotcha. I mixed them up then.
Is on a substantial win streak that learning to spell. Apparently, the spelling bee has been passed. We've got a very
country emblem. 5 country Katarina. Okay. Okay, because he has the damage anyways from learning the spell. Ah, I get it. You know, he doesn't need the vertical crowd divers because he has learning the spell to scale his Katarina.
It's also like such a powerful tool to kind of really elevate this board going.
Wow, that's actually very clever. That's actually very clever. And this way he actually has like frontline for the cats. The downside of it is that he's all in on cat damage. He has no other secondary carry. But he has a country emblem on his kind of fresh cast. He's like asking cat to do everything. There's no secondary Zed or not yet, at least. You can get it later on. And that's actually a good workaround because there's so many Ezreal players in this lobby that he might actually get trolled by the Zeds. Like, because everyone's going to be pulling Zeds out of the pool. And later on, he can get into Zed and Kiana. He could, like, play 3 country. He can tech down a 3 country and then play Zed Kiana. Oh, he has country headliner. So at 9, you just drop. You get 5 country, 4 crowd diver. I think you can. You play Kiana over Echo, and then you play 5 country with 4 crowd diver. Okay, and you have to do 2 damage that way. Wow, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. That's cool. Open spat for Diga Sparta. This is the guy that was playing The Stars Were Born. Seraphine 3, Lulu 3.
Seraphine and Lulu again, but I I mean, maybe it could all come together.
Ah, right. He was playing Stars Are Born into Seraphine Rule. I thought he was playing like Ari or something like that. The crowd diver stuns. Oh no! Oh no! Seraphine, you're trolling. Ah! Oh, what was that? Oh man, you know what actually caused everything like this is like the fact that everything was like right here next to each other. So the crowd diver stunned the Seraphine. Oh my god. The crowd diver stun here, and then it like perfectly timed to stun again. Oh, and then the Seraphine aggroed onto the Lucian, and then Ezreal blinked away, and then he died. Oh my god.
I mean, I think this is the ability to play what you're given, right? You get given a TF, you're like, okay, maybe I'll try this out, but I don't want to abandon the Seraphine.
Red buff. I mean, it's fine. You can reforge it as well. I also don't mind playing a second red buff.
Is really impressive. Not enough to stabilize, apparently, but at the very least has found
selling the Ezreal.
What he was given, and hopefully Sparta can turn it around from there.
He needs an actual, like, he's rolling for Zed or Poppy or something like that, but like he's so contested. I think he's going 8th. Yeah, because like the thing about his spot was like he didn't actually have a good balance of frontline and backline damage. He won that one fight and lost. Rolling here is like a death knell too. Like this is, he's dead. He's giga dead. All right.
It doesn't seem like they found
this Blitzcrank.
On the bench, right? So picking up that Blitzcrank.
All right.
For more front line.
Reforge again. Radiant Redemption.
Because there's no more room left. 1 HP, no last stand,
Shojin.
no final reserves. This is going to have to be it.
Guard Breaker, I guess.
HP as well. I think we've got several players here.
Oh, Hodge. No items on Zed.
To even get out of, 8th place, let alone move up to 7th.
I guess he'd rather have 3 on Ezreal, but Ezreal won.
You're going to be looking at this backline, see how much this is.
He's about to get destroyed by Karthus. Oh wait, but the Hodge to heal him back up to full.
I think that's all she wrote here for both backline carries taken down from the pentakill.
Man, this guy started off with greatness. He started with greatness. He had 8 Casantes and a duplicator. Tiniest Titans raised the stakes into an 8th. Where's the Setsuko copy pasta? Don't hit me with it. We need a new command. We need a new command.
That is going to be this one to follow. And the important thing to note, right? This is the board that we just saw before. Has the middle hand
200 cash out bis on bet. Yeah. Here we go. Add comms. Setsuko.
As well to just spread out items across these 4 units. There is so much power on this board here. And now with that Mordecai as a free coming into the mix as well.
Mord 3.
Could make a huge comeback.
I think that's what I love
Tenet.
About these kind of setups here.
Was that movie good? I think people told me it was bad. Maybe he's a giant Christopher Nolan fan.
Needs the power right here and now because again,
Gale 2, Mord 3, Senna 3.
15 HP. They need the wins.
Look at this Mordecai.
I enjoyed it. I haven't watched it before. Oh my god, Gale 2 wins those? It's binary. Binary is so good. Hey, Bossa Moon, another disco player. I would love it if Disco top 4 this lobby. And we are seeing some really interesting lines in this tournament, but Disco is not one of the ones played very often. He's just actually playing the spat for cyber value. It made no sense. Sounds about right. Way better than theater. Okay, I can see that. I can see that.
To just sit out and wait for almost an entire stage to get that benefit of that silver augment.
Frontline is looking a little.
I don't know if you guys remember that phase where everyone was going like hotly debating about Interstellar. My wife really doesn't like Interstellar. I thought it was all right. Not my favorite Christopher Nolan film, but it was, I thought it was fun.
We do have the Zed who's going to take the full shot, but not.
Man, this Zed is just tearing up everything.
Just like that.
Senna 3 doesn't top 4. I mean, his augments are kind of like kind of on the weaker side. Like cybernetic bulk doesn't naturally lend itself to like a really good Senna comp. Interstellar was great. It's Biss. My favorite Christopher Nolan film is Memento. But you're talking about like it made no sense. I mean, that's part of like what made it good. Also, I think I liked Inception better too. You know what? I liked all of them. I liked Prestige. I liked Inception. I liked Interstellar.
I do want to take a chance again to point out
I think my favorite's Memento.
HP pixels dropping precipitously.
I wrote a college paper on it.
Down to the current 7th place, in large part thanks to how strong Sang has been.
I got an A-. I was actually very offended. I thought it was an A. But he gave me an A-.
Looking now at Tenet on this final roll down.
One of the most popular movies of all time. I mean, yeah, I mean, my wife's a little bit of a hater. By her own admission. Okay, Death Cap.
In order to enable that Mordekaiser.
Death Cap on the Mordekaiser? Okay. Okay. I was actually gonna go the opposite direction. I was like, what if we have like Death Cap on, you know, some like just on this scale, and you just accept that as one of her better items, but he just goes for Death Cap on the Mord. All right.
Gonna be going for the detachment there to get a little bit.
She's a hate watcher. I mean, like low key, she kind of is. Yeah. Not for my channel, but she kind of is a low key hate watcher.
This fight now, you're talking about this board to learn the spell.
7 country Katarina. All right. So our secondary carry is the horse. Okay, I am down. I'm down. That sounds interesting. Oh my god, and she just assassinated the kill that way? Wait, this solo guy is kind of a genius. Okay, you lost that fight, but like that's still pretty cool. I like it.
The headliner, Mordekaiser, is an actual damage threat towards the Tenet because he's getting AP every time he gets a kill with the use of his ultimate. And apparently this Mordekaiser's
The Dark Knight is like top 3 best films I've ever watched. I mean, that's a really popular opinion for sure. The Dark Knight is like set 6. Like everyone loved that. Interstellar is more like
Well, they're just not present at this very moment in time. And
I don't actually even know. Maybe like set 4.
Point of 10 HP, but
I'm not that big of a fan of set 4, but I did like it. It was very fun. But then very much like this set, I think I'm over headliners. I think I just don't really want the Chosen Mechanic to come back. I think we've done our 2-step dance with them. I'm good without headliners for a while. Maybe somewhere down the road, but like I'm okay with it for now.
If they can make it out of this lobby and towards the top end of the table.
Oh my gosh. We win this fight? So
right
close. Oh! Oh man, that was pretty clutch. Damn.
That's such a rough one for
my god.
Reaction at the top of your screens as well here. He knows that like that's a guaranteed placement potentially going
carry Mord, carry Karthus, carry on the Kale as well.
He just wants these players below him to die. He doesn't want them to stay.
Very exciting.
He just wants to go home, pack up, take a second place to the bank and laugh his way out of this. But you can
it's funny because he's still rolling for KO 3, so he can actually get much stronger. A lot of this is like predicated on whether or not he even can hit KO to top 4. Like this is like the HP count is actually really close. 14, 11, 11, 4. I wonder if he's supposed to move his comp a little bit further back though. Like have Mordekaiser get surrounded more, because like these units dying faster. Like are they? He's trying to protect more because he doesn't have defensive items and with the death cap on him, so he's playing carry more. But I wonder if he would actually have a little bit more success if he had more in the solo front. I don't know actually. I don't know how good death cap Mord is. Maybe he dies too fast. Second item. Oh, GG. I guess like Akali's not that important. I was just gonna put like a second item on Akali so we get binary value. Got Zephyr. You spend so much time trying to think about letting him get Zephyr. That is not good. Oh man. Oh man, now Kale's dead. Oh no. Oh no. Ouch. And that's why you don't spend too much time thinking. You gotta sweat your positioning. You gotta sweat your positioning. Hey, Disco top forward. Disco pentakill. That's actually kind of cool. Like, what is this build? Pentakill Ziggs with Disco?
Like again, creative usage of His rolling for days.
Huh?
The great use
Ah,
of
dang.
here, right? Just using it as a
Ah,
way
dang.
to
Dude,
just
EMEA
bump up the support
cooks.
here, get extra value from the disco, healing all that
Still
good
playing
stuff
a
here.
1-star
Great play from
Tom
Blast
Kench.
stepping out of that contested
Damn,
goal.
Solo Song's got the moves.
Back on Solo Gasong's board, we can see
He's got the moves.
infinitely scaling AP has worked so well. Only player who's
And now the horses arrived just in time to absorb the damage. Nico casts again.
Still full HP with the shield. Fires off
Wow.
the dagger,
Bounce,
but
bounce,
it's
bounce,
just
bounce.
the Ziggs and
Oh,
TF
horse,
left.
horse. No, what was that? Oh, that was so close. Oh, man. Like, the horse ended up moving to the back instead of the moving towards our backline instead of their backline. Might have been like a very slight positioning thing. Maybe if Samira was here. Because then the reason why the unit was there is because the Gnar wrapped all the way around and attacked the Samira, and then like the way the horse ran back and forth. That was so close. There's definitely like very subtle positioning things to do there, but like it's not like he can anticipate the fight would pan out that way. I'm just talking about like if things were different.
Where this game will be going now, but it's gonna be Blasted Moon going up against Stakes' board here, right? So potential double elimination on the card with TLT and Solo Gasang in the mix as well.
Yeah. This Disco player used to be the KO player. You're right. This is the player that like was starting too healthy, wanted to play KO, saw someone else took Metalheads, pivoted out. That's actually a good top 4 then if he ends up getting 4th here. Okay, top 4. That's a good top 4. All things considering, when you get contested and you pivot out. Crowd diver for Solo Gasong. Wow.
Again, this is hugely important for our players to even scrape one more place. Tilt is on the win streak. Solo Gasang may have dropped.
He also takes the TG.
The ceiling of the Katarina comp.
What can we crowd diver on the board? I guess like Urgot.
Picks up that crowd diver emblem.
Lucian 2. At level 10.
6 crowd diver angle once this Kiana decides to show her face.
He's rolling for another crowd diver.
Still yet to show up, right? And again,
He has Zed. He has Zed.
This win streak here is a big issue.
Who's he missing?
As well here in terms of the fact of like someone like Stakes, right, who's trying to bleed out. He was
Kiana.
kind of angling for a second now, going to level 10 now, can start consisting for the lobby, but Solo Gasang's board here got a lot.
Slows positioning in the back. These tentacles.
Oh boy, Matt,
oh, interesting tentaccle positioning. Oh, he's trying to bait the Ezreal clump and the Zed. Oh, okay. He's drawing all the aggro away from the Katarina.
You can see just how effective it is as stuns go out into the back.
Well, the the Urgot jumping to the top right. That was awesome. A different kind of crab rave. Oh man. He wins that fight versus the Heartsteel board.
That massive battery of HP, but this could be the very last round of this game.
Yeah, and the big
this is a cool game. This is a tuber. Like, if man, he's actually straight up pulling off a tuber in tournament. This is a sweet game.
Stakes are here, the one with the ghost board most likely, I would assume.
Like, these 2 Heartsteel boards are crickety crack. They're so strong. Everyone's like 2-starred. This guy took late game specialist, Ziggs 2, Lowy 2, 2-star Jazz, Heartsteel, everything like that.
This fight should be fireworks.
Keep your eyes on the right-hand
He
side.
put Cat in front of the tentacles this time. She might draw the Ezreal aggro, but I think that's actually a little bit okay because of the Omnivamp. Yeah, see, she heals it back immediately. She got stunned. I don't know if she got stunned. Oh, Zach. Cat, no, cast. Oh, oh my God, that was crazy. The Katarina just threw the knife. She was about to die. With her dying breath, she like threw the knife and then like killed everything. That's badass. She like, it's kind of like as you die, you like drop the grenade. Damn. I don't think if the horse was just by itself, he would win that fight because her burst was crazy.
Obviously, right, with this being the final fight going to stage 7 here. But guys, we have 2 players on level 10 going head to head. What a game.
Couldn't ask for much more. This is absolutely incredible. Solo Gasang gonna still be digging.
Double view makes me dizzy. Yeah, I can see that.
Couple more rolls left. As Stakes
are we not doing Lulchus reviews? Oh, I disabled it for the Heartsteel stuff because I was like gonna be too busy. I have to enable it.
There's the Kiana.
Remind me to do that later.
All right.
Evolution. Lucian Jack. Dude, if he beats this board. Okay, actually, it's like 1-star Yorick, 1-star Alawi, 1-star Ziggs. Like,
somehow has managed to marry the two and end up with almost
took out KDA, got 6 Crowd Diver, took out Alawi. Oh, he's having Katarina and Zed potentially meet early. Oh, but the horse comes in. The horse comes in. Oh, Zed's dead. Katarina. No. Okay, horse got this. Horse got this. Oh, man. The real carry. Where's he going? Where's he going? Oh. Wait, that was such a sick game. Oh, what the heck? Oh, my God.
Astonishing stuff.
The Ezreal almost finished it off too, but man, what a really hype way to finish the game. The Hecarim just stood there for like half a second. I was actually this moment I was actually worried the Hecarim was actually bugged, like he was just gonna stay here. Because like, why is he just sitting here? Oh man, wild. Yeah. I thought it was bugged for half a second, but it wasn't. It was just waiting for the effect to wear off.
Astonishing stuff. I love the way that game played out.
Cool ass game. I've never seen like a country crowd diver board like that. It was basically Katarina solo carry. Hey, by solo song. Solo cat. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna run some ads. We'll be back, and then we'll get back with the next game.
Absolutely just capitalized on it with perfection.
And I do want to point out, you called it way earlier in the game, Wida, but that 6 crowd diver made such a difference because you have all of those crowd divers going in and hitting that extra damage into the backline so that when the Dreadsteed was the only thing left, Ezreal was already like 2 HP. So just an absolutely incredible game for our analysts to break down in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Double 61. I'm from France. I'm 19 and I am TFT player for Kamen Corp. In set 9, the best player, I think it was obviously White Jungler. I mean, I feel like he was a really good player, but he couldn't show some performance in previous set. But finally in set 9, he did the second at World. So yeah, I think he's a really good player. I hope it will be me. I mean, a third title of EMEA champion would be great, but I don't know. I hope it will be me or maybe my cousin. I don't know. My goals for TFT, I won championship one time. It was in set 3, and I think my ultimate goal is to win it again. I mean, I think I can do it with a good preparation. I think that we have the potential.
All right.
So yeah, it's the objective.
I'm back.
I think LAN are really good ideas. I mean,
I'm actually interested in this interview.
The Vegas Open was incredible. I played the finals, so yeah, the emotion I had when I was on stage, it was incredible. So yeah, I think that if TFT has to grow, there have to be LAN. So yeah, I think that's really good. Shout out. I mean, I always say it. K-pop fans are awesome. They know it. I always say it in all interview. I mean, their support is incredible. So thank you guys, and
dude, the LAN was so good, man. Also, it felt great to see Double there because they're like, I don't know, it kind of locks in like the prestige of it, you know. All right, we got Sinar number 1. Sologasang with in first place, 15 points. You love to see it. You love to see it. Is Double really 19? No, he's older than that. I think he was like around that age when he was like first competing.
But it's fine, because I know what's coming next. I know we've got a game 4 on the way. I know we get to see more teamfight tactics, and that makes me plenty happy.
Do we actually have anybody who's like who's like the youngest competitor in North America?
quarters even.
Who's like the NA? Who's like the NA prodigy right now?
We are in the middle, right? These are players that
Wait, he is 19?
like to have a huge performance.
Wait, what? How old was he when he won the world championship?
Line would be something like the Wandering Trainers here, so it's a 3 out of 8 here.
Robin.
And then going on to the
Yeah.
crowns.
Good one.
We have a pretty good chance of getting something. Really
What the heck? He was 16 when he won?
One
Oh my
guy
god,
is
a
the entire
tactician's
lobby
crown.
into that crown.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man, I've got mixed feelings on
The
that.
4 fun portal.
Trainers, I was like, is this fun?
Although, okay, do you guys even categorize this as a fun portal?
Just 1v7ing everyone else.
Do you guys even think this is one, like, in your mind, do you categorize this as a fun portal?
1v7 everybody else in the first 3 rounds of day 1, so it's only right.
Beautiful. This is absolutely stunning. Stunning round 1 gameplay coming out.
Oh. All right, so wait, based on what, based on the
Okay.
tactics, we've got
Let me
1
see.
team size for the entire game. How's this going to affect
Double 61. Player profile.
It means that in the
Double
early game,
61.
we're seeing players take a lot more damage than you normally would see them take.
Oh my god, he
in the
is.
stage of the game because
He was born on March 20 in 2004. He's actually literally 19.
with the way that also affects the game.
Oh my
It's like,
god.
Sometimes, you know, those closer fights means you just like don't need.
He's
to go
actually
in
a
because it's just too
teenager.
much of an overload in. So that's something our players will have to be aware of, and also some of the competitions that.
Dude, he was like 6 when Interstellar came to theaters.
The hostile Asheville competition, right? That has a lot of open
Oh
spots
my
and kind
goodness.
of play around some separate bonuses.
It's kind of a boring portal.
Hi.
It feels like it's a really good portal for
Punk
Jazz.
potentially coming in. I'm looking at that. I'm excited. I
And
see all
anything that
the
like
countries
goes
coming
well
in
with like a strong vertical comp. So if you're playing like Spellweavers and you can take in like another like 2 Spellweavers, for example, you could like maybe go for some really big breakpoints with damage. But those are the 2 things that really stand out to me. Nothing that particularly makes it really good.
Any genre that calls
Like nothing else that really makes it particularly really good.
think, you know, we're looking at Delta Bluegrass, Delta Blues, that kind of.
Can you get salvage bin on a Tactician's Crown lobby? Ooh, that's a really good question. I don't know actually.
Early mid T Swizzle, I think also counts as almost.
You get salvage bin and then you deconstruct. Oh no, you can't. It doesn't matter. I think salvage bin never doesn't affect Tactician's Crowns. Never mind.
Hey,
Yeah, I think you can't sell Tactician's Crowns. You can sell emblems, but you can't sell Tactician's.
Silver augments. So, you know, as you said, maybe this is a way to see some of these early boards differentiated and see some of these overrun win coming in.
Yeah, and I'm actually really excited to see the way Christarian kind of approaches this, right? And I've been talking a little bit about Christarian.
Man, 2004.
At rehearsal, I was like,
He's so young.
Who is this, right? Because the thing is that he qualified as the.
You know what's really funny too is like these young people went through like, especially a lot of them that went through like COVID and stuff like that. They always tell everyone how old they feel. Because time was like really dragging out during the pandemic. So, like young people, like they're doing the whole like I feel so old, but even earlier now. There was a TikTok trend. There was a TikTok trend of a guy who was like 22, and how he, like a lot of people think that he is his mom's like dad or something like that, because his mom looks really young for like 35, right? So the TikTok's about like how millennials look young for their age. People who are in their 30s look like they're looking younger, but people who are in Gen Z are right now stressed so much because of like student loan debt and everything like that, and a lot of the problems, and how like activism is such a big deal, right? Because at a young age everyone's so aware of all the problems that with social media and everything like that. And so they're saying like the 20-year-olds look like they're 40-year-olds and the 30-year-olds look like they're 20-year-olds.
And I think like he's one of the few champions that when he has an emo where he plays an.
And so like a lot of the trend right now is that like the people in my generation look young for their age, and the people who are younger look old for their age.
Yeah, I feel like we're a little bit biased.
Social media is a problem. I mean, yeah, social media is a huge problem. But it's like here to stay, because you can't just like I don't know. I don't think you can just like ban social media. I think it's kind of impractical to do that at this point. The box has been opened. Okay, Runin's on Urgot. Early EDM.
How was the concert yesterday? Oh, it was a very mid set.
Sampling jacks.
Holy moly! like that.
I mean, I feel like you definitely can't lose streak here, so you just have to fight for tempo as hard as you can. You're much more willing to buy like. You're just gonna be poorer as well. Like you're gonna have fewer units than usual, or fewer gold than usual because you have to field more units, so it costs more money, and you're not gonna make your interest point threshold as quickly. Everyone's gonna be so poor at this portal. Like if the person that streaks is gonna be really far ahead, if there's a person that streaks at all. You know what would be really good if you got like changing gears or something like that. The switching gears augment on this portal, I could see it being really good because you're like everyone's like playing more units on the board. It's kind of hard to guarantee whether or not you can streak, and so you're just gonna go win loss a lot. Why same Hurricane? Hurricane's a good item. Hurricane's a good stage 2 item. In fact, I'm gonna go out on a limb and just say that I think Runin's Hurricane is one of the best stage 2 items that you can slam. Assuming you have a 2-star unit that can, or a good unit that can hold it.
It's when you don't have a traveling bullet. It just turns up where you fire, and it suddenly worked pretty well in that last round. Just taking stock of where we are. The man,
you're thinking he should slam Even Shroud there? I think Even Shroud's also slammable as well.
With the spoils of war and a early.
And even a lot of people think about Even Shroud and red buff, but it kind of depends on what you think your spot, like what you think you're playing for on stage 2.
You know, that's fair, honestly.
No one holds it? No, a lot of people hold Runin Slater. It's actually like one of the best items on Lucian. You can always put it on Zed or Ezreal. It's good on Caitlyn. You can also play it on Urgot if you have a reason to keep playing on Urgot. You can play like Urgot into 4 cost. Like you can play like Urgot into Caitlyn into like Lucian, and that's perfectly acceptable pathing.
That's kind of the free big kickers with that item setup. There's a lot of flexibility.
Why slam it? Because Hurricane's a good item. It's just a lot of tempo. It's like the same thing as like why is Sunfire something that you can slam on stage 2. It's like it will help you win a lot of fights. It gives you a lot of damage and offense early. Especially if you have a headliner that can capitalize on it.
Volta and Digger Spada, they're the players running the loss streaks in this round.
Was this on last patch? Unless you're from the future and you're literally on the B patch right now. This is the current patch. This was played yesterday.
Looking at Dog's board, he's gonna be
you're responding to the other. Sorry, I thought you were asking me. I thought you were asking me. My bad.
On the field at the moment. So later game.
Do you prefer the EU format with Swiss or NA stake system? I think I like the EU Swiss system better. I think NA uses the snake system for one reason. You go for 5 loss. 5 loss, and he's able to be in the 70s is a really big deal. He's not going to be in the 70s after this unless he takes a 1-unit loss. I think the reason why NA is on the snake system and not the not another system is because I think NA is just doing what they've been doing for a long time.
I think it's
like it's been like a fine system. It ain't broke, don't fix it. But NA has never done checkmate. They've never done Swiss. They've always they've kind of always done like 6 rounds. It's just been like kind of the same thing. The most we've ever changed about the system has been things like the point rewards, like 1 to 10 points, and the number of like players that get through, and then the lobby thing, like the final lobby cuts down at after 5 into 6 and 7. But we've only done those 2 major changes. I can't remember anything else we've ever done. So NA just kind of in general is like a little bit conservative when it comes to formats. I'm not sure like if they plan on doing anything radical, but I do know that they want to relook at formats. At the same time, I do agree that it's not like NA's format's like terrible or anything like that. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with the way NA does tournaments. That's kind of been the argument why they don't change things.
Extra lifeline into finding Heartsteel.
Now, Digasparta going to be picking up that country. Katarina herself, and now going to have 3 country on the board.
Katarina country.
Just a little bit of a pivot.
We don't have items for Katarina, so I don't think we can really play Katarina reroll. No gloves. You want like Hodge, JG. Blue buff.
Nightmare more than dream, but I'm interested
Ezreal
to see where it
Stimpack.
goes. I'm open to it.
There was like big henchman vibes over the way they was set up, because I set up like on either side of the Vi, right? And the Vi has like the very menacing outfit. So I was like big henchman vibes over the two targets. Like, to be honest,
I wonder how many people are gonna reroll. A lot of people are gonna want to play Jazz because Tactician Crown means that you have an extra slot. You can just get more Jazz value. I wonder if anybody is gonna actually try to go for a reroll comp. I imagine a few are. Just right now, I don't see much of it. Tom Kench 3. I have yet to see a good Tom Kench 3 build. I had something like Anima Visage, Crown Guard, and like something else crazy. Yone. Wow, we're rolling. Oh, we went to 7? Oh no, we're at 6. We're at 6. We're at 6. Like 7 is like you're just way too poor for at this portal.
Heavy pivots coming in from a lot of our players.
Senna.
Senna headliner.
Got it. So he actually was willing to play Senna or Seraphine. Senna Seraphine is like a really interesting. Like you can basically play both of the lines, and it's just whatever you hit first. If you end up getting more Seraphines, you just lean more into the KDA Spellweavers. But if you hit Senna, they both use a super fan core. You're still trying to play Echo as your front line. You just like choose to outfit your comp a little bit differently. One person slammed Quicksilver, so it looks like they're trying to go for Riven. Riven on this Galaxy.
We've seen this weekend. That one was putting in work. 3-star would go great, but it could.
I think we need to
Gargantuan Tom Kench.
Somebody needs to 3-star someone, cause otherwise,
Sure.
gonna leave today
Okay, we have Seraphine.
I just want to see how good they are.
Probably not playable here. Oh, thank you.
Evelyn was like, the Evelyn was winning out to losing the fight, right?
My wife made me some lamb.
The classic gaming.
One of the greatest, like, it's up there with like your team here tomorrow. Big is also legendary, right? But like, we had some early banger. That was some banger moments back in the day with those interviews and stuff. But yeah,
Dude, some people are so low HP. 65, 52, 52. It's just a product of taking a little bit more damage. The lobby ends up being really aggressive, and the lobby ends so fast.
Wasn't able to streak all the way through stage 2, but setting himself up really well for success.
You can fit the board better at 7. Yeah, that's true. When you reroll, sometimes it's like, if you're rerolling for the Jazz board, you don't have to roll at 7. You can roll at 6 because you can get 7 units in at 6. Definitely worth thinking about as well.
Losses aren't fantastic when you're seeing other players like Org finding the units you'll be looking for earlier than you are at level 6. Things are looking a little shaky.
Also, Org is not playing a headline now. So it was like trying
Okay, we got
don't have the headline in play here.
Country Tempo. Looks like 1, 2, 3 people playing Hearthsteel. Maybe 4. A Riven player, a Seraphine player. I don't know what this player wants to play, my men, with the 2 Tom Kench 2s and the Urgots. But he can play kind of like anything. Then I don't know what Dark Hydra exactly wants to play, but it could end up just being Ezreal as well. If that's the case, 5 Hearthsteel players. Woo! 5 80 flex players. Are we at the point in time where we can say Ezreal Hearthsteel is 80 flex, or are people still getting mad about it?
Because we go silver, which means it's going to be a 50-50 between the gold and prismatic, and that's obviously going to.
Last patch, people got kind of mad because they're like, "Well, it's not 80 flex. You're playing on Ezreal."
Like an insane amount depending on what it does to it. Do you try to like set yourself up to make greater use of a prismatic augment? Do you try to pray for that gold augment, try to keep that, and just pray that the lobby tempo stays a little bit lower?
And the board strength is going to be pretty pendulous from here on out, because simultaneously when those players are breaking the
blue buff
streak already,
this guy has so many components. Oh, Stimpack.
The extra components from that stimulus, and then to have these
you can go Gunblade as well.
Like you said,
oh, we are taking way too much damage. This is not good. This is not good at all. 80 flex is really flex. Agreed. I think part of the reason why I think I would probably reroll in this lobby is because I think having good reroll presence when a lot of people are trying to like greed for these Hearthsteel stuff is a way you can guarantee like a 5th at worst. Like there's surely, oh my god, Aegis. Surely I feel like some of these people are being too greedy, but I don't know.
This movie before. Voltairix.
Volta gets an Aegis. Wow.
We don't have the Rami ribbon this time. We don't have a ribbon free in the making, but at least it's a line we know he knows how to navigate.
He's rolling?
The water ball just fell off my desk. I guess the water ball was just excited to the fact that
it's bunk roll.
Yeah.
Sitting on punt though, which is interesting to me. You know,
if they slam blue buff, who else uses it in 80 flex? I mean, you could technically blue buff Zed. But chances are you have to be willing to buy Ahri. Ezreal Ahri, you would do like blue. If you do like blue buff red buff, you would buy Ahri and play around Ahri for a little bit, and then like flex within that element. So if you hit Ahri and you're playing, maybe you could play like a little bit of like the KDA and get like 3 KDA in. Or if you get Spellweavers, maybe you can like play that. Or maybe you just play Ahri temporarily for 2 rounds and then sell her.
He needs to put together something because there's a lot of power above him on the table.
But you have to be open and willing to do that. The only problem with Ahri when playing AD Flex is that you end up going into a spot where you have Even Shroud and you don't have a magic resistance reduction, and so you don't want to really build things like Spark and Shiv in the line if you're trying to play AD Flex, because you want everything to be physical to orient around the Even Shroud, and so it's kind of tricky. So you can play for Ahri, you can play for Akali. Yeah, you can put it on Kiana as well later on.
Your board's gonna suck for a bit, and Og is kind of feeling the pain of that as he's not been able to establish any kind of tempo off of it.
I also will say though, he has been playing majority of that stage without a head.
I don't know. That's why I don't think blue buff is a really high priority, because it's not very flexible. It feels like it's an Ezreal item, and that's about it.
He's 76 HP. He's under no pressure now. We're going
put on Ziggs. That's true. Ziggs, you put on Ziggs.
They really start to pick up the hostile stacks. And as we were talking about earlier on here,
so he's got really good Riven items. He's not putting the Titans onto Riven.
Found the headliner Riven now should be looking to turn this game around.
We said this right back at the beginning of the day. This was one of the compositions to watch with an incredible stats coming out of day 2. See how well Crystarian's able to navigate this, because we've got, of course, enough items from being slammed before. We've also got the Viego coming in as a secondary damage source.
A really big swing here from Crystarian, and he's going to need it, sitting at that 50 HP.
I heard that if you have red buff attack speed is not enough to want blue. No, I mean, wait, so if you have red buff attack speed is enough to not want blue. No, I mean, it's fine. It's just that Ezreal is a unit that actually also wants AD items, and so if you put red buff, blue buff, you tend to have low damage.
Tempo play, right, had the early econ from the 1-2-3s, picked up the vampirism, right, would like to be able to maintain their streak for a while and then just make a decision afterwards. So I think with the likes of the lower end of the lobby here, see Jewel Lotus. Jewel Lotus is really good for Riven for the damage. You can also think about heavy hitters, but you get so much AD anyways. Blue's very flex. GD, Akali, Jhin, Ezreal, Ahri, Ziggs, Kiana. When you lay it out like that, it actually kind of does sound like it.
Things to bring their board close together with some immediate onboard power. The men picking up the submit to the pit. The Mosha board has been holding out for that one to come together. If it had been
a couple of those situations though are like a little bit impractical. Like you're not always going to be thinking about you're not always going to be thinking about some of those units when you're playing it, but like sometimes you just can't fit it into the board. But I guess like in general you're probably right.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
We talked about it earlier about how this could have been an item holder for something like a Twisted Fate and Ahri, but Blasted Moon decided
I should probably consider it a bit more flex. I guess I just consider it. I don't consider it as flexible as some other items. I guess probably the better way to describe it.
Just run over by a Riven.
Is this tournament to get points to qualify for Worlds? No, it's a tournament so you can get points to qualify for regionals, and then there's regional spots on the line. As far as I know, this tournament isn't just straight up giving regional spots and that's it. I think they also give qualifier points, right? Or is that only North America?
Yeah, definitely will. Right?
I'm soft AF. Thank you for the prime.
At some point, but now you're just gonna make do what it will. But it's also kind of the old school Ahri Warriors build, but you don't have the pieces that make that.
So he's playing Ahri Zed, but he has no KDA. Oh, interesting variation. It's like it's almost like he wanted to play Ezreal Heartsteel and then hit Ahri and has blue buff Gunblade Ahri
gold overlay being shown here.
Interesting.
The fact that he's picked up the heroic grab back, gets an injection of the duplicators, makes the 3-star Sun Axe, and now just sits on 60 to 70.
That's a skill expression. That's a skill expression.
Someone's
Someone's playing Executioners. We have Executioners for Volta. It'll be our third time we see it. So EU plays Executioners. We don't. Submit to the pit. I'll go. Riven, 8 bits. Huh. Not a lot of people actually end up into the Ezreal line. It looks like only like 2 to 3 players do.
Strong effect. I don't recall the exact components as we see Dark Hydra picks up that blue buff for Ahri if he so chooses to stay with her.
4-5ing, 51 HP.
Coming together here on Dark Hydra's board, a much better slot. He's on a small loss streak right now, but
Blue Ahri feels bad. No, Ahri's one of her best items is still blue buff. Unless you're talking about like trying to play 80 flex and then you buy Ahri. I was just giving an example of like one thing you can do, and that was like the third or fourth example. I said like you put it on Zed. We can put it on like put on like Akali. Put it on. I forgot about Jhin. You're right, Jhin, blue buff Jhin. But it's just like if I always feel like I have 1-star Jhin, I always feel like my front line is never good enough for it unless I'm like Poppy 2, set 2, and I hit a Lowy on 8. You know, I feel like blue buff Jhin is so dependent on whether or not you have enough frontline, and I never feel like my frontline is good enough to support it. So I wasn't putting in my mind on my level 8 roll down. But you're right, like sometimes you can, and like double 61 is a player who actually does that a lot. I think he's actually one of the biggest Jhin believers I've seen. It feels like every time I've watched him, like every other game, he's like had a Jhin 1 on his board to try to stabilize on 8.
The second that the Riven gets into the backline, it's just game over. But if you have conversations that will be able to just lock her down for as long as it's needed, right? I think that's going to be something to keep an eye out for. And sometimes she just gets.
Man, these Ezreal items are kind of scuffed.
The Kingdom Come, right? So something like
actually, DB red buff is fine.
Find that strong front line to hold out for a while could be something that we could look into.
But it does not look very good for us. He's playing 5 Heartsteel, 13 HP, 50 gold.
Yeah, Set is one of those units that can pretty flexibly use.
Is this dude playing like 1st or 8th? Like does he have to because of the tournament?
That was unintentional, I swear.
He wins.
He's one of the ones that can benefit.
Kind of a Giga Chad move. 5 Heartsteel, 13 HP, no roll.
It's also worth noting that Mamen was on a 7-round.
Oh my gosh.
Before picking up that Urgot 3, so turning
11 points, probably needs it first. It's round 4 out of 6, I think, right? I guess you're right. 11 points means that he's been getting like 6th and 5th all day. Later, Raptor. Thanks for stopping by, man.
I think the rest of the lobby really got too far ahead of him.
It's also worth noting, right? This is kind of going back to the point I was bringing up at the start of the game.
Spark.
Us being on the portal where everyone gets a tactician's crown. You will just
one thing about true damage units, by the way, a lot of times people actually think that when you have true damage, you don't go out of your way to prioritize some of the shred items, but they can still be very, very clutch. Like Senna still wants magic shred.
It's almost there, but 1 or 2 upgrades away here, and this is going to be such a powerful position to be in if you are Digger Spot that continues to get those high.
Okay, so we made it to 9, and we teched in Alawi.
On this Alawi and this Poppy.
Bro, what were those rolls?
Yes, Lucian.
2
Nice.
Legendaries for the board, getting that Lucian in, getting a Ziggs pair, getting the Alawi in the front.
Actually, what do you guys think about GS on... probably not. I was going to say GS on Ezreal and then red buff on Lucian, but then we have a really big... they're just not going to cast very often. Like, red buff's like the only thing that's giving us the ability to cast semi-frequently because the attack speed. Oh, no! Ugh.
Yeah, FF15.
Dude, King Crab.
9x and then top laner, Urgot Fett.
Oh my god!
I spoke too soon when I asked what that.
You make that. You make that. You make that.
I'm gonna ask it again.
Sell Poppy for Yorick. Oh wait, you don't have enough gold. Like get these items onto yeah okay, sells the Ziggs. Man, wow.
Finding a miracle shop like that.
Okay, but look at his backline. His backline is just 7 units of just like 1-star. He has Ezreal 2 and then Aphelios 1, Ziggs 1, Corki 1, Lucian 1. It's Alawi 2 and Ezreal 2, and that's the team. That's the team. But that's a really big hit. He also got diamond hands. Extra gold set. Wow. Oh, huge.
So healthy by the end of it. Giga Sparta will survive one more round.
And rolling the invincibility frames in the last round, the diamond hands was so crucial because the center board relies on pumping out a
Executioner's not doing too hot this game.
Soak it on one unit and discard it.
Okay, this is the other side of the equation where someone hits executioners, but they can't get 3 stars. The previous executioner games we saw, they hit like 3-star everything. 3-star Vex, 3-star Mumu, 3-star Twitch. This one's just like 2 stars. Sure, if you have only 2 stars, you're probably gonna bot 4.
All on loss streaks except for Giga Sparta. Their last round as Volta and Giga Sparta go up against each other. One of them will fall here.
Frontline Bard, I can see that. Yeah, Frontline Bard. Honestly, you could probably even move up other units like Corky and Aphelios as well. Just make sure to like kind of make sure they don't grief your positioning. Volta out in 6. Giga Sparta with the big comeback. The 1 HP win out.
It was not enough to prevent the murder on the dance floor right there as Volta and Orc also.
Let's see.
Get eliminated, right?
There's a Pentakill emblem, and there's a Pentakill player. Dark Hydra's playing Pentakill. On a Viego. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The man could take Emo emblem. Takes the Crown Guard. You for the Zed.
The Pentakill Spatula, Dark Hydra, the one to come out ahead. Of course, he's already got a Pentakill board put together, which is very
Cash.
indeed. But now we know it can put
Lucian pair. He's Lucian 2. Or Yorick 2. Oh my god. This guy's gonna win out. Man. What a Chad. Taking out of Heartsteel now.
Still gonna overcome an enormous amount of HP from everybody else, but yeah. If he falls down now, if he doesn't make
Okay, frontlining the Bard now. And moving up the moving the Corky. Oh my god, wait a second.
Incredible. And the ability to survive this long.
Should be fine, should be fine, should be fine. This Alawi doesn't die that fast, right?
For the last several rounds,
Wait, a little scary. Nah, it's fine, it's fine. Wow, okay. I was just looking at the Riven, and I just know that the left side wasn't nearly as covered in terms of the space, but the tentacles you actually don't really want Riven to you want Riven to be able to actually kill these and get easy backline access. So the Alawi being here was really clutch. And now we hit a Lucian 2. I think he turned the corner. I think he wins the game. My goodness. What a gambit.
Into improving their board state across the entirety of the rest of the lobby right now. No one's above 10 gold.
Really keeping his nerve here with his.
He actually high rolled so hard. He had no gold and he gets hit with a double Lowy shot and then like donkey rolls and hits York 2 and then the next turn he's Lucian 2. It's just crazy. But I also think, to be fair, there's only like 2 people actually playing this right now. Everyone else is playing like a different line. I thought there were going to be more people playing Heartsteel, and it seemed like at one point there was going to be like 4 or 5 playing like jazz boards, and it only ended up being like I think 2 players. So he's at level 9, and there's not a lot of people. Oh, he's dead. Oh. Oh, what happened actually? I kind of thought he was just going to win this fight as well. Okay, Ezreal. Oh, he blinks. And then what? Viego is just unkillable. Casts again. Oh, Karthus, Yorick. It's just like 2. Is this 10 pentakill? I don't think so. I don't know if it is. I don't think he has 2 pentakill emblems. Dark Hydra is so strong. That was crazy. I did not expect it to be so one-sided. We wins by like 4 units. I thought it might come down to like 1 or 2. But like he did get a couple of money Viego ults, and they like hit a big circle of units, and then Karthus cast. It was crazy. He filled the backline. Oh yeah, that's part of like the thing about it. Like Ezreal blinks and like jumps at the clumps all the time.
of 11 or so GSCs, where he won the first one, then had a bit of a middling performance in the regional finals, and there were some questions about his ability. He has shot.
Man, I really didn't think Sparta was gonna die there. Also, it's funny that EU, I just noticed, they label things as top 5, top 6, top 7, and top 8. Yeah, I top 8 this lobby. Nice. I like that. That's funny.
Could flip flop in a second. Christarian still is in the same spot that Sparta was before. A single life remaining, has to be everybody else trying to challenge for at least
Keeping it positive. Yeah, exactly. No, I didn't. It's not a bot 4. I went top 8. That is some excellent marketing. Excellent marketing. Jax 3 with Q cone. And he's dead. Okay, Riven versus Urgot. Oh, Urgot's dead. Oh. Oh, man. Dark Hydra lost to Blast at Moon. I think Blast at Moon is the other Hearthstone player, probably. Oh, no, he's playing the Senna. Oh, wow. Another lobby where no Hearthstone in the top 4. Heroic grab bag. When someone takes heroic grab bag, you always expect them to fall off. Not falling off. It's not falling off.
Yeah, you were talking about whether or not we could
I always top 8. That's the secret of climbing. You're Any major diss from EMEA compared to NA? Yeah, I think EMEA rerolls a lot more things. They're playing Executioners, for example. Obviously, they're willing to reroll the usual stuff. All the 2 costs, KL, Seraphine, Senna. They do Urgot and Moshers. You see that Mosher top 4. Their Heartsteel has not top 4'd a lot, but there are people doing it. Also, I think you would have really liked Sologasong's game. He actually went Country Katarina reroll. He found Country Katarina and decided to play 5 Country, and then went to 10 off of the tempo. And he played Learning to Spell Katarina, learning to spell Country Katarina, and played Katarina solo carry the entire game until the very end, and then teched in like a Kiana, and then found a Country emblem and went 7 Country with Crowd Divers at level 10. It was actually really cool. Usually Katarina wants secondary carry. So that was another cool line. We saw like a Country Jin game that was like really woke, but it didn't work out. And then we saw it was like Country Jin Jazz. It looked like they tried to play 80 flex, basically, and they couldn't get it online.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
And then someone did a 2 healthy Gragas reroll with Kale. They did Kale 3, Gragas 3, Mord 3, and they tried to go for Garen, but they couldn't get it in time. And I think they like top 2. That was pretty funny. It was just no synergy Gragas. Just a Gragas 3, 2 healthy. Son of Hud, thank you for the 4 months. So they're touching a lot of different things that I think are very different in spirits in terms of like what they're open to. Hearthstone looks more balanced in EU. I think EU is willing to reroll and tempo harder. And like this, for example, was a Tactician's Crown lobby, and it looked like at one point I pegged 4 Jazz Hearthstone players. Maybe a 5th, right? Because the way it was like I think it was this player. I think it was Dark Hydra, had red buff and BT, and I wasn't entirely sure. It looked like he could have gone for it, and only 2 people did, and both of them bought forward. So it's a very interesting dynamic, I think. I mean, Hearthstone Jazz is still winning a lot, but other things are winning as well.
And that is all she wrote for our German reigning regional champion as Senna. Oh, he's gone and done it!
Wow, heroic grab bag Senna was able to win. Usually heroic grab bag is like such a low win rate, but he hit the Akali too, got the Kiana too, and he just did it with Echo 2 and Nico 2 as well.
To punch his way up the table. Top 8 is what we'll be battling for over the next couple of rounds. The Blast has given himself a foundation to make that a possibility.
EU has always been more tempo focused. You can't just force Hearthstone not bleed out. The thing about it is that sometimes, so EU actually has a reputation for being also greedy though. Like last set in particular, they were known for being super greedy. Set 8 and set 9. Okay, so this is the bonus lobby. This is the other lobby that's happening in the round.
It definitely is. It's a bit of a Turkish reroll.
Lulu 3, Lulu 3 and Seraphine.
Last lobby, I believe, of the standings right now. These players here at Darkest Intent, they will be looking to make their way back into contention for that top lobby here with back-to-back first places. But
I personally think this is Bis Lulu, assuming you play her with the super fan. I really like blue buff Gunblade. I think blue buff is better damage than Shojin, even though it's the same amount of autos. So I really like Gunblade because you want to keep your front line. I personally believe that this is Bis Lulu from what you can make of craftable items.
All right, we'll see the second map. What tense got? We've got two huge.
Only problem is that we're playing Spellweaver instead of the Hyper Pop. 3 Hyper Pop would be super good. It would be nutty. Another Executioner board. Oh no, this is Country actually. Country top 2, which is even more interesting, by the way. The only thing that NA hates more than Executioners is playing Country Executioners. For our, like Dishsoap, I think what happened was Dishsoap said he would never touch Country, and if he did touch Executioners, he would only play it with like very, very specific conditions. And I think that like a lot of people heard that and were like, yeah, you know what? Let's never touch Country. It does find the data though. I think Country is actually playable, like very playable, but it's not a common thing to play. I don't want very playable to be mistaken as something you should play often. Samira isn't a unit. Samira 3 is a unit. Samira 3 is a unit.
The Ezreal players all going bottom for the
post-game analysis.
On the back of attack. Today is
pre-game talks.
Game day, the final day of the 2 more to crown. Pretty excited to talk about them.
Names we have not seen yet on broadcast today. Names like Ryko, for example, Christerian, we just saw.
Okay, we got Zyku. If you guys don't know, Bryce has a personal vendetta against Zyku because he believes that Zyku should have been the set 4 world champion and EU should have gone back to back, but he didn't and he threw. And as a result, Bryce said that was the worst played TFT I've ever seen. And of course, this is set 4, right? So like, how are you supposed to like still hold a grudge?
I'm getting more dog again.
But obviously he's let that go. So. Hey, Jamin, thank you for the 7 months. But it's always funny to me because I see Zyko and then I just think it's funny because Bryce, it's just like a meme at this point. He's like, oh, Zyko, the guy that threw set 4 worlds.
From them as we are going to into a champion delivery game.
This is a portal that
hey, Kana. Where did Country Reroll go? It feels like people only go with Spat. The problem with Country Reroll is that in order for Country to really get online, you need a lot of things. You need a ton of gold. You need to have the right items, and a lot of them, because you want to itemize Vex 3, Samira 3, and then Frontline, and then maybe Urgot as well. And you want, did I say a Spat? I think you want the emblem as well. It just feels a little too specific. And then they also nerfed the Executioners, which gives you other variants for you to play. And so it's just weaker. So a lot of people feel like it's not nearly worth as much anymore. That being said, I'm surprised. Some people just straight up like rolled things like exposed weakness. And I know that like the data and everything like that kind of suggests that it's not nearly as good anymore. But exposed weakness is like totally fine to pick, like if your spot makes sense for it. Like people mistake 4.42 as like unpickable, and they have like, I don't know, if you have like Jinx 2 and you have Punk and you have like the good items, like why I don't know why you can't even play it. But other people just like refuse to try it. Maybe it's better. Maybe it's worse at higher elo. Let me see. So we go Masters. No, stays the same. No, it actually improves as you go up to Challenger. Okay, I think that's just a leak. Like, I don't understand why like look, you go from Diamond to Masters, it stays the same. Masters to GM, it gets better. It smooths out a little bit more, but like in terms of how I've seen so many people in spots where I thought they could take exposed weakness, they just like skip it. And I was like, oh, okay.
Sorry, Matt. Despite the fact that there is 5 Evelyns and one of them is a heart, well, a chosen, she is not going to be the carry here. But we do have augments as golden augments starting us off.
Let's see, bow, glove, and tier. I same Hodge as the most often thing that I pick here. Oh, he could play Katarina, Jewel Lotus. Jewel Lotus 2-1 is always a little like. It's just so much better late game than early game. 4.42 is unclickable. Yeah, right? 4.42 is not unclickable at all. It's actually like kind of decent. Some may even say it's okay. Metalheads, Heartsteel.
From Ryko saying Pentakill is where we're headed for this one.
Metalhead's Heartsteel. Return on investment first pick. That's interesting. Escort Quest by Ryko. Is it Ryko or Rico? Twin Terror. Okay. Wait, also I think I missed the portal. It's round 5.
If you are looking towards this
Champion delivery.
That we've been seeing all throughout the tournament, really.
He says Rico? Okay.
It gives you that sustain, that buy.
In Italy, we say Ryko.
We're shortly picking up
Got it.
a Yasuo headliner here.
So he says Rico, and in Italy, they say Ryko.
And try to look for something else, but TLT seems to.
Why is the 3-2 better? 3-2 is probably better because you're in a spot to actually capitalize onto it. I think because in the mid game is when Executioner theoretically is one of the strongest windows because you're playing around a really efficient like like Punk and Executioner board.
After the buffs and after the rework to kills, one of the key units to have on your board in the early stages of the game.
Well, thank you for 17 months. 17 months. No, we say Rico too. Oh, okay, okay.
Players are already back on it. You're looking at Tartman, you're looking at Psycho. Both of them are running it, and then we are going to be seeing what everybody.
I personally love picking restrictive augments and slamming inflexible items in stage 2.
Correctly, we got a little bit of a punk start there with Twin Terror.
I mean, I actually feel like items are in a pretty good spot. Like that's one of the. That was one of the things that people generally complain about like a lot in early parts of this set. And they're talking about like how much better red buff is and everything else, or like how much better like these other items were. But remember everyone was like kind of scared about like, oh, they gave all this damage to death cap and whatever, but like I think items are actually like fine. They're in a pretty good spot now.
By how well Punk is doing.
We got them into a pretty decent balance state, I think. I think there could be some slight improvements, but I'm actually like the only reason why I'm saying that is because I don't even know off the top of my head, but I also don't want to ever say with a broad stroke like everything is perfect. Let me see crafting. Like Vow could probably be a little bit better, but not even really. It's like the data on it's like really good. But that's because like people are taking Vow off late game cares and stuff like that. Maybe not like better, but like less niche. I feel like Vow's like kind of niche. And I think that's like it. I'm looking at the rest of them. I'm like, like yes, Quicksilver is like kind of specialized, but I think that's fine-ish. And I think like same thing with Edge of Night. So that's kind of it actually. I don't really have any other complaints for the most part.
Leading the HP totals across the entirety first of the
14.4 is our smallest patch of all time. Let's go, Mort. Let's go. Oh, we got a Punk player? Twin Terror Punk?
Yeah,
nice.
Absolutely right. I was looking at the bottom of this.
That adds to the other list of things that E is willing to play that NA is not. NA generally has a big propaganda against Punk.
But for Crystarian, you're looking at it right now, is already level 5, so says, I'm not going to slow down. I'm trying to play to my strength. I want to go for tempo, and I want.
There's no amazing holders like J4. The best Val holder, I think, is Thresh. And then, like, Amumu is pretty good with it. You could probably justify putting it on, like, Mordekaiser so we can get his shield up. Well, like, and like, maybe Zac so you can cast a little bit. So it's fine. It's like a utility defensive item, which is, like, you know, fine enough. But it could probably use like a tiny bit, but like that's like the only item I could be like, yeah, like maybe think about it a little bit. Gauge is still in a little bit of a weird spot, but I think it's fine as well. I think it's largely due to the fact that how good swords are in general. Like it's just that Gauge just ends up being lower priority.
It does look like an angle toward Heartsteel. The red buff for the Ezreal, the even shot already slammed. It makes the most
5-minute patch rundown. Yeah, that's not good for the YouTube algorithm, Mort. You gotta really drag it out. You gotta really drag it out. There's more dog guys have to go line by line, 5 minutes. Or you know what? It could be like a patch notes rundown, and the ad for YouTube is longer than the video itself. It's like a 15-second long patch notes rundown. And everyone loads for 30 seconds ads.
Throughout the game. It is a little bit of a weird situation for the Metalhead.
Hey, benching is KO because he wants to go into 5 loss.
Also has this as his game plan.
Salvage bin.
TLT up against Ryko. They're both
Oh, who win? Oh, it's Naruto. It's Naruto.
TLT putting his headlock and his Mordekaiser onto the bench. No traits active.
Metalheads. Are 2 people playing Kale? I mean, TLC could probably go for Kale temporarily and then like transition out. Ryko is like pretty hard committed. Looks like he has 4 Kales on the bench.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Psycho there, as you said. They both.
I think a lot of people got baited by Twin Terror coming from the scrims.
Very, very happy now.
In which direction? In which direction? I don't know what happened in scrims. Did Twin Terror do badly in the scrims, or did it overperform? And people felt like it was good, but it wasn't.
Check in and see what's going on there. I'm not sure if we're also on a hard steel angle, because the last time we saw the units,
Vow had a slight chill effect.
I don't think it was.
Like Frozen Heart.
Nervous.
Okay, just bring Frozen Heart back. KDA Carly with Frozen Heart. Just for old time's sake. Amazing.
So we'll see if Rubik is able to hit that. We saw a fellow Turkish player, Sinti, try and make that Yasuo work. Was not the case. Even with the very early natural Yasuo 3. So looks like it's going to be Senna instead, potentially. The Senna.
Man, those items are not very good. He has like cloak, vest. Cloak, vest, sword.
Looks like it's going to be Senna instead, potentially. The Senna
sword and glove. You know, if you're playing Riven, you probably are okay with that many cloaks. You literally want 3. Even Trout, BT, and Quicksilver, but yeah. Cloak. Not that great. Yasuo reroll. Oh god, roll. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Look at You can see it. This guy kind of reminds me of Crip from Hearthstone.
That you were talking about, and it's just so hard if you're investing this much gold already on 3-1.
There are many comps in the game that, if you look at them, you know.
Why is he not naming Morello?
Say how strong they are standalone. It would.
Oh dear.
Incorrect. You have to rank
Rubik.
them, you know, from the correct.
Oh, he's not even making 10. Oh, it's so painful, man. All right, give him a blinged out into a Yasuo 3. The blinged out into the Yasuo 3.
To try and find the Yasuo 3 still has not done so. Vampirism can help you, of course.
Pivot to Senna 3. Yeah. But didn't he slam an Edge of Night already? Oh no, he slammed the IE. Okay, one more. And Yasuo. One more Yasuo. More 2. Oh, dude.
You know, I want to be a fan, right? Every time I see her.
Okay, that's actually fine. Because the thing is, Yasuo needs to get stacks going. He needs to get stacks. Also, these items are not it.
With the Tactician's Crown from the Augment, you are going to get a
Reforge a vest or a cloak. Actually, we can take the cloak to the Even Shroud. Reforge a vest.
And the biggest thing is just one item on Yasuo.
And then you can go Edge of Night or GS. Don't do make Titans
right now. But this is the most important stage.
I think Titans is so bad on Yasuo. He wants to burst. Look at how slow he's stacking it.
Titans gonna be good enough. I think it's definitely not a BIS item on Yasuo for the most part. But in this desperate spot, I think you had no other choice than to build it.
I think if you can get maybe one more healing item. And
ouch. Oh, he won. Huge.
Because he is closer to the Senna as well. There's a chance.
He also could use the Tactician's Crown for a true damage bonus. Bling bonus, true damage.
Now,
on the cannon.
You have one player that is making it close to the carousel. 3-3 with 100.
Man, that was a bling bonus diff. Oh man. That was a bling bonus diff. If he was able to like get it on the first fight in Yasuo 3, get the bling bonus.
Still is at this point in time, and you have the opening of those new comps, the monster comps that are now once again meta viable when it comes to
AP scaling is not nearly as good as it is on other melee champions. Yeah, Yasuo is, I think someone said it was like 30% or 20%. It's like not very high, but maybe I'm not sure.
If I'm seeing correctly on our little spy sheet, there is a Poppy and
Early
a
Zed in
Zed
stage 3.
for Ryko
Double crown
already.
guard.
So we do have to
Crown
get that
guarded.
board soon enough,
Oh,
but
crown
it's
guarded?
pat on
And then
the
you
back.
go for
So
Mordekaiser
we're
headliner.
gonna take a look at Psycho, who will take
Oh, man.
another loss. Doesn't seem too pleased about that, as on the other side
50
there's already
HP. Nope.
Zed
58
coming through from
HP.
Parkman that is dishing out a lot of damage.
No, he's 50 HP. They had it mixed up.
Okay,
Okay, I sometimes get baited by it. EU generally has really good production in the graphics, but sometimes they have like one or two things mixed up, and it always trips me up. But their production is really good. It's much better than NA.
I think it's gonna be a little bit scary for Rubik and TLT.
Dark Hydra,
For TLT
Last
and
Stand,
Psycho, both French players
Heroic
are
Grab
getting
Bag,
that
Kale.
reroll, it seems like, from the items
Kale is
that
so
you
popular.
really transfer these AP items as
Kale is
easily
so
to that
popular.
card.
And here's like the
It is a
kind
whole
of
Rage Blade
twisted
as
thing
well.
about it is that
If these players contest each other,
two people can
you
go
see that
can hit Kale
both
3.
standard
And so like when you're
both
contested,
players
you
are not
feel like you're
hitting
never
each
gonna
other.
hit, but you technically can.
Champion
And so you're just kind of going through it like with this false sense of hope, like no, it's fine, both of us can hit. And it's true, but like you know deep down in your soul, one of you is not. You know deep down, like it doesn't matter. You have Heroic Grab Bag, and you have the duplicators. You took training reward. You know only one of you are gonna hit.
Ryko's board though, this is the one we were talking about. Is that was that a Poppy 2 already?
Oh,
Looks
Poppy
like
2.
Poppy 2 potentially. That is okay. That explains a lot.
Poppy 2 at 35 gold.
Because you are pumping levels to
Okay, but Poppy 2 without items, she is good. She's good right here. It's just that Poppy 2 without items is way less scary. If he had all 3 of these items onto Poppy 2, it would be a different story. But Poppy 2 with no items, yeah. Poppy is like the ultimate like she's no impact without units, and she's very good with you. Sorry, without items. She's just so much weaker than she is with items. She's like the ultimate example of that. Throwing in a random Poppy 2 is like a lot less impactful. It's because she scales with so many different kinds of stats that the more you pile onto her, the more she just becomes like very overwhelming.
5 hard steal, last stand. All of a sudden,
Yeah, kind of like stat check.
this game well.
Pretty sure Kale's getting nerfed in the B patch. Her win rate was a little bit too good, and I think most people agree she's probably a little too good. And it's funny because like she could even be better if the Yorick didn't like mess with her that much.
Yeah, we're gonna keep our eyes open for this one, as it is most likely going to
Mirror
take it
3.
right
Oh,
out.
Twin Terror.
Looking good. You have all of the items already.
Into Samira carry.
We are going to see that level 7 come on.
Actually, it's just executioners. What am I talking about? I thought she's gonna go. I thought this person was gonna go into country, like Samira, Urgot, but they play Vexes and MMOs.
But it seems like Kale.
I got all fired up for no reason. Because I also have one of my dark techs is going Twin Terror, Urgot, Samira for the Giga Juice Force. You somehow get you get a country spat. You get Samira, Urgot, and you somehow get the 7 country. The horse is literally immortal. It's literally immortal. This horse has like 8,000 HP, and every time he like casts, he just actually wipes backline. It's so fun. But it's pretty impractical to get. Oh, he gets a spat. I think he'll spat.
And it goes spat as well. You have the chain already on your item component bench, so.
Is there a B patch? Yes, there will be, but details not confirmed. I'll tell you, it's super tiny. I mean, that's what she said. But also, Mort, as you know, size does not matter. It is the quality. It is what you do with the patch.
And try and find the full pentacle board we're seeing here. 6 pentacle right now, will be 7 once he goes 8.
Is Shredding going for Katarina reroll?
Scrappy fixed. I mean, that could be a big one too. But like, all things considering, like, I do think that Scrappy Inventions, while it is obviously overperforming, didn't we see multiple people take Scrappy Inventions and go 8th? It's not like it guarantees you anything.
So still a lot more extra gold to pump up into his team to make sure he can.
That's a PD, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. I do think that people who took Scrappy Inventions did not play at those spots very well, but I would say that like it's still important to play well is what I'm trying to say.
the reroll. The cell comes through on the kill, and now we start trying to build the strongest pentakill board possible to survive and hopefully succeed in this stage 4.
Those
5 Hearthstone, so 2 Hearthstone players.
Currently carrying that penta spat that he found off of Wolf. And that is so good because now you can say, okay, I don't actually need the Kale. I can go for
It's a Hearthstone buff and a Punk buff and a Disco nerf and wandering trainer drop rate increased by 300%.
Where you go for the Yorick eventually, that goes, but it also means
Nail on the head, ma'am. Nail on the head. Mort Dog said, people love set 10 too much. Time to buff Hearthstone. You know what's hilarious? You know what's hilarious? There's a group of players who are on the internet who legitimately think that not just like Mort Dog, and not just like Riot Games, but game designers in general are trying to make players purposely hate the game. Like, yeah, their business strategy is to get them to hate it, so that way you like develop this like relationship with those. It's like manipulation. It's a classic corporate psychological manipulation, and it is disgusting. You know, it's like they just go on these tirades. It's so funny, man.
Does have the perfect Ezreal items, but can he find the Ezreal in his shop? Does keep going,
and like that is why it's so predatory, and the games industry has never been worse, even though there's contrary evidence to provide that the games it's never been a better time to be a gamer ever. Although like I understand the microtransaction thing is obviously pretty obnoxious, but all those things aside, there's also like so many cool things about games. If you want my take on it, it's like every now and then I go on these like nostalgia sprees, and I'm just like, you know, maybe I want to play this old game, and then I just play this old game, and I'm just like, you know, it wasn't that fun. It just wasn't. I tried to boot up an old and this is no flame to anybody who likes these games, but I tried to pull up an old Final Fantasy game. Not that recently, but a couple years ago, I tried to pull up Final Fantasy VI, right? One of the classic ones. And in my mind, it was so good. I loved it. And I just tried to play it, and it was so frustrating. It was not that fun at all. And I was like, you know what? I'm good. I don't want to. Maybe I just had too much free time when I was young. And like maybe I didn't understand graphically what I was looking at, but it wasn't that visually appealing either. I was just like, this is just not that fun. I don't know. I just wasn't having a good time with it.
But here we are seeing that Psycho has found his pentakill comp, is running a Karthus 2 fully itemized. That one should be strong. So if you have him in your match pool, you might be worried about it.
Okay, we're going for Akali too. This is one of the things about AD Flex that people are not playing around Akali, but I think more people are catching on to it after this weekend.
The problem here is that he has a lot of
interesting positioning. Okay,
into the Ezreal, for example. So you really want to try and balance your headliner around.
Most free game ever played. I'm happy for it. Glad I don't think 100. Oh, you're talking about TFT.
It would be a huge bonus.
Yeah, TFT is also free. That's like the wild part about it all.
Rolling, no gold,
oh, he has double Aegis. Oh my god.
For this Akali, and in
Jesus. All right.
That
Akali is gonna be souped up. I mean, she better be. She's like the only damage source in this team. But it only cares about looks. No. I was just saying, like, everything about it, it lives better in my memory than actually playing it. That's all I'm gonna say. What old game do you think stood the test of time? I mean, I'm a little bit biased because I come from gaming and esports, but I really love things like Smash Bros. Melee. But also because the game has been updated a lot by very like faithful modders and people who want to improve the game. And a lot of other competitive multiplayer games, Brood War, Counter-Strike. Well, CS2 is pretty terrible, I guess. So, I've never played CS2, but allegedly it's pretty terrible. Double Akali. How about that? Just double Akali. Oh. We have no headliner, man.
I don't think he has the damage to follow it up with.
I kind of was digging the second Akali. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the second Akali was kind of cool.
Right? And if you can't find it, you cannot find it.
CS2 is good.
That sounds like a stupid thing to say.
All I hear is how terrible CS2 is. It's like blatant cheating, and there's like a lot of like desyncing issues and a lot of problems with it. Like a lot of the game experience itself is miserable.
Another chance after this round here to assemble a board, but time's ticking.
You have to buy that call. I mean, clearly you didn't have to. You still won this fight, but I'm with you. It's not like he's like trying to go for a specific like jazz core setup either. At this point, it's all hands on deck, whatever you can get. Maybe because he felt like he didn't have like good items for her. I was thinking of buying that Akali, selling the Zed, and going for like another Akali 2 itemized. He skipped it and he won, so he's fine for now.
We're also running the Gnar as additional carry. There's a few outs with the Kale board of what you can do.
Yoshi's Island is still great. You know what actually is a really good game? One of my favorite games that stood the test of time is Mario Party. I know that sounds like weird to say, but I once when I was living in California a few years ago, I used to go visit one of my friends. You know him as like Sephiroth Ken or like the King of Smash Ken. He's one of the guys who's like one of the OG Smash players, the Marth guy who went on Survivor, etc. One of the best players to ever touch Smash Bros. Me and him became pretty good friends when I was living in California, and sadly I haven't seen much of him lately because obviously I've been kind of busy, but Ken used to invite me over, and his family loves playing party games. Like they love playing Mario Party, Fortune Street, the one you do with the Wii Gaming Island or whatever. And we just play a bunch of party games, and they stand the test of time a lot. It's actually really impressive what they did with that franchise. It's very good still. It's very good still. Just like good old fun. They understood fun. They really understood fun. Just utter nonsense. And the games are just so stupid. But the family gets so into it. The family is 2 sons and 2 daughters. And all 4 of them every year have an annual party game Olympics. They go through all those games and all of them play. They all know how to mash. And they all know the mini games. They all know the min-maxing. And it's so funny because as Mario Party developed, they also had 2 like duos. And so you could play as duos at times. And it became so political. And then they have these like annual like party game festival or like Olympic stuff. It was so funny every single time. They're so into it. I don't think I'm gonna have 4 kids, but if I ever do, we're gonna definitely do something like that. Okay, Dark Hydra hit Ezreal much better than the Akali we finally got there.
And he needs to live for that long in order to make it happen. We're gonna watch him go up against Hartman here with the Zed chosen the Lucian fire.
Last stand.
Is not going to be enough.
Man, and he has 2 Aegis, and he got the Lucian. Okay, Dark Hydra. He's in a really good position to win the game.
We looked at the Senna is still off the Senna.
He needs to get to 9.
Dark Hydra's board is really scary.
It's gonna be really long until he gets to 9. Maybe it's a little 6-1. 6-2. If he saves really aggressively, he can get there stage 1. I played Overcooked with the in-laws yesterday. It was so fun. Yeah, those are the kind of I don't think they ever played Overcooked, but they love games like that, like the cooperative games that are like really funny, and then like how your individual performances like ranked within the family. It was so funny. They're also so sweaty too.
Really a little bit of a creative spin on the jazz board. You're going for the set. You have the EDM in, so you get a little bit more ults off of the set, and the Lucian is your main star in the back.
It gets all personal. They like start negotiating. Like, okay, like if you do this, then I'll come over and do chores for you for like just don't use the mushroom on me, you know? Don't use the mushroom on me. Use it on them. They're so far ahead. Like, what are you talking about? You always do this. It's so political. It's just so funny, man. I love it.
Can find a Lucian on this carousel. Could be so big. We'll see as it rolls through. Gonna be Yorick. We're gonna have a Ziggs as well.
Okay, Cat 3, Heartsteel, Kale, Executioner. Executioner still holding strong.
No.
Actually, not really. 19 HP. That's 1.5 lives, 2 lives. Heartsteel. Yasuo reroll hanging by a thread. This Rubik guy's about to go 8th. This Rubik was a player who rolled to 0 at level 5 at 3-2 for Yasuo 3. I don't know, man. I definitely subscribe to the disc show train of thought. This Yasuo comp is way too conditional.
In terms of trying to win
It's way too conditional. He's on my no-fly list. I personally don't want to reroll Yasuo. If I'm ever serious about a game, like, and trying to, like, okay, like, I have to win, I have to do well with it, I wouldn't put my eggs in any Yasuo baskets.
Allowing those 6 true damage to come online, really,
he's fun though.
Helping him out here now with the Senna in the backline. Hopefully it's enough.
Me with my family during Monopoly.
To move on closer, but Tartman is on the
maybe the last family I know that plays Monopoly.
Is going to get knocked out, and I'm not sure.
Although I guess like Monopoly's like a pretty well-known game at this point. Like, you're not playing because you think Monopoly's a good game. You're playing because everyone knows how to play Monopoly, and no one wants to learn a new game.
Lucian on the side of Tartman has not yet been found, but it doesn't need to be there.
I mean, we knew he was going 8th. Like the really sad thing is like you kind of hope he doesn't go 8th, but we knew he was gonna go 8th. The moment he rolled down on 3-1 and 3-2-0, we're like,
it was a visual, yeah.
It's an 8th. He also made really awkward items. Yeah, it was just not good.
I see the minus points. I'm like, oh my goodness, it happened. But no.
How many natural copies would you have to consider it?
And Dark Hydra sitting on 6.
I would say like 7 or 8 by 3-1.
If he's given the opportunity, maybe getting some extra resources from the Heartsteel.
But the realistic time you look for it, in my opinion, is if you start off with like 6 by your first augment. You have like 5, 6 Yasuos. Like you start off 3 champions. You get Yasuo a pair, and your shop is Yasuo plus Yasuo headliner, and you have 6 Yasuos. And then you hit like not today or something on your 2-1 augment. That's what I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. That's a very specific instance.
Like it was twice his HP pool. The ghouls are coming, but they cannot do anything here as the Gnar, the Mordekaiser.
Okay, 14-4. Patch rundown is only 6 slides, and 1 slide is 3.5. Oh, you guys are patching 3.5 again. And 1 slide is double up.
The card just goes down as well. Oh my goodness.
Wait, the KO player lost?
Able to get that huge win. Zyko we see is not at all happy.
Wow. It was he lost to the other KO player.
I mean, that's the tech, really. It's so good. In there, he does
4 slides are rookie numbers. Dexter's is the point. That's a good reference.
And if you are
Dexter, man, the first 4 seasons of Dexter, was that shit not goated? Oh my god. And then
we'll see how it goes now.
And then yeah. Yeah.
Everybody could die in this next round.
Let's not talk about anything after that. Actually, you know what? It wasn't like season 5 wasn't even really that bad. It was just such a big step down in quality, and then like and then like I just actually stopped in the middle of season 6. I actually stopped watching because I realized what was happening, and I just didn't want it to ruin the series for me. So I just like said, you know what? I'm okay with that. You know what? Like for example, I never actually watched all of Death Note. As soon as I recognized the show was going terribly, I decided to literally just look up the rest of what happened, because someone's like, it gets really bad. I'm like, okay, like it can't be that bad. And like, no, it's like really bad. And I'm like, all right. And then I started seeing the quality dip, and I was like, oh. And I just stopped watching, and I read the ending. And you know what? I think my life was better for it. Wow, that Executioner board completely dumpstered the KO board. Okay, but it's like Samira 3, Twin Terror, Vex 3, Emotional Connection, 3's Company, or 3's a Crowd. All right, well, yeah, okay. Like Biss, Samira. This is like the setup. Even like everything you can argue is Biss. Items, augments, setup.
Gonna take a look at that Lucian here, but it's not enough. Dark Hydra hanging in and taking out Tartman.
Have you ever watched Dark on Netflix? I have not. If I saw a bug with the headliners when the VOD from tournament took place, Tempest World Executioner. Oh yeah. Basically, what you should think about headliners right now is that headliners are just any of them can appear in the shop. That's all. There's no like rules about like if you hit Sentinel, you don't get Sentinel, or like every other shop. Just like just in your own head, just put it into like a concept, just like it's just random, like what you see based off the shop odds. If you just approach it like that, then it'll simplify everything else. Right now, there's no like rules and lock it, like in terms of like the traits and different types of things you can have.
Together to being the boogeyman and the executioner in this lobby here. We'll see him go up one more time against.
I mean, I'd be very surprised if the executioner beats his last hand board. His last hand board is insane. It should win the game. It should win the game. Like that's a third, but that guy might be the second strongest in the lobby. Oh, never mind. Ryko has Jin 2, Lucian 2, Alawi 2.
Which is a rare thing to do, but maybe the thing.
Exposed weakness is probably better than Thieves Crowd. I can see that. So you get +2 items.
All of the most important and impactful 5 costs in the current meta are on this board. Ryko should be the victor.
I don't know if I told you guys about this, but the other one a while ago, like a month ago, I saw this really funny video where they watched Death Note. You watch Death Note, but they take out the monologues, like the internal monologues. You don't hear what they're thinking in their head. All you hear is what they say out loud, and it makes the show feel completely different. It makes the show feel completely different. You don't hear like all their internal like plan making and like mind games they play. It just makes the show feel so. It's actually kind of funny in some ways. It's like it's a little bit creepy. Oh, he beat the last damn player. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta rewatch this. I kind of thought the last damn player won. I kind of turned it around. Is it the Jin positioning? The Jin in the bottom left?
At these chunky monsters that he built out together with the tentacles from Alawi is just going to throw so many bodies on the field.
Oh, Ezreal targets. I guess like he's playing 2 Ezreal 2s. He doesn't have enough single target to keep up. He dabs. I love that. Popping off. Ezreal like in these mirrors kind of lacks that DPS to keep up with it. I saw that. It was so funny. Yeah, it was so uncanny, but it was very funny. There's like this one scene where like L does like the trick thing, like he says, here are all the photos from the crime scene, what happens, and he's like, oh actually here's like a photo you didn't think about, or you didn't like there's a 4th photo or whatever. He gave him 3, and that's actually what happened. It's like, so you didn't do a good job deducing it, but it's a fake photo to try to test him. And then he just without the internal monologue, he just he just looks like he's so pissed. It's very funny. Okay, this is the other lobby. Lobby 3. I like Death Note, but Light's family actually has common sense. I think I saw that one too. Wasn't that the one that was like his dad walks upstairs and immediately suspects that he's he's Kira, and then the show just ends. It's like they deduce that like based off like one episode of interaction, they're like, yep, he's the one, and then they just like, and then the show just ends.
We'll see where that one goes as we are hopping onto the board of dark.
Yeah, okay, so now we're starting to see the influx of like, you know, the Hearthstone boards winning, the Jazz boards. The Hearthstone Jazz boards really pile it on. Lucian 2.
Once the binary procs at the start of the fight. Contagion, one of the best combat augments to have in these later stages of the game. We're going to be dealing so much damage over these prolonged fights.
Breaking Bad with free healthcare ends on the first episode. Yeah. Breaking Bad, but in Canada. Show just ends. Double Last Whisper.
Is standing on the other side. We are seeing that Caitlyn, headliner, taking actually a bunch of hits from the Lucian, but does in the end remain alive, but not for long.
Man, nothing's killing this Jhin. Jin's just doing so much damage. Oh my god! Oh, it doesn't matter. Barely. Man, that Yorick too does too much. In a good way. He feels like a real 5 cost to play around. Like he does everything, man. He damages, he tanks, shreds. So powerful.
So really has to rack up quite a bit. We know the cutoff for the final lobby tends to be above 27 or so for that top 8. So we'll see what it looks like here. But Ziggs fully itemized. You have the Jazz emblem as well for the 4 Jazz. Great combat strength augments as well.
Yeah, this is really. I'm pretty sure.
Or Jazz.
Rates go even further than from what
they
you
do.
see. It's just completely unlike.
No Edge of Night, Zed.
Everything that you have here, we will see how it does against the Caitlyn board. That
This Ziggs 2 is really strong as well.
Against Zoro in the lobby 3 here. As we
Zed's stunned.
Take a look between these two players who can win out. Lalana
Man, I'm so crazy. Jazz Emblem. GG's.
The last Caitlyn cast did not come through in time, so big win for Lalana, big win for the UK TFT scene, and Zoro trying to come back. We talked about Zoro a lot today.
I know he's pretty much the weakest 5 cost, but I do love Kane's swoop animation. Do you guys think Kane is the weakest 5 cost?
You jinxed it, Makes.
How are we defining weak here? I'm looking at it right now.
Paul looks too serious to have won.
Is Kane actually the weakest 5 cost?
Why is my webcam on the screen?
Okay, against Alawi?
But that was a very fast conclusion to that game.
I mean, I prefer Alawi over Kane.
Are there more surprises?
I don't think so.
Jin 1 versus Kane 1. I think Kane 1's better than Jin 1. Generally speaking, in terms of like how often you can plug and play. Jin 1 needs more setup. Lucian 1 is better. I actually prefer Lucian 2. Kiana is very good as well, high impact. Sona's is very situational. Yorick is good. And Ziggs is also like kind of situational, but pretty good too. I think he's like around. I think he's actually better than Sona and like probably around the same as Ziggs.
Hi, I'm Left. I've been playing TFT since set.
I feel like people underestimate. I feel like people underestimate him.
And a regular GSC player. The set in which I've had my best performances was set 7 actually, and I think I'm doing approximately well.
Here somewhere.
Executioner is another top 4. So far we've seen it 3 times or 4 times. We've seen it 3 times or 4 times, and then I think it's bought for only once. So executioners are definitely underrated. Great secondary, awful primary. I think that's fair. That's like the same with like. I mean, honestly, that's kind of the same with like Lucian and like Ziggs. Like late game, you can make them the primary source of damage, but they can't do it by themselves. I think that's fine. And like even Jin can't really do it by himself, even though he's kind of like a giant nuker. It's just like he's like the AD version of like Ari in the sense that you kind of want him to just take out the big heavy hitters, and then you have someone else dealing damage as well. You can't really just do it with just Jin.
In the top 8, and those are all like the 4 most story-driven players as well, you'd say.
Bro, I've got this up in widescreen on VR. It's too lit. Are you using the Apple Vision Pro? How dystopian is this Apple Vision Pro clips I'm seeing on social media? Like, if you're having fun with it and you can afford it and whatever, like more power to you. But some of it is like, man, I can't. I don't know, man. I can't. I'm starting to worry about society a little bit. A little bit. Playing TFT, the Apple Vision Pro sounds kind of lit. Actually, that does sound cool. That does sound cool. But some of it is a little bit dystopian.
But hasn't quite been able to cinch the victory, and now he's in the perfect position to do so.
Yeah, he's been a top 10 player at the regionals before so many times over. But I think the time.
Let's go ahead and skip over. Sorry, it looks like they're almost ready.
And there is a relatively big point gap as well coming in.
All right, so this is the last game, I think. Round 6. I think it's 6 rounds and they cut off, and whoever is doing the best just wins.
Into that game, 7 potentially. The cutoff will most likely
I've seen more dystopian. I'm sure you have. I'm just saying it just feels. It's a little like on the nose. Like 2 people just sitting at a restaurant and like doing like their weird like they just have the goggles and they're just doing this and they're just not interacting, but they're just sitting there and like eating at a restaurant. It's just like it's just so weird.
Decided on wanting the scuttle puddle, but Duchanar and
yes, scuttle puddle.
And it is going to be a scuttle puddle.
I mean,
you know what?
it's no crab rave, but we take scuttle puddle.
Seem to happen on our tournament realm.
Good. It's a good thing that they don't. We have enough wandering trainers.
That's the same with phones. Yes, but It feels like it takes one step further. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But it feels like it takes one step further.
To what you do in terms of decisions in this portal to get an edge. Overall, because you get so many
phones could like slide in the pocket and like, you know what I mean? Like it just feels like another level to take it to a restaurant. Because it's not like a convenient thing that you just like.
Now, keep in mind that in this pack,
I guess you just like wear it all the time. Okay, maybe you guys convinced me. I'm not entirely sure though. It just feels strange.
The same amount of gold. And that of course also means that most
The further step away while being burst. Yes, exactly. It feels like it goes like the next level deeper.
Of course, unless they have an opener like Tartman, who already has Heartsteel.
Oh yeah, Neuralink and everything like that is also it's I'm like trying to pay attention to that kind of stuff, but it's hard to keep up with all the news. But that, from what I've come to understand about Neuralink, it's also very dystopian.
The first few rounds in this stage 2 and get a Yone off of that stage 2 carousel.
Okay, Heartsteel at 1-4. Pretty damn good. These are all players in 25, so they're all looking for a good result.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
25 points. Scuttle Puddle, Heartsteel. The thing about Heartsteel is that it's not as effective in a portal like Scuttle Puddle because everyone gets access to a lot of resources. And one of the main advantages of Heartsteel, part of the reason why Heartsteel is so good, is you get continuous resources over everybody else, and so you just have more items and more power and everything like that. On Scuttle Puddle, people can cap pretty high and sort of keep up the pace with Heartsteel, so your advantage is not nearly as big. Drag miss into the prime.
It's really just
Savior.
Something like Lucky Streak here, for example, is not
so yes, Heartsteel is still very good. It's not like it's not effective at all. It's just that it's not nearly as insane of a start compared to other portals. What's the name of the Apple thing? It's an Apple Vision Pro. It's like their version of a VR headset that you use in everyday life. Aegis is the clear pick to me here. You don't really want anything but Aegis compared to the others in terms of overall versatility and power.
Just trying to field any kind of board.
I wonder if Aegis is a little too strong. It's probably fine where it is. You could probably stand and take down like half a peg, not even, maybe a third of a peg. But the fact that it feels like it feels to me, it probably is not true, but it feels to me like it outclasses the other support items so much that you'd rather just like not even think about the other options.
I already mentioned it there briefly. For double 61, we are seeing Too Big to Fail being picked up as an augment. He's also running an Olaf. So I am very excited for this course of events and what is going to come from it.
All right. When do we get Lolchester do back up? I'll do a turn tomorrow. Just remind me. Tomorrow I might not be able to stream. This Sunday I definitely can't stream. I actually have to drive to meet with my sister. It's a 7-hour drive one way. She's also driving 7 hours. We're gonna meet somewhere in like in Portland, or not Portland, Oregon. It's like a few hours south of it. And then we have to meet up because my sister's gonna give us her crib that she had for her son. He no longer needs it, so she's disassembling it and handing it over. And so it's going to be a 14-hour drive. Sunday, no stream, unless you guys want to just sit in the car with me for 7 hours. Probably not. Too big to fail. Olaf reroll?
And keep in mind, Milana was the player that told us he went into the practice tool.
Wemby got 10 blocks.
Just to
impressive.
Playing with
that's impressive.
opener,
but what do you think about Heartsteel at stage 1? What's more? You tell me what's more impressive. You tell me what has more impact on the game.
Early game boards. As we are moving through the stages, we are going to be seeing Darkest, who very early on made the
road trip with Frodan. I don't even know if I have the data to support that. I'm about to get hit with the $2,000 mobile bill. You're both driving 14 hours just to pass a crib over. Well, I haven't. I want to see my sister. It's a little. It's like also like, you know, we're probably gonna have like a lunch, something like that. Also, cribs are expensive, and also it's like
to 5 means you have a much higher chance of finding units like Yone.
It's also an excuse for me to spend 14 hours with my wife, which is one of my favorite things to do.
Headliner come up, but not for double. Chinar has him instead on the other side of the board is Tartman, who found these hard steals so
lucky streak.
And I'm just looking, you know.
You turbo level to 5. I mean, in general, you have so much gold that.
And I think Christerian is just trying to run it back. Really seems.
I love you too. You have so much gold that you can just like afford to level. He lost here though, so it's kind of a lot of people who like level here are trying to preserve their streak as well. It's like it's a combination of odds and streak. In general, when you're trying to like break the normal leveling cadence, doing it for like one reason alone is usually not good enough. You need to have like multiple reasons to kind of break rules, because that makes it much more effective. If you have like, well, because I want this one thing, it's kind of your reason to become stronger, the more you can justify it, is probably the better way I can describe it. It's just a straight up, like, okay, well, if I get to level 5, I can keep my win streak, and I get to play a unit that makes sense for my board, that spikes me a lot, and there's like 2 people in my pool that also are like level 5 and have strong boards, so like I don't win without it, and Scuttle Puddle gives me more gold than usual, so it's not as punishing to be down on econ. Like, when you stack all those reasons, that's a much better reason to do it than just like, well, you know, I just want to that's like a kind of a flimsy reason.
Generic opener. We have the Corky. We are trying to maybe get that hard steal online with everything that we are seeing.
What do you plan to do while driving that far? An audiobook? I'm gonna talk to this really hot woman for like 7 hours.
With the GS Slam, with the,
you know, I'm gonna have a conversation. Many of them actually, but we might also listen to the audiobook.
Riven in this game has Harmonious as well, which is obviously gonna be very good for Riven in general. The entire set. So we'll see if we can make it there.
You guys are funny.
Has one of the highest win rates that we've seen across any reroll comp in this tournament up until today.
Here's another thing I can say. If I can actually give you real advice that's not TFT related, if you can't have a 7-hour conversation with somebody, and or rather, if it doesn't feel like you can have that, then that person might not necessarily be the soulmate that you think they are. I feel like it's a really good sign that you're able to spend a lot of time with it. That's not true for everybody, but for a lot of people in my experience, for me personally, that was a big guiding thing. I have to be able to like do nothing. We're not doing any activity. We're not in some spectacular location. It doesn't really matter what we're doing or what's around us, as long as we're obviously not like being extremely uncomfortable or something like that. Nothing could be going on. I could be having a good time. If you can't really have a good time doing nothing, then I feel like you're gonna struggle a lot. Oh, you're driving with your mom. Haha, nice one.
In some ways, this a singular Urgot won to win streak all of this stage and put himself in a very good position to probably pivot off of the disco coming to later.
Good on.
Does not have items for TF and does not really have any AP items at all. Darkest now trying to make any kind of a board here. As a Cassante, gonna have to hope for maybe
50 gold and 82 on HP and 2-3 is really good. Yeah, no, it really is. Being able to get a lot of gold early is still very, very effective. Like this 68 with a bunch of gold and he's being over leveled, I think it's fine.
It's more so the opponent he's facing in stage 3 after these little guys
aggressively making gold like that. Duplicator.
Damn. Already, so it could be a scary place to be at if you don't build a board. The idea of open forwarding, it's so
I wish I could talk to women. It's not actually that hard. You just have to like
enough units that you don't have to roll to find
like do it.
To actually have a semi-stable board where you don't lose 6-0.
This is where the magic should happen for Darkest. Does pick up.
You're not gonna get better at talking to women unless you like talk to women. You're not gonna get better at playing TFT unless you like play TFT. And like just the act of doing it and being brave will help you a lot. And this actually applies to everything else. You're not gonna get better at an instrument. Don't practice and like actually do it. It's the same thing.
something that isn't.
So if you're bad at talking to women, find somebody that you trust. Don't just like approach like don't try to like walk up to Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl and try to strike up conversation. That's probably not going to work. But you know, surely you know some people, or if you don't know yet, you can find a way to make sure you're in a safer environment and like actually try to learn.
The belt will become a Sterax, and maybe wants a BT as that final item.
I love Olaf. The fact that he hits and strong.
I just asked my boyfriend if he can talk to me for 7 hours, and he said yes. Well, there you go. You guys are great. Great match. Fantastic. Some people aren't like talk for 7 hours type of people. I totally get it. I meant more spending time with them. I meant more spending time. Capricious Forge, Uplink, and Twin Terror.
Man, I'm getting more dog again.
Twin Terror Olaf? Too big to fail? Wow. Wait, he has Pentakill Olaf. Pedrito, thank you for the prime. Interesting, interesting. Pentakill, Twin Terror, Olaf, too big to fail. Oh. Double 61. Dude, doesn't his mustache look kind of nefarious? Like, he always looks like... This double 61 guy with his mustache always looks like he's scheming about something. He always looks like he's scheming. This guy's up to something. Red buff.
Looking at the items
Are you both extroverts? She's a lot more extrovert than I am. It's funny because categorically I am an extrovert. Oh, he doesn't twirl his mustache. He twirls like the one string of hair on his head. No way. Oh, wait, okay. No, I have to show you guys double 61 scam. All right, hold on one second. Let me rewind. You guys have to see this. You have to see this. Look at them bringing double 61. This dude just grabs one hair on his head and he's just twirling it.
Well, Brolaf is running around on the other side of the board.
Oh, man.
Double, and this one is
Twisted
fate. Big issue with
yes.
that spray and praise for the most part. So he doesn't
You'll do very nicely, Olaf 3. In a French accent, of course. Jouy.
This is what I was talking about, Tardaman.
He has the perfect mustache that Tyrone doesn't know. Man, it's just too funny. The interesting thing is, like, a lot of these like weird idiosyncrasies with people, they don't even know, like, the weird quirks they have. They're not aware of it unless you show them too. It's funny.
Commit to it. If not, he can just decide to play for Heartsteel instead. He can decide to play for Ari in the late game. We'll see exactly what target.
Why exactly? Of the Lux AHP, 7 losses down. We know he's on that Heartsteel, but can he actually transform it? Has to be the question there.
And my wife is way more extrovert than I am. My wife's the kind of person that makes friends with people on planes. She like sits down next to somebody, and then like there's like a 50% chance that they become like lifelong friends. I don't think I could ever do that. But then she also tells me that she can never talk to chat, so. My wife one time did one stream. She used to work at Evil Geniuses before we knew what was going on in EG. She worked there like 2 years ago. And she had to do this stream for like a content series 1 day a week. And she got backseated for the first time ever playing her favorite game, Slay the Spire. And if you guys don't know Slay the Spire, you should, it's one of the best card games ever made. It's fantastic. Okay, 3 spats. Ooh, pentakill for the Olaf player. It's one of the best card games ever made. And it's a roguelike, so if you like roguelikes, it's really fun. It's also indie, so you're supporting, like, you know, good indie devs. Anyways, one really, really good game. She was playing Slay the Spire, and my wife's pretty good, right? She plays at Ascension 20. You know, she like me and her, our win rate isn't like high, but we win like 5 to 10% of the time. That's not bad. Ascension 20 is like kind of hard unless you're like a Giga Sweat. And she gets backseated by one person. It was only one line in chat that was like suggesting things like, Like, why aren't you doing this? And then XYZ. And she just like lost it. She just couldn't handle it all. She just couldn't handle one guy. And it's just like backseating her. And she's just like, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. And it turns out that guy like plays at like Ascension 3. For those of you who don't understand Ascension 3 versus Ascension 20, it's like playing like literally bronze, silver to challenger. It is that big of a difference. She's still not over it. She's in chat right now talking about it. She's still not over it. What is challenger? Ascension 20. Ascension 20. Harm assist and healing orbs. Double healing augment's so good for Riven. And he has a spat so he can go 8-bit emblem. Man. Okay, I don't know if this is in the B patch, but I wouldn't mind taking 6 8-bit down a peg. Just like a tiny peg. It feels like a little too like insta win sometimes. You saw what happened with the 8-bit Lucian, right? In game number 1. Volta hit Lucian with 8-bit emblem, and then just like he started casting one time and killing everything. Okay, it was a Lucian too, but 8-bit emblem feels like that inevitable at certain points. But then the downside of nerfing 8-bit is we don't see the high scores as much. High scores as much anymore. Did she force his rank out of him? Yeah, she did. She called. She's gonna walk over here and deny it. But okay. Yeah. Yeah, and he was stuck on Ascension 3 for a year. Yes. I got 820 on everything except the new character. Wait, on the Watcher? The Watcher is very, very, very good. Yeah, the Watcher's like a combo character. You're basically just trying to always like one-shot the enemy. That's like the most efficient way to play it. Okay, one more Riven. We have Riven 3. He actually has so much healing. You probably could also get away with not going for Wow. He also has no bow. Seraphine 3, the lobby just spiked like crazy. But this is Scuttle Puddle, like everyone spikes. But this is very fast for a lot of people. Why roll so hard right before Cogs? It could be trying to preserve HP. Like if you ever roll right before a PV round, it's usually because you're trying to play for HP. Or you recognize that though you need the tempo spike because you're either trying to shift momentum or you're contested. There could be a couple of reasons why, but those are generally some of them. The Watcher's a girl. I think he means the defect. Oh, the defect is like the weakest class in the game, in my opinion. I don't like playing defect personally. I'm an Iron Chad lover. Is this the Riven player? No, it's not. Seraphine player. Oh, the KDA Lulu. Oh, he's going 10 KDA. Oh, he's trying to get to 9 and trying to get to play KDA. And he has KDA Evelyn. Or, Evelyn. KDA Akali. Blah, blah, blah. Words. He doesn't have Ari, and he doesn't have Nico. And Seraphine. He's missing 3. Nico, Seraphine, and Ari. We can get 10 KDA. He wins the game. The lobby is getting closer and closer in terms of strength, and that really tells you if you haven't hit what you were looking for. You ever try speedrunning Slay Aspire? Oh man, it's hard. It's very hard. I feel I hate the feeling of like I think I really hate the feeling of clicking something and instantly regretting it, and I feel like speedrunning will have me experience that ad nauseum. But watching some people speedrun is pretty cool. There was once upon a time I actually thought about becoming a speedrunner. I was like really into Super Mario 64. I actually did consider trying to no life Super Mario 64 one time. I always enjoyed that speedrunning that game. It's very fun. Okay, we hit RE2. We got Disco. Ooh, Disco and Scuttle Puddle. Sentinel Blitz. That's the weakest one. He should be stable enough now. It's just that I feel like Disco and Scuttle Puddle, it does give you access to 9, so that's like the nice thing about it. The downside is it feels like everyone else is getting really strong, so like usually you play Disco from ahead and then you stay ahead by getting to 9 before everyone else, and then you snowball that momentum, and it feels like if everyone gets really strong anyways, are you as effective? Twin Terror Olaf. Okay, we're getting CC'd nonstop by the Kiana. Oh my god! Oh my god! What? Hold on a second. Gotta watch that again. Also, look at Double 61's eyes. Look at his eyes. As he continues to massage every piece of his head. Whoa! I love it, man. I love it. His eyes are bulging. The too big to fail explosion into the Olaf. Go crazy. Olaf has built-in last stand.
Dude, I'm not over that Olaf yet. It's still like in my brain.
I'm not over that Olaf yet. You and me both.
You look too long into the sun. That's what I'm seeing in my forehead right now. But
okay, just a set 2. Not bad. 3 sets. Now he has double trouble set. Okay. Now. I mean, it looks like he's just playing for like a top 4.
That's exactly what the game plan looks like for a double, but hopping over to Zoro, one of the players you've been in particular.
This is not the KDA player. This is a different, or this is not the 10 KDA player. This is a different Akali headliner executioners. My ADHD brain couldn't focus on playing game perfectly for more than 10 minutes. Gets worse as I age. I'm 25 now, so I switched to slower games like TFT. I just hit Diamond 1 in poker. Even CSGO is too fast. Oh, interesting. TFT, when you stay for more than 10 minutes, TFT games last like half an hour. So how do you handle that? That's interesting. You're saying like it's too fast paced. TFT is slow. TFT is considered really fast of a strategy game. Oh my god, another double. Wait, 2 people have 2 KDA emblems. Is that right? 2 people have 2 KDA emblems? Oh my god. Wait, we might have 2 10 KDA players. This is insanity.
So this is what we're doing. I guess
oh, we are clumped. We are so clumped for this Senna. That is not good. That is really not good. Oh. Close. Very close. Wow. The Senna didn't deal as much damage as I thought she was going to do. I guess Gambler's Blade is not a lot of damage. You want AP on her, like Death Cap. Like Death Cap. That's the reason why you want the AP is so you have Shojin already through Superfan, and then you crush through having a bunch of AP, and Gamma's Blade is like a lot of the same thing. Also, our augments are like ramping rhythms, so just like it's like machine gun Senna as opposed to like a cannon, like a blast cannon Senna. I was anticipating that Senna to do a lot more. I hit Emerald 1 today, playing mostly on my lunch breaks on mobile. That's really impressive, actually. Mobile, I probably could get to Diamond. I think I could probably get to Masters on mobile. I don't want to try, though. I'm not really itching to be like, yeah, you know what? Let me do a new TFT challenge. Play on mobile. I'm not looking to do it. I like the PC experience so much better. Okay. Can we go to the KDA player? I want to go to the 10 KDA player, see if they hit. Ari is so contested this lobby. Oh, he KDA Ari. Oh, wait, he already has KDA Kali. He has 10 KDA. The thing is, someone else is also going for 10 KDA.
Yes, it might be, but the only thing that has me a little bit worried as well, we have found this Ari. It's not a
Ghost fight. He has a duplicator. You can go for RE2. I hit Challenger on mobile. You're an animal. You probably actually are like you probably have like a 500 LP nerf. You probably could be like way higher than baseline Challenger.
You remember Makes yesterday, Alana, what his attempt at a win condition was in that very last game in day 2?
What does GSC mean? It means the golden spatula. Oh, some people are getting ads. GSC, I can show you guys real quick while ads are playing. Sorry about that. I missed one cadence of it, and now it's messed up. As you guys know, Twitch just forces you to do it. GSC is the Golden Spatula Cup, and it's the structure of the tournament that sees them into the regional finals. This is regionals. The very top of the pyramid is the World Championship. Tier 2 is the regional finals. And you have people that qualify via either ranked ladder or the Golden Spatula Cup.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
And then locally, they have like open qualifiers and their own regional competitions and things like that. So this is the equivalent of Heartsteel Cup and KDA Cup for North America if you follow it. And they're gonna have their regional finals at the same time as we do, and then this is World Championship. So that's the structure. All right, too big to fail. Twin Terror.
Is it maybe a Blitzcrank 3 again? Because if I saw correctly, there's 2 Blitzcrank 2 on Lalana's board.
6 8-bit. I mean, this should win the game. Anyways, Gravy, thank you.
Although I do want to point out, this time around, the Blitzcrank does not have an Archangel.
I can click fast, but I freeze up on roll down sometimes and waste my time thinking. I mean, a lot of players do that. It's a very common thing. I don't feel bad about it. I still do that. I might play a couple games here to end the stream, and I might do that. I can't really hear the cast.
He has no business 1v3ing as a 3-star. I can only imagine the damage he's able to dish out.
I mean, we
want Olaf.
Imagine we've seen
Olaf.
Before, but here is once again the beautiful Olaf against
the Echo stun.
This time around, it is not gonna go Olaf's way. Double taking a loss here, and Darkest on the back of the 10 KDA able to get that win streak in. They are looking really, really good with the KDAs, and Zoro on the contest did find the win in the previous round, but did.
Hey Frodan, first time in stream. I usually watch your YouTube content. Oh, sounds good. Well, thank you for supporting me, man.
The board is just not optimal. The items are not optimal onto the Ari, the Edge of Night, red buff. When you already have a red buff on your Kali is not ideal.
Which YouTube? My YouTube guides. I got a fun tournament game that I watched. I reviewed that. That's coming up, and then I'm gonna do another coaching video where like someone who submits a game from lower ranks asks for help. Oh my god. 8-bit, I just hit 3-star KO for free and got pentakill cardless headline, and then someone hit 10 pentakill. I mean, that sounds like the TFT experience in a nutshell. You wait all day long for a crazy spike, like a satisfying game, and someone just gets nuts.
are her with the twin turret at least.
You're playing your poker hands. Oh my god.
Instead of the extra
Tentacle win.
With the way that Olaf
They
was
tied.
positioned, it was just too much pain in too little time.
Double 61 went
for him to
7th.
actually do his worst.
Mode.
Now you're getting another glimpse at the crank 3 attempt.
Man, that was a 7th. That's so sad. Oh man.
With some nice little tank items.
Sad.
Silver lining for any of our
His board was so cool. Olaf, Twin Terror,
is pretty much guaranteed
with
qualify for EMEA final
too
top
big to
ladder.
fail bruisers. If he hit a Lowy,
That's final
that would have been really
upgrade,
good.
final
And then
upgrade
also,
in this
he didn't have
GSC to actually
DPS
make
besides
it.
Olaf. He needed to hit
Those 7 hurts a
Karthus.
little bit less because
I think he needed to hit
for
Karthus or
third party
KO3.
either, I don't think it will be enough to actually qualify to be among those top 8 in the standings once this game concludes.
The TFT drama video was great. Very informational. I'm glad that you thought so. I've never really made drama videos. In general, as you guys know, I'm not really like a drama farmer. But I felt like it was important that someone speak about it, because I kept hearing so many people talk around it. I felt like it was good to put out. Also, it was interesting for the tournament. So it was good tournament promo.
And we'll see whether or not the Discos can keep up.
Shout out to
with
my
Dark's
editor,
KDA
Kite, who actually flipped that around the same day.
Together. On the other side, we are now seeing the Ari fully upgraded, and she is going to be a menace against this board. Take out any
Yeah,
of the
Disco bot 6.
enemies that
I'm just not convinced Disco is good.
And we can see how much Scuttle Puddle has
I think Disco is playable.
of this game.
Like, good doesn't mean that it's unplayable. I just don't think Disco is reliable. I think Disco is one of those lines that you play that you are aiming for third the moment you play it, and if you can, like, high roll, the stars align, you can do well with it. But 6 is like within my realms of expectations. It's a comp that goes third to 6 really often.
And speaking of, you said it, you know, 8-bit TLT.
Is this an EMEA VOD? Yes. This is from EU, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And we have a lot of people from UK. We had French players. France is very strong. Germany also. We saw a really cool set of games by German players who like did some really neat stuff with country, for example. They play like a Katarina country. And we have Russia, Turkey.
To be honest with you, if the Riven can find her way towards this, and she can, she's just going to.
Man, this Riven is absolutely crushing. Riven with 6-8-bit just is unstoppable.
I think it's the only comp in the game that can pull off 5-second fights in stage 5.
Yeah, we talked about how so this Riven has GS and IE. I said that because she has 2 sources of healing, you can probably get away with it. As long as you have like the healing on Riven, I think it's important so that she can heal up and not get like whittled down. Disco needs way too much. Disco needs a lot of economy. You need tempo early and be ahead because you fall off late game, and you need to get to 9 and reliably hit the like Alawi, Sona, and Ziggs. Having 2 of the 3 means you probably get like a 4th. But if you hit all 3, then you can top 2, and that's just like really conditional.
And we're gonna get another injection of gold. Looking at the total, all of our players, well, actually not all. Chinar, the only player on level 8, could still go a level 9 here in these next couple of seconds, as we are going to get another.
NA is a superior region for TFT, right? I'm an EME player.
Just like that. Roll once.
I mean, yes, but I don't think EME is that far behind. But don't tell anybody from NA I said that. Don't tell anyone from NA I said that. That's a secret between us. Winky face.
Seems like Ari is the name of the game in this game 6. The players in our top 4 utilizing Ari as one of their damage dealers, with Senna being the star of the show here for Chinar, but he does not go into the vertical true damage. Instead,
I hope I can play Hearthstone every game. I love the first-rate type of gameplay. I think Hearthstone is actually quite fun. Everyone here kind of understands my stance on it. I think Hearthstone is overpowered for sure and too good, but I also think it's very fun. Oh my god, the Riven is on the back line. Oh, the shield! The heal! 6-8-bit versus 10 KDA! Oh my god! This is the 10 KDA! Oh, he almost did it. He almost did it. If the Riven casted one more time, might have been able to beat the 10 KDA player.
Unlike other vertical traits, 10 KDA is not.
That was crazy.
I've seen 10 KDA boards, if they don't have the right items, if their units are not all fully upgraded.
How do you change which region is better? Didn't EMEA place better last Worlds? I mean, they placed better by like one spot in terms of the peak performance. But North America has won 2 of the last 3 major international events. Wait, this guy's going for Caitlyn 3. He's one off. He's trying to go. Wait, can he even hit Caitlyn 3? Isn't the 8-bit player? Oh, 8-bit player just died. But a lot of people just like say that NA is better, but their baseline is actually like their baseline reasoning is actually not even that good. Also, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and just say that a lot of NA players who say, I mean, TK just wins. A lot of the NA players that say that NA is better than EMEA, a lot of them don't even watch EMEA. They just think that they're better. But I watch EMEA, so I have the right to say it definitively. NA greater than EU, but I actually think EMEA is pretty good. I think some of their top players are very good and can compete and can win a lot. Like their top 8 can go toe to toe with our top 8. And like in all true honesty, if I were to be very, very like, I would be very candid, I'm pretty sure NA is just carried by our very best players. What I mean by that is I'm pretty sure that if Setsuko wasn't a North American player and he was just born like 4 hours east or 6 hours east, like NA would get would be twice as bad. Or half as good, rather. Like we're very much carried by our top players.
Hi, I'm Stormy. I'm 27 from
Okay, I think the last game's coming up. I don't know if I have time to actually play a game, guys. Last game coming up.
Of players who could claim their very
Oh, this is actually regionals for EMEA coming up. So for regionals, they got from never mind. These are GSC winners.
You have Salvi, who Salvi is
It looks like this was like a regionals lineup.
Now that has the opportunity to become a 2-time Golden Spatula Cup champion, joining Zaza. Imagine that as like a statement for Germany. That is a statement when there would be 2.
Zaza won GSC 2 and GSC 1. Canvas, Lumarpin, Salvi, Spirion, Brojan.
Would come out of Germany. That's a huge one.
This is a good graphic. We should do something like that too.
I wasn't even sure that the 2-time GSC winner would be met of Sasa, but to have 2 of them would be.
Friend, do you know anything about the B patch? I know that it is allegedly small.
One more name added to that list, and as you said, Wita, with the points being so close.
They didn't show the 10K versus 10K fight. I think that was against the Ghost, but I'm not entirely sure. NA players saying NA greater than EU is like Soju saying it's a win out.
Take it away, guys.
Listen, man, I know Soju might not be like on top of his game, but he shows up for regionals. Assuming he qualifies for regionals, he made it every single time except once. He's actually good. He's actually good at the game. That's not no cope. Oh, Emily Wang can clear EU solo.
Yeah, I was gonna mention.
All right, man. All right, man. I feel like at this point, Keaton's just trying to add gas to the fire. Keaton, you don't understand. I have a lot of EU viewers in my chat. We just can't go saying stuff like that, man. No flame to Emily Wang. I'm just saying, like, there's no flame. I'm just saying, let's be diplomatic here.
Usually, I think something you want to hear, something you would enjoy, something that is pleasing for your ears. For me, not so much. It's also not the case with the emo spam at the start of this game.
There's actually a really funny meme with Emily Wang in particular. There's like a meme within the Taiwanese community that Emily Wang's best friend is Jazz Latte at the beginning of the patch. And then but then 1 week after the patch, who is Jazz Latte? that's the meme what it translates to.
The holy moly interview personally, but he's been so
I thought that was pretty funny. So Emily probably could take on EU after she gets the download from Jazz Latte.
So my big question is, can he do that again? Can he actually get away with it in a final lobby like this one?
If we haven't already made
At League, EU is stronger than NA. Oh, at many games, EU is stronger than NA. But in this one, in TFT, it is not the case. Burgie, thank you for the prime. Thank you so much. What portal is this? Well, actually, I missed it. They're gonna update it. It's in the top for me. Round 7. Prismatic Symphony. Thank you, Adrian. Twin Terror. Twin Terror's still really good for executioner stuff. He wants Living Forge. Living Forge into Diamond Hands. Gold Generation. Okay, Infinity Force. Generically good. Can you take Mogul's Mail here? Oh, he's playing Annie. He has Annie headliner. Is it just Infinity Force then? I could see Mogul's Mail and slam a frontline item, but he has no 2-star unit, which is really bad for that. Cruel Pact.
Well, I think this is not a drill.
I mean, I'd probably go for Infinity Force here as well. Oh, this is this is a spectator bug. It's a spectator bug. Is Masters for my first set of TFT good? Yeah, it's really good. It's what you do beyond that. I find that people who get Masters their first set go one of two ways. Like, hey, it's my first set. I got to Masters. That's awesome. Great. Hooray. And then one of two things happens. They either keep climbing and they get the Challenger. They go to Grandmasters and Challenger pretty easily. Or Masters is where they're going to be stuck for many sets. And they develop like a really... they're like really competitive players, and they develop like a pretty unhealthy relationship with the game because they like their expectation of how fast they climbed ended up being very pervasive and hindering their growth. Because their expectation was like, well, this game was easy, so like I got the Masters, like whatever, like TFT's awesome, like yeah, next set is GM, and then like, or I get the Challenger, set 11 is my sets, yada yada yada. It doesn't happen. They stay Masters, and then it kind of creates this really vicious cycle for them, where they develop a really unhealthy relationship with TFT. So hopefully you're not in the ladder camp. You got this. Challenger next set. Set 11 is yours. Radiant Shojin, Biss, Olaf. Roll the dice is so OP on Olaf. It is so OP. Streak the stage 2 and then lose fights later on in stage 3 and 4 where the cash outs are that much more relevant and the losses to stack. Wait, that's me, LMAO. I'm not calling out specific person. I've just seen it happen so many times. That first or 8th place cell to try and become a GSC. They have a natural affinity or a natural talent for the game to understand it at a proficient level to climb to like a certain baseline, and then they kind of hit a plateau, and it creates a cycle of frustration.
It's not gonna happen. There's a Cruel Pact player. You're never gonna get there.
In the prismatic lobby, especially, you have to be scouting to see.
Seriously though, if you're not Challenger 2 set, you probably will never be. That's not one, that's not true, and 2, that's a really unhealthy way to look at it. It's a really unhealthy way. That's what messes up. That's what messes with people. That is not true. That's not true.
What line they want to commit to? We know the strongest rerolls in this tournament so far have been that Senna, that Katarina in some cases, the Riven when it comes to the AD rerolls. But
I will say that there are players who naturally are more gifted at TFT because of their proclivity and ability to learn quickly and pick up intuitively what the game is what the game is doing. Like I understand that like one example is someone like Dersoap and Weijin. These are two players who I think intuitively have improved a lot immensely at the game, and they pick up things really quickly. But it's not like players have not been able to hit that level of ability and performance before. Like it's not like no one has ever been as good as those players ever in NA. There's players who are like who are able to do that slowly over time because they've grinded their way and improved set over set and gotten there at that level, and that applies to all ranks. I'm using top level examples to try and help people understand, because it's like difficult to say abstractly like this is what a Masters players would, Diamond player, etc., etc. But there's players who like there's players that show it very early and it comes very naturally to them, and then they put in the work ethic and the dedication to improve. And then there's people who do it slowly over time and have grown and flourished as players when finally like piecing it all together.
And it can be very hard to recover this economy later on.
Shopping spree. So we got a lot of strong econ stuff. We got Cruel Pact, March of Progress, Shopping Spree. What about Bebe? Bebe is a really hard worker. Very, 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 very hard worker. He's also very intelligent. About some things. But he's like I know a lot of people might like he's an easy guy to dunk right now, but he's a very easy guy to dunk, but Bebe is very smart.
You have to hope you can dodge this matchup at least for
when he wants to be.
The 5-lot win streak going into the Krug round, but the item slams are, I think, the key, way to know what comps players are angling towards, what game plan they want. And Gobo with the red buff and the even shot slammed, pretty much saying, "Hey, I'll probably try and play for Hearthstone in this game if the rest of the
wasn't Bebe canceled."
Not so clear. Infinity Force, a relatively open option.
I think Bebe would say that he doesn't want to, I think I'm quoting him, that he doesn't want to work for free anymore because he's very busy. Sorry, smiley face. I think that's his words. So to say that he's canceled is like, pretty sure Bebe could probably stream right now, and there's people that would watch him. I think you only cancel yourself, sadly enough. When it comes to gaming, and I've been part of this scene and industry for a while, and there's only one thing that remains true. Well, there's two things that remain true. One, Olaf never dies. Oh my god, he beat a cool pack player. He beat the cool pack player. Okay, so there's two things that are true. One, Olaf never dies, and then two, you only cancel yourself.
And the 5-win streak intact for the UK player, the headliner Olaf. I mean, if you have not been buying this unit,
don't kick a man that is laying down. Yeah, that part. I mean, okay. The thing is, he does himself no favors, because a big part of the issue was that he is also hurting others in the process. I know it's like, it might feel like, okay, he's not hurt, he's not, whatever. It's just Twitter. Like it's not meaningful, whatever. Like you can just ignore Bebe, but like in some ways, like what he is saying is hurting other people.
Player in the lobby pool that you haven't met up with yet, and you gotta be looking at that one.
Not like, viciously like damaging them or whatever, but like what he said is hurtful towards the people who got laid off and everything like that. So that it caused a very strong reaction. And oh, nice, Olaf 3 or Yasuo 3. And so that's where I think a lot of people felt very defensive and felt like he stepped over the line. It's Edgelord Yasuo though. Oh, he has Jewel Lotus 3. Oh man. Okay, this is a game. I can see this game being a good Yasuo setup. I can see this game being a good Yasuo setup. Level 4, 30 gold. He hit fast enough. He has Jewel Lotus 3. What does he want on 3-2? He wants all prismatics. Harmist's 3. Or you can't get not today, so I'm just thinking about it. Oh, binary. Wait, actually, do you want binary? I think you want.
Talking about Yasuo, most players, competitive players of all levels, really have mostly seen.
Oh, isn't Talent Search actually kind of good? As the better variant, the stronger variant. Because you get Kiana, and then you get Talent Search on Kiana. It's something that you take for like a lot later in the game. It makes the rest of your team a little bit better, so like you get the benefits now, but Radiant Edge of Night, okay, you guys are way better at the game than I am. Return Investors is also low-key not bad.
also does not win every single fight in stage 3. It doesn't scale
binary
on the extra stacking AD. He has a very hard time.
Wow.
So I do believe this is a stronger variant. I do believe that.
I mean, if you guys could guarantee Radiant Eternite, obviously yes, but you can't.
I'm sure Seth is one of the dear list believers, so I trust him when it comes to the rerolls. We'll see how it goes. Quickly check.
But yeah, I do have a lot of sympathy for Baby because I feel like a lot of his livelihood got swept up from under him. Endless hordes.
Man, I'm getting more dogged again.
Whoa. March of Progress, Endless Hordes. Whoa. He's gonna go for like Spellweavers plus Jazz or something? I don't know. Okay. Nicholas, thank you for the prime. Yeah, I feel bad for Bebe, you know. I feel like basically what happened in my view, is that Bebe had his world come crashing down. He just got announced that, like, you know, surprise, Twitch is closing down in Korea, and now you have to figure out yourself. He searched a bunch of answers to like figure out what solutions he could find. He's not satisfied with them because the reality is a lot of Twitch creators are very upset about the change, and it's very devastating to them. It's not simple as like, we'll just switch to YouTube. It's like, who watches TFT mainly on YouTube these days as streaming? It's not a really easy thing to do. So what he tried to do was try to like change his approach and say like, hey, you know, like people know me to be educational, helpful through like all these different things. I want to try to do that on social media. Was wildly unsuccessful at it and got sort of like ostracized, exiled, rejected by the community. Like not just rejected, but dejected. Like dejected by the community. And I think that like, you know, basically he like lost everything then, right? He lost like his stream, he lost his income, he lost his like reputation. Like it feels like a lot happened in a short period of time. I feel like I can sympathize with the devastation that happens. Now, again, I don't really like what he said. I don't like how he conducted himself. And I'm a person that I consider Baby my friend. I DM him, tell him like, hey, cut it out. So that's as much as I can do. I hope that he figures it out because it sounds like he's going through a lot. Cool Pack player is playing Executioners. He has 3 items on Karthus. He took Arcana or whatever on Unleashed Arcane on Karthus. On Karthus 1. This guy hit Roll the Dice and Lucky Gloves.
Absolutely, and we're seeing
whatever it's called.
Cool
Lucky Thief Gloves.
On the augments here as well that we haven't really gotten into just yet because of how tight up.
He did that to himself. That's a completely fair take. And I'll also say that if that happens to a friend, a colleague of somebody that you were even just having a good time hanging out with just a couple months ago, I feel like you can understand my position as well. Like your position as a person that's like to many of you, he's an internet stranger. You don't know him any better. But like if it was happening to somebody that you care about, it's a friend, and if friendship means something to you in that way, you would also want to have some empathy for that person. So I think you guys can see it from my perspective. If your POV is like whatever, like he did to himself, that's totally fine because there's nothing really at stake for like what you're seeing in the world that you're living in. But the world that I'm in, where it's like, you know, these are like my colleagues and peers and friends. It could happen to any of the streamers. I want to at least try to meet him somewhere in the middle, but obviously he keeps taking a lot of that space that I don't think I can give anymore.
What would be crazy? Endless hordes. Can you imagine?
So like to me, I don't really talk to Baby, but like but if he wants to ever come to me and talk about it, we can. Okay, impenetrable bulwark. We have so many items. He's thinking about raising the stakes here, but like he's at 44 HP. There's no way you can. This is a terrible raise the stakes spot. He has to cash out.
It's not. We're gonna keep on.
Oh, thank you, Max.
Nice and easy.
Frodan, if our top is what makes NA good, why mention Setsuko when he has never won a Worlds? Oh man. There's another part of this paragraph, but that first sentence is because there's only been like 4 world championships or 5. There hasn't been that many. And if our criteria is you're not good unless you win a world championship, is I think is a misplaced value system in a game like TFT.
I think he's just an item holder for now. There's no other Katarinas on the bench. I think
Yes.
doesn't seem like a player that wants to play.
Why didn't he beat Replay at World Set 8 or even the Hearthstone Cup? I mean, he's being the best. We're talking about the best overall, but like you could also be the best player in a tournament and not win. And that's true for not just TFT, but like a lot of games. You could be the best player on a football team. You could be the best player on your League of Legends squad. You could be the best player in the world at that, but it doesn't mean you win. Being the best doesn't mean you always win. And if that was the case, if it was purely like whoever's the best will always win, then tournaments would be a lot less interesting. Why do we even play it out? We just sign up. Oh, you're the best player? Here's your first place prize. You have to show up. It's not just your ability, but also your execution on that. And so it's a huge part of what makes tournaments interesting, because everyone knows the potential of players, but watching it play out is what makes it fascinating.
And then slowly falling off a tiny bit where it becomes a little bit dicey.
Man, this spot is so illegal. Wait, how much HP does he have? 91? If he gets another Thieves Gloves with roll the dice, I guess the thing is, it depends on what he plays. Because if there's a lot of Heartsteel stuff that gets taken, he probably ends up just playing like Pentakill or like Akali Ari. But the double Lucky Gloves things is like just crazy.
Cheering on Ryko. We had Urgot in the interview at the beginning of yesterday, and the
No, Faker, don't do it to him.
No.
Dodges the Vexel, barely doesn't win the fight there in the end.
It's okay. We're okay. Ryko still has some HP to work with.
Blinding Speed, Overwhelming Force, Freaky Friday.
Set of prismatics, of course.
Binary Airdrop. These are actually some pretty good choices. Freaky Friday versus Binary Airdrop. He already has 3 items on his Ezreal, so Binary is a lot weaker. If Binary came with a Magnetic Remover, it would probably be the pick. Or he was transitioning, but he already... This is one of the only downsides of rolling at 4-1 and hitting. Rolling at 4-1 and hitting is sometimes it makes your 4-2 augment awkward.
Use of this augment, Viego Headliner comes online for now.
But obviously, generally speaking, rolling down at 4-1 and hitting is good. Like, it's just preferred. Yasuo 3. Oh, this oh my god, wait a second. This stationary support is so good. It gives him so much fun. His front line is 1-star Nico and 1-star Echo, and he hits like the Giga Juice front line. Dummy. What? That's insane. Yeah, Master Stage, congrats, DJ. Best cool pack in March comp to play. Probably either a 2-cost AP reroll like Seraphine or like Riven. I think those are 2 strong. Or in Kale. Those 3 are probably my highest right now. But that might change after the patch. Tomorrow they're going to be patched. John Stockton, Karl Malone were some of the best players of all time, but they didn't win when it mattered. I mean, I would use other examples, like Charles Barkley, but I think it's probably because I've learned enough about Karl Malone to realize that guy's not that cool. I don't really like Karl Malone very much, but yeah. Point taken. Side note: has anyone been keeping track of Stephen A. Smith? After he does his basketball podcast and whatever, and he's like responding to like fans who ask him to power rank the Pokemon, or like, who would you take as your franchise player, Shrek versus Sully from Monsters Inc. It's pretty funny stuff. Or like how he like tries to like free agent draft from SpongeBob or something like that. It's pretty funny. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you'll probably find it on social media. It's very, very funny. Because half the time he doesn't even understand what's going on, right? Like they asked him to choose a starting Pokemon between Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, and he's all Stephen A about it. Yeah, they'll clip with Charizard. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I'm gonna go with Charmander. Looks like he could bang in the paint. I'm not about Bulbasaur. It's just so funny, man. It's the only good Stephen A. Smith content. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, this. Oh God. This okay, I don't think Executioners is high enough base level power that you want to go for this with Cruel Pack. This is oh, it could be his items. He could have been like, well, I have a bunch of like rods and stuff like that. If you have a bunch of rods, I suggest going for Seraphine. He also did lose his streak while playing Cruel Pact. Part of the problem with Cruel Pact is that the economy portion of Cruel Pact got nerfed with the streaks. And so if you lose your streak at all, which he did it with the Olaf in the end of stage 2, it becomes really problematic. And then the second element of it is that you are very vulnerable to the Heartsteel players because if you don't have enough HP as a padding, your Cruel Pact ends up becoming the reason you bot 4 because the Heartsteel players get too strong and they cap out so high and you already took a lot of damage. And so there's like a couple of reasons why Cruel Pact is kind of weak right now. I mean, as you guys know, I took Cruel Pact and went 8th on stream yesterday.
Still stuck on that 6 pentakill, which is a little bit awkward here.
I'm just happy that we are getting some items onto that Karthus.
5 Heartsteel. Oh my God, Jewel Lotus. Rage Blade, Radiant Last Whisper. I think I would just take Hyper Pop. Unironically, I think Hyper Pop Ezreal is really good in terms of like because he casts so often, so you kind of get a lot of value off of it. But you don't want it on the Ezreal. I'd probably give it to Bard actually. I feel like Aphelios doesn't actually cast very often. You want Hyper Pop on whoever casts more. I think it's a slight miss. Hyper Pop Bard diff, but not really. Solo went 8th. No. Mine held.
I think so much did not go right on that roll down. I think he was angling towards Heartsteel, pivoted out.
My Numa Eins.
And was kind of stuck between both.
Logo song.
Not being able to hold as many units as he would have liked. For Darkest, endless hordes, a few TGs.
I can't play Hearthstone because I'm on mobile. I mean, not with that attitude.
3 as well with just that singular blue buff, 5 KDA, a ton of traits online. You can make so much use of the KDA buff as well with all these extra units.
Lucky Gloves. Oh, yeah, Lucky Gloves works really well with Endless Hordes because the Thieves Gloves counts as one item and then it grabs items. So if you ever are playing Endless Hordes, you want Thieves Gloves.
I feel like there is potential there.
Endless Hordes. Where's the Jazz? Does he have the Jazz in? When you play Endless Hordes Jazz, you get so many extra units. You just smash in a bunch of synergies, and then you jazz it up.
If you could play Endless Hordes with more items, then I think it would be an instant pick for most of our players.
You're so right.
What is this? Pentakill, Morello, Zhonya's Lucian. What? Okay. I was supposed to be a Karthus probably holding these items. This is not exactly ideal. Yeah, where's Wet Jungler cooking? Wet Jungler, for people who don't know, #1 ranked player in EMEA. According to the power rankings. Almost unanimous across the board. Everyone put Wet Jungler 1. We can actually look at it real quick. We started this this set. We started a EU podcast version of the NA power rankings. You go to esports.gg/tftpr. You scroll down, you see NA, Setsuko, Weijin, Disho, Malala. Scroll down, you see Wet Jungler, Ging, 61 Cambiz. He scored a 140. Actually, it wasn't unanimous. Never mind. Oh, you know what it is? 149 often is like, because we do like we often go to like 10 bouts, something like that. 12 bouts in the past. So like I read the 149 is 14.9, so I thought it was almost unanimous. That's not true. Power rank #1. Wet Jungler, Ging from Turkey, Double CC1 from France, Canbiz from France, Dark Hydra from Germany. In terms of players who are power ranked that made final lobby here, Wet Jungler here, Sologosong, Salvi. And I think that's it. A couple of players got close though. We saw Sinar do very well. I feel like Noelle was doing well in the first day or two. Like I think Ging went like double. Oh, double 61 was playing as well in the final day.
HP.
That's pretty good.
Still hanging on for dear life as our resident Cruel Pack player in this.
Anyone here pay for coaching before? So recommendation for good coach? Yeah, you know, depends on where you want to go.
2 fights ago makes.
Are you trying to get to Masters? If so, there's a lot of people that give free coaching all the way up to Masters, even up to Grandmasters.
In a prismatic lobby is currently second in standings on 40 HP. This guy is playing
Also, because these Masters players love to give coaching unsolicited all the time. I have Masters players coaching me all the time, and I don't even ask them for it. Also, if you want another surefire way to get free coaching, just go in Twitch chat and just start saying wrong things about TFT, and people will just start correcting you immediately. But like, don't be an ass about it. Don't be like a jerk. Just be like, oh wait, what? This guy wins? Just be like, I think Heartsteel is not that good. I think Disco is much better. And then everyone's gonna go ahead and give you free advice for free. Like, it's just like they won't charge you a single cent. Go ahead and try it. Because there's one thing that I know TFT players do for a fact, is they love to correct people. They love to correct people. Yeah, just say something wrong about TFT and you'll get a lot of free advice.
But of course, everybody else is still in the running as well. As we are moving through boards, we are going to check in with Gobo as there is a little bit of.
You don't have to pay a cent. Ooh, Radiant Gunblade.
Rageblade as well has been found. You can slam one of these 2 items onto the Ziggs, complete his item set, and then maybe start itemizing the Lucian now as well.
Oh my god.
It's crazy, man. The board, the augments on.
Is he only at 31 HP? I think he is. Salvi's number 1 HP. Is this Yasuo player actually gonna win the lobby? 4 true damage, 3 edgelord.
It's an edgelord Yasuo, which we discussed at the beginning of the game. I personally think this.
No, he actually went Gunblade on the Yasuo 3. Interesting. He had GS and he popped that GS off and went GS on Caitlyn. Wait a second. He just wins here as well. He shuts down Wet Jungler. Wow. Cool. This is really cool, actually. He's playing like Caitlyn Yasuo duo with only 4 true damage. A lot of people say when you play this, you want to go for 6 true damage. But he has an edgelord variation, so he doesn't have access to Kiana. So he's playing around Caitlyn.
Despite not finishing first or second.
Stay focused and not breaking your thought process while playing is a big factor. That's a huge part of it. Is that Bis Yasuo? No, it is not Bis Yasuo. The best 3 items for Yasuo agreed upon is Edge of Night, healing item, preferably Hand of Justice, but you could go Bloodthirster, and then a damage amplification item, such as Giant Slayer, which is a lot better than Infinity Edge, but Infinity Edge works really well with the crit aspect of Hodge, so you can go Hodge plus IE. But a lot of people prefer GS. If you get to handpick your items, I would personally go Edge of Night, Hodge, and GS. That being said, he has Hodge plus Gunblade. Oh my god. Salvi's streaking. Ryko versus Salvi. You know what? Maybe I just suck with Yasuo. That must be it. No way Yasuo is... No way this is a fluke performance. I mean, he did get Jewel Lotus and Binary, but like, even the way he's playing it is not the way I would have played it. He did hit Yasuo pretty early, but I've hit Yasuo early and flamed out, and I don't even have Edge of Night. And also, he's playing a triple prismatic lobby, so these are strong boards. I do think that his prismatic, his third prismatic dummy ended up being really good and fortunate, but I don't think I would have gotten second with this. I think I would have basically gotten 4th and complained about it.
And with that, Ryko completing the Italian
sad that the dummy doesn't get 3rd item. I mean, it's funny because like a lot of people say that you can't really play Yasuo without like these certain conditions, and he's kind of defying some of them. I mean, Binary is very good, don't get me wrong, but it's not like I feel like Binary alone is what carries him. It's a combination of him. It's what he's assembled. Looks like he's gonna get second though. I don't know if he can beat this Heartsteel board. I don't think
they're going to
I don't think this
fight it out.
Caitlyn is good enough. It might actually come down to what items you can
A
roll.
little bit of extra HP here, but it is confirmed. Ryko is going to be your Golden Spatula Cup champion. We're going to see him at the EMEA finals in just a little bit.
Whenever I couch Frodan or couch Mortdog, he just yells at me. Oh yeah, you can always join the Discord as well. My Discord, we give out a lot of free information all the time. People ask me questions. I try to answer whenever I can, but a lot of other people are good about exchanging information and ideas and help. You can ask me questions, but like I get to it whenever I can. But a lot of people are usually very good about it, helping each other improve. Small tips here and there, questions about the game.
Ryko has already won the title. You can see his camera. I think he's just now.
I think Yasuo is best with the disco comp. Ah, yeah, he's doing the coaching thing. He wants free coaching. Yasuo is best with the disco comp. Nice. Good premise. Good premise. He's doing the thing, guys.
2 HP, one more final fight between the two of them.
With how one-sided these fights are,
why do you have blue hair? At this point, I dyed my hair a bunch of different colors, and then I don't recognize myself without blue hair. I look weird without blue hair. I look weird just with my normal hair. I can show you what I looked like. I can tell you what I look like when I did StarCraft. You guys want to see? No blue hair. Some of you know what I look like. I'll show you after this game. Last fight. I don't think Salvi wins. I think oh, you rolled GS on his Yasuo. That's pretty good.
So surely he must have some way to get those Ezreals on his board. We're seeing
not good enough.
Here. It's going to be the
wait.
Final one.
Oh my god, this Yasuo's healing back up?
Is going strong, but is he going strong? This Yasuo staying alive.
Oh, the GS on the Yasuo. Man, never mind. That was impressive. Well done. Well done. Oh my god. That Yasuo went crazy. That Yasuo just like drain tanked everything. Because he was getting so low, and I was like, oh no. And then the Ezreal just targets the Caitlyn. But he just healed back up. Oh my god. That was crazy. Well done. Well done. Okay. Here you guys go. You guys ready? This is Frodan. This is me. When I did StarCraft and I wore glasses. This is IEM 2015. Almost 10 years ago. This is me 9 years ago. So yeah, I mean, I don't even think I can go back. It doesn't feel like me anymore, if that makes sense. Like, that's a different person. Cookie cutter Asian. You look like every med major friend I have. Yeah, I mean, it was just like, at the time, what I was trying to do was figure out professional Frodan. Like, for me, I was like, oh, gaming is so serious and it's like so intense. And you know, at the time, someone was like, why don't you just try to like have more fun, relax a little bit. And so when I dyed my hair, it was kind of for a publicity stunt. I can actually show you the very first time I dyed my hair. I did something kind of radical. I dyed my hair pink. And I don't know if the picture is around anymore. No, I don't think I have it. But it looked kind of like it looked kind of like this. It doesn't look great. I'm just gonna tell you now. It doesn't look great, but I did something like this. And it didn't look amazing to me now, especially it doesn't age well. But like what was important about this is it helped me let go of how uptight and stressed, and like I was trying to always be so intense about everything, right? And so like the dyeing of the hair was like this ritual of me letting go of who I was and feeling like I had to be somebody of like a cookie cutter Asian guy, right? Like what is, and I could just try to explore and figure out who I wanted to be. And throughout the years of doing a lot of different, like, you know, trying to figure out what's good and go with the flow, and you can go and Google a lot of pictures of me throughout the years. I tried many different things, and I feel like I settled on where I am now, and I really like it. I think it's good. I think blue fits me, and I enjoy it a lot. Happy's and Frodan had a baby, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. And ended up becoming one of my mantras of how I guide myself throughout the industry, because if you're not having fun, you're not doing it right. Like, this is supposed to be fun. Like, work, like, there could be so... If you're not having fun doing TFT, if you're not having fun doing gaming, streaming, esports, whatever, like, then what are you doing? There's so many other things that you can do that's, one, more lucrative, two, more rewarding with, like, how you're actually helping other people. Like, you could if you're not having fun, but you want to do a lot of work and you can do so many other better things than just, like, suffering, grinding solo queue. If you're not having fun, then what's the point, right? So like that became like a big part of the central mantra of like how I choose to go about things. I do things that I find fun, things that I find enjoyable, things that I'm passionate about. All right, and that's the end of EMEA. They do highlights. I think they do a quick interview. I think Ryko wins. He had the most points. Oh man, this guy's got $1 million smile. Look at that. This guy's charming. Look at that smile.
I've asked this question before, but I think it always is relevant. You know, in this moment, looking back across the tournament, you know, obviously this is an incredible moment for you, but what, you know, apart from obviously the win itself, what moments from the tournament stand out most strongly in your mind now, standing at the precipice?
Oh, so I can say maybe the biggest moment was in this game, in this tournament today, in game 4 or game 5, when I went first, but I was in a bad spot. I did a miracular pivot, and we hit what I needed to hit, and we turned the 7th, 8th place into a first. That was the biggest like moment in my opinion. And yeah.
Seems like a nice guy. Seems like a nice guy.
That's the one where you dapped on camera afterwards. It was a very clean dap, I will say.
I like Ryko a lot.
Yeah,
he seems very personable. He seems very personable.
The only moment, yeah, I'm kind of, I don't know.
Actually, we'll just watch the rest of this interview, and then we'll wrap up the stream.
I'm winning, so I'm in a good mood. Otherwise,
I'm winning, so I'm in a good mood.
I wait.
I like that.
But yeah, holy moly, it was such a good tournament. Seriously, good luck. I mean, GG to all the other players, because they were good players. And
good luck, GG.
I managed to win, but holy moly, it was not easy.
Ryko, congratulations so much. I've had this Italian flag pinned prop for 2 days, waiting for someone to pull it out. I'm so glad it was you. And of course, I've got to ask, we do it with every interview. You can do it in English. You can do it in Italian, whatever language you want. Is there anyone you want to shout out now that you have become a Golden Spatula Cup champion?
Awesome.
Oh, yeah, if I can do a shout out. So I want to shout out my team, my Italian team, Italian Desire organization, Desire team. I want to shout out the other Italian players I tried hard with, so Balotelli, Sweller Tiger, Shining Star, tons of good players.
Oh, Balotelli.
I want to give a shout out to my family, to Georgia, to good people in my life, to Lorenzo, and that's it.
Did you say Sweller Tiger? Sweller Tiger Italian too?
All these people in my life played an important role for this win. So genuinely, thanks to everybody. Vero.
Awesome.
And thanks
Congratulations again, Ryko.
And thanks to my viewers and my supporters. Sorry, Mori.
Gotta get that one in the end, yeah.
Thanks to his viewers.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much, Ryko. Congratulations again. Enjoy your solo leveling after this one. Big swig of water.
Solo
stay
leveling.
Hydrated, stay happy. Get some sleep. It'll hit in the morning.
Thanks. Have a good night, and thank you all guys for the cast. It was a super good cast, davvero.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
So gracious, so gracious. I love the Ferrari accent, dude. Who's excited for 2025? Lewis Hamilton to Ferrari. Actually, this year's gonna be really funny because I feel like Carlos Sainz is gonna be it's gonna be funny to watch him perform in Ferrari and watch Lewis with Mercedes. So it's a little bit. It's almost like you know the ending to the movie, so it's like this is like a prequel, if it will. You know.